Chapter 1, Graduation Means Breaking Up? Nanchang University. Underneath the boys' dormitory on the East Campus, a crowd of people gathered around, seemingly excited about something. In the crowd, Mo Shuawei held her chin high, arm in arm with an ordinary-looking man of about her height with a bit of a beer belly. She condescendingly said, "Ning Zhe, introduce yourself, this is my boyfriend." Ning Zhe looked up and down at the man, dressed in designer clothes, and he immediately understood what Mo Shuawei meant. Mo Shuawei is vain. He knows that, and he is doing his best to give her the best. He is a little angry. "What do you mean? He is your boyfriend, so what am I?" Mo Shuawei sneers, "Ex-boyfriend." Seeing her holding the man in a very intimate manner, Ning Zhe continues to ask, "So, saying that you will marry after graduation is a lie to me?" Mo Shuawei interrupts him, "Marry? Ning Zhe, what are you going to marry me with? That BMW over there, see it?" Ning Zhe looked in the direction that Mo Shuawei was pointing, and saw a BMW X5 parked on the side of the road. Then she looked at the man beside her and said, "This is his, Nanchang Gushao. After I graduate, he will give me a BMW that is suitable for girls to drive. Can you afford this?" The surrounding students listened to Mo Shuawei's introduction and wondered if she was blind or they were blind. The man was about 165 centimeters tall, had a beer belly, and was even a bit bald. His name was Gu Xiao? It's more appropriate to call him Uncle Gu. Ning Zhe stared straight at Mo Shuawei, who let go of the man's arm and walked over to Ning Zhe. Then she looked at his lower body and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "If you weren't able to satisfy me, do you think I would have stayed with you for more than 3 months?" Ning Zhe was shocked. She actually liked his dick more. At this time, the sound of inappropriate discussions sounded around them. Ning Zhe is handsome, but he is poor. Nowadays, girls like rich guys. But Ning Zhe is at least the school flower at Nanda University. He is very handsome. Mo Shuawei is also the flower of the department. They are a perfect match. What's the use of being handsome? You need to have this. The boy who spoke rubbed his hands together. I heard that it was Mo Shuawei who pursued Ning Zhe in the first place. How come they broke up now? It's not because he has no money. I think it's better to stay single. Among the murmurs, there were those who supported Ning Zhe and those who supported Mo Shuawei. Ning Zhe remained silent. Graduation meant breaking up, and the legend was true. Mo Shuawei was about to say something else when suddenly a girl wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and a white pleated skirt appeared, standing between her and Ning Zhe. It was Li Lingxue. Li Lingxue looked at Ning Zhe and asked in a bad tone, "Are you Ning Zhe?" Ning Zhe froze, puzzled, but nodded anyway. Ning Zhe and Li Lingxue had no connection, and looking at her, it seemed like he had offended her. "Go, I need to talk to you." At this moment, Mo Shuawei jumped out. "Li Lingxue, I haven't finished talking yet." Li Lingxue had not given Mo Shuawei a single glance the entire time since she arrived. Seeing the way Li Lingxue was looking at her, Ning Zhe thought that she must have something urgent to do, and planned to go with her to take a look. Seeing the two about to leave, Mo Shuawei stopped them. Li Lingxue chose to ignore her and walked past her. "You." Mo Shuawei is usually fawned over by others, and now she has been ignored by Li Lingxue, so she is very angry. In this way, Mo Shuawei watched the two leave, and could only stomp her feet in anger in place. Ning Zhe got into Li Lingxue's car, and the car drove off. Along the way, the two did not speak, and the atmosphere in the car was extremely cold. Ding! Ning Zhe's phone rang, and it was the text message alert tone. He took out his phone to check it, and saw that the bank card had been charged for the text message fee, with a balance of 114.14 yuan. Just as they had said earlier, he was really penniless. As they walked further and further away, Ning Zhe didn't want to ask where they were going. He simply closed his eyes, and the car continued to drive, arriving at a hospital 15 minutes later. Ning Zhe frowned slightly as he looked at the big characters "Peaceful Hospital." What was he doing in a hospital? Li Lingxue got out of the car without speaking to him, and Ning Zhe followed all the way. They got into the elevator, which stopped on the 12th floor, and the two of them went to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Seeing the words obstetrics and gynecology made Ning Zhe even more confused. Li Lingxue followed him to the door of a room, and when she pushed open the door and went in, he followed suit. Ning Zhe entered the room, and the person in the room immediately came into view. He was a little taken aback. Isn't this Sonyu, the school beauty? Why is she here? And she's holding a baby in her arms. What is this shocking news? The school flower, who disappeared for a year, has actually given birth to a baby. I wonder who the lucky guy is. Their eyes met, and at that moment, Sonyu spoke, "You're here." Ningzhe pointed at himself and said, "You mean me?" Sonyu nodded. She looked at the baby in her arms and said, "Our baby is born." "What did you say?" Ningzhe was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Although he was the school flower, he was not familiar with the school flower. He couldn't remember having anything with the school flower, and he hadn't even had contact with her. How could there be a child? Are you joking? Today is not April Fool's Day. Li Lingxue looked at him with sharp eyes. Ningzhe. You're blowing the whistle. Don't want to admit it? Suddenly, a voice rang in Ningzhe's head. Ding. Super Daddy system is being bound to the host. What the hell? Isn't this a plot only found in novels? How did it happen to him? System, wait. Are you sure this is my child? Host, how could this system make a mistake? What is the reward for binding the system? The system was a little embarrassed to meet such a direct host for the first time. Host, after the successful binding of the system, you can get a cash reward of 50,000 yuan in parenting experience. 50,000 yuan? He is currently short of money. Last month, he spent a lot of money on Mo Shuawei's birthday. Recently, he has been busy preparing for his graduation presentation, so he hasn't been able to work part-time. His pockets are empty, and his bank card only has a balance of a little over 100 yuan. If it weren't for the money on his meal card, he wouldn't even have enough money for food. It's really true that the poorer you are, the more problems you have. System binding successful, reward issued. As the system's voice fell, Ningzhe's phone rang. Excited, he took out his phone to check. 50,000 yuan had been credited to his account, and his balance was 50,114.14 yuan. Then some parenting experience also entered his mind, but Ningzhe didn't pay much attention to it. It feels so good to have money. Without money and with graduation, I won't even have a place to live. System, I really thank you. At this time, Ningzhe looked at Sonyu in the hospital bed. He bound with the daddy system, so he must take care of the children to get the corresponding rewards. Yes, host. Hearing the system's reply, he affirmed his inner thoughts. But even if there was no babysitting system, this was his child, and he would take good care of them. I'm sorry, I just found out. Sonyu looked up at him with a meaningful look in her eyes when she heard this. Chapter 2, Happy to be a father? The mother of the child is the school beauty. Li Lingxue gave him a cold look, her tone still harsh. You admit that the child is yours now? I'm not denying it, I'm just shocked. In fact, up to now, he still can't remember when he had sex with Sonyu. But he felt that the system would not lie, and he was a responsible man. As long as the child was his, he would take responsibility for it. The system really does not lie to the host. Okay, I believe you. At this time, Sonyu said, Ningzhe, do you remember last year in Chunfeng Park? At that time, you were also eating in Chunfeng Park. Chunfeng Park? He had only been to Chunfeng Park once last year, and it was on his birthday. Suddenly, the memory of his death struck his mind. He stared with wide eyes, unable to believe it. You said. You were the one that night? Sonyu nodded. Then she said, that night, I was accidentally drugged. I didn't expect to meet you. I knew you were a student at Nanda University, but I didn't want you to know what happened that night, so I left early the next morning. Later, I learned that I was pregnant. Then why didn't you? Ningzhe frowned and said. What he wanted to ask in his heart was why he didn't get an abortion when he found out. Sonyu took over the conversation and said, Are you saying why I didn't get an abortion? Ningzhe nodded. That was the first time I had an abortion. The doctor said that my uterine wall was thin, and if I had an abortion, I would never have the chance to be a mother again. So I took matters into my own hands and gave birth. If you don't want to, I won't force you. I'll raise the child on my own. After she said this, Sonyu felt a little lost and looked down at the baby. Ningzhe couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw her in a low mood. Unconsciously, he sat down by the bed, took her hand, and said softly, I'm willing to raise the child and take care of you, Hearing this, Song Yu looked at him incredulously, thinking that Ningzhe didn't want to. Li Lingxue was sitting in a chair nearby. She was still very angry, and she was worried that Song Yu would suffer if she followed Ningzhe. Song Yu held the baby over to her, and Ningzhe reached out to take it. She said softly, "It's a girl, 5 catties and 6 tails, very healthy." "Good. He likes daughters. He has a sweet little cotton padded jacket." Ningzhe smiled, like the spring breeze, warm and sunny. He looked at the baby, unable to let go, his eyes radiating deep love, and you could tell that he really liked it. The baby looked rosy, with closed eyes and sleeping. You could still see a little bit of Ningzhe's shadow in his eyebrows and eyes. At this time, the nurse walked in, frowning and saying, "You're the father, right? Why are you so late?" Ningzhe said apologetically, "I got held up. Thanks for taking care of them." The nurse looked at Ningzhe carefully and found that the man was very handsome, spoke in a pleasant voice, and gave off a sincere vibe. Seeing how skilled Ningzhe was at holding the baby, the nurse said in surprise, "You don't look like a novice, Dad, you're so skilled." Ningzhe laughed and said, "I am a novice, but I've lived alone since I was young, so I'm pretty good at taking care of people." Ningzhe smiled tenderly, and his words were gentle too. The nurse liked him more and more as she watched. Then she said the purpose of her visit. "I've come to tell you that the baby needs some tests. The father, hold the baby, and follow me." "Okay, thanks, nurse." Ningzhe followed, holding the baby. Halfway there, he turned around and walked back to Song Yu's side. He reached up and rubbed her head lightly, and waited for us to return. Seeing him leave, Li Lingxue finally got a chance to speak. Ningzhe accepted it right away? Just now, he didn't believe it, did he? Song Yu gave a slight smile. He should have accepted it. You see how much he likes the baby? He picked the baby up very gently, and his eyes were full of love. What are you going to do? Get a marriage license with Ningzhe? Song Yu thought for a moment and said, "I should, after all, he is the baby's father, and the baby needs a complete family. You also know my family situation, my parents divorced and remarried, every month they just give me money, I don't want my child to follow the same path as I did." Li Lingxue is worried, but he is an orphan and doesn't own a house in Nanchang. What will you do for the rest of your lives? Good Lingxue, have you forgotten that I own an apartment? It's enough for the 3 of us. There are still many years until the child grows up, and Ningzhe will definitely work hard. Song Yu is full of confidence in Ningzhe. From the love he just showed the baby, it doesn't seem fake. He definitely won't let the baby suffer. You're stubborn, so I won't say much. If there's anything, just let me know. Even if I can't help with anything else, I can still help you with money. Okay, thank you, Lingxue. What for? We're best friends, so it's strange to say thank you. Suddenly, Li Lingxue thought of something and said excitedly, "Right, I'm going to be the baby's godmother." You'll definitely be the baby's godmother. Don't worry. Song Yu pinched her face and laughed. The 2 of them had a good time chatting. On the other side, in the baby examination room, Ningzhe was holding the baby when suddenly some relevant knowledge came to his mind, and he remembered that he had experience in child rearing. He followed the doctor's actions according to the memory in his mind, and he left the doctor dumbfounded. Ningzhe placed the baby on the table, and the medical staff first helped her with the physical examination. The baby's height, weight, head circumference, eyes, mouth area, umbilical cord, palms, soles of the feet, forearms, thighs, torso, heart and lung auscultation for abnormalities, and whether the liver and spleen were enlarged were measured. The doctor smiled and said, "The baby's physical examination is normal. The head to tail length is within the normal range of 33-35 centimeters, and the bone density is also normal." Then, the doctor began the neurological examination, checking the baby's mental state, response to sound and light stimuli, muscle tone, sucking ability, behavioral reflexes, and motor development. The baby was very quiet, not crying or fussy, and very cute. The doctor and nurses had never seen such a well-behaved baby before, and they praised Ningzhe for being a blessed man. But of course he was blessed. One moment he was dumped by a flower girl, and the next he became the father of the school flower. What kind of luck is this? With a handsome father and a beautiful mother, the baby is sure to be loved by everyone. The nurse really likes Ningzhe's baby. Ningzhe looks at the baby in his arms and whispers tenderly, "Auntie Nurse really likes our baby." Then he turns his head to look at the nurse, smiling warmly, "Come and see the baby more often if you have time." The nurse's eyes crinkle up with laughter. This young man is also very likable. An hour has passed since the examination was completed. The doctor explained, everything is normal with your baby. The second physical examination is 28 days after birth, and the third is 42 days after birth. Here is your baby's information. Take good care of the booklet. Okay, thank you, doctor and nurse. I will definitely bring my child here on time. Ning Zhe was full of smiles. He took the booklet, looked at it, and noticed that there was no name in the name column yet. He decided right then and there that before returning to the ward, he must think of a name for the baby. Holding the baby on the way back to the ward, he thought of many names, both given names and family names, and came up with no less than 10, none of which he was very satisfied with. Just as he stepped into the ward, the moment he saw Songyu, it suddenly came to him. Chapter 3, Naming the Baby. As he stepped into the ward, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The host will accompany the baby for the first examination and be rewarded with a luxury stroller. He didn't see a stroller in the ward just now, and was planning to buy one later. This stroller really came at the right time. Where can I get the stroller? Don't worry, the host, someone will deliver it to your door later. That's great. Ning Zhe placed the baby next to Songyu, and didn't see Li Lingshua's figure in the ward. Songyu understood what he meant and explained. Lingxue said she had to go back because of an emergency. Ning Zhe nodded. Then he asked with concern, are you hungry? I don't know if the food in the hospital is to your liking. Songyu felt warm in her heart at his tone of concern and worried expression. Anning Hospital is the best private hospital in Nanchang, and the food is not bad. If you are used to eating it, that's good. By the way, I have given the baby a name, so listen and see if you like it. Songyu looked at him expectantly. Ning Zhe said, the first name is Ning Siyu, and the nickname is Ran Ran. What do you think? Ning Siyu. Does it mean that Ning Zesimu Songyu? Songyu thought, but she didn't ask. She liked the name. The nickname Ran Ran is because she really came very suddenly, but I like it very much. Ning Zhe continued. I like both names, thank you, Ning Zhe. Ning Zhe leaned down to hug her, it's me who should thank you. Thank you for being willing to give birth to my baby, I'm very happy. At the moment, he was indeed very happy, and even forgot about being broken up with. Right now, all he could think about was the two of them, the mother and daughter. Ding! The host has successfully named the baby, and is rewarded with a top package at the Postpartum Care Center and a BMW. A BMW? That's so exciting? But where is the Postpartum Care Center? Where do I pick up the BMW? Host, the Postpartum Care Center is across from Anning Hospital, the Baomei Postpartum Care Center. Just go to the Postpartum Care Center and report your name, and you will be greeted by someone in charge. Holy cow! The system is really reliable. Of course it is reliable. Where's my car? Where's my BMW? The BMW will be here soon, so stay tuned. Ning Zhe was so excited that when he heard the word BMW, he thought of Mo Shuawei's humiliation of him today. Now the system is rewarding him with a BMW, does it want him to go and show off in front of Mo Shuawei? As he thinks this, there is a knock on the door. Ning Zhe and Songyu look over and see a delivery man. The delivery man asks, excuse me, is Mr. Ning Zhe here? Ning Zhe walks over and says, that's me. The delivery man pushes out a stroller. This is the stroller you ordered from the Baby Kingdom. Please sign for it. Ning Zhe was worried about formaldehyde and other things, so he asked, how long does it take to air out this stroller before I can use it? The delivery man explained, Mr. Ning, the Gold Baby Stroller is a top domestic brand. The material is safe for babies to use and has also passed national inspection standards. You don't need to worry about harmful substances in the stroller, you can use it right away. The salesperson was bragging about the product. Ning Zhe was not convinced, so he took out his phone and searched the internet for relevant information. After confirming that it was safe, he signed for it with peace of mind. At this point, the delivery man took out a set of car keys. Mr. Ning, if you buy a stroller at the Baby Kingdom store, you will have the opportunity to win a prize in a lucky draw. Our store system shows that you have won a BMW X7 in this order. These are your car keys. Please keep them safe, and the relevant information is in the back seat of the car. Ning Zhe took the car keys, and today was really full of surprises. The delivery man left, Ning Zhe closed the door, walked over to the bed and sat down. Look, Ran Ran is really our lucky star. Songyu froze when she heard Ningza call her Yor. Then she laughed and said, Ningza, you're great. Our Ranran is great. My Yor is great too. Just as she said that, Ranran started to cry. Ningza immediately picked her up. Why is Ranran crying? Come to daddy for a hug. Ningze held Ranran in his arms and soothed her gently, and a wave of warmth swept through Songyu's heart. He will definitely be a good father and a good husband. After just a little while, Ranran fell asleep, quietly sleeping next to her mother. Ding! The host has soothed the baby to sleep for the first time, and is rewarded with 10 packs of baby diapers. Where do I get these diapers? Why don't you just tell me next time? I'm tired of asking. System. In the trunk of the host's car. Ningze let Songyu rest well, and he went downstairs to bring the diapers up. When he arrived at the parking lot, he recognized his new car at a glance. He took out the key and pressed it. Sure enough, he was right. He opened the back seat door, checked the relevant information about the vehicle, and then put it away. He opened the trunk, took 2 packages of diapers and returned to the ward. Songyu had a normal delivery and could be discharged after 3 days, so she didn't need to take all the diapers with her. After being discharged, she went to the Baume Postpartum Care Center across the street and took the diapers there. As soon as she returned to the ward, the baby started crying. Ningze immediately put down what he was doing, quickly went to the bathroom to wash and dry his hands before coming over to pick up the baby. Songyu said, I think Ranran must be hungry and I want to breastfeed her, but I don't seem to have any milk. Songyu's face showed worry. Do you have a breast pump? Ningze asked. Songyu thought for a moment and shook her head, no. Now Ranran is crying, and he can't let go of her either. As soon as he puts her down, she cries, so he can't go downstairs to buy one. Suddenly, Ningze thought of a very shy way to do it. He deliberated and said, how about? I help you? As soon as the words came out, Songyu blushed. Her face and neck turned red. But seeing that Ranran kept crying, the two of them felt very distressed. Songyu nodded, you do it. Ningze locked the door to the hospital room. Although it was a single room, he was afraid that someone might suddenly come in, so it was safer to lock the door. After he locked the door, he put the baby in the stroller. He walked over to the bed and performed an action that was not convenient to describe. Songyu did not dare to look at him and turned her head to the side. After a few minutes, he finally started to breastfeed. Ningze immediately brought Ranran over, and Songyu held her while she breastfed. When breastfeeding, try to avoid letting the baby lie down to suckle, as this can easily cause milk to reflux and lead to spitting up. Ranran ate contentedly and stopped crying. After she had eaten her fill and spat out her ration, Ningze picked her up, gave her a burp, and then teased her, saying, Ranran has eaten her fill, and she can grow tall only when she is full. Songyu watched Ningze coaxing Ranran, and the embarrassment from earlier had been left behind. Suddenly, Songyu felt her lower body was wet and uncomfortable. She looked pale, so Ningze asked, what's wrong? I think I've passed some discharge. Ningze put the baby in the stroller, opened the cabinet by the bed, and took out the Lokia pad. Lie down, I'll help you change it. But Songyu was very shy. It's okay, don't be shy. They had no other family members, just the two of them, so they had to be honest with each other. Songyu could only grit her teeth and say, okay. Ningze helped her change, then cleaned up, and replaced the pad with a clean one. The whole time, Songyu's face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Chapter 4, Vaccinations, and she smiled on the first day of life. 4 p.m. The nurse came to the room and asked the two some questions. Has the mother passed any discharge? Songyu said, yes, but I haven't passed any gas yet. What's the color? How much is there? Songyu was too shy to look when Ningze changed her, and kept her eyes closed the whole time. She looked at Ningze when she couldn't answer the questions. Ningze gave her a loving smile and said, Nurse, it's red, and the amount is normal. The nurse also smiles, these two are really sweet. The discharge will go through 3 stages, from red to light red to white. During this period, you should pay attention to personal hygiene and eat more nutritious food. Ningze nods to show that he understands. The nurse goes over to the stroller and looks at the baby sleeping peacefully. She doesn't want to say what she has to say next. But the baby still needs to be vaccinated. The baby needs to be vaccinated against tuberculosis and hepatitis B. The father should take the baby for the vaccination today. After giving these instructions, Ningze took out his notebook, and holding his baby, he walked to the injection room. There were many people waiting in the injection room, mostly grandparents. It was rare to see a father bringing his child for vaccination. One aunt said, "Young man, why did you bring your child here for vaccination by yourself? Where are your family members?" Ningze smiled gently while holding his baby in his arms. "Auntie, I don't have any parents." The aunt's expression froze. "No parents? Did they pass away?" The auntie then comforted him. "That must be hard for you. My daughter-in-law is in Ward 1210. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me." "Okay, thanks, auntie." Ningze casually agreed, then teased his daughter in his arms. "The baby is so good, quiet, and not bothering her father. Is it a boy or a girl?" The auntie and Ningze chatted. "It's a girl. Where's the sweet little quilt?" Ningze looked at Ran Ran in his arms, soft and plump, and couldn't have been happier. "You're so blessed to have such a good baby. Life is sure to get better and better for you." "Thanks, auntie, I'll try my best." After Ningze finished speaking, Ran Ran in his arms laughed. "Wow," Ran Ran laughed. "Our Ran Ran is amazing, she can laugh on her first day of life." Suddenly the nurse standing nearby said, "Sir, this is the movement of the baby's facial muscles, it's not really a laugh." At this point, another aunt couldn't help but praise, "This child is really smart." "Thank you, your baby is also very cute." The two of them wanted to chat with Ningze some more, but at this point the nurse called out Ran Ran's name. "Ning see you. Ning see you. Coming." Ningze took the baby and went to the injection room. Ran Ran hadn't cried much today, but when the needle went in, she couldn't hold back and started to cry. After the injection was over, Ningze immediately held her in his arms and soothed her. Ran Ran stopped crying. Ran Ran is the best. Daddy chased the monster away. The monster will never come and bite Ran Ran again. Ran Ran is the best child in the world. Ningze gently rocked Ran Ran in his arms. Ran Ran stopped crying as soon as they left the injection room. The people watching from the side were envious. "That young man knows how to take care of a child. I really want my son to learn from him." "Me too." As they chattered, Ningze walked further and further away. When they returned to the ward, Sonyu asked, "Are you tired? Let me hold him for a while." "No, I'm not tired," Ningze said. Then he put Ran Ran in the stroller. You should get out of bed and walk around a bit." "I'll help you," Ningze reminded her. Sonyu thought about it for a moment and agreed. Walking around would be good for her recovery. "Okay, thank you, Ningze. We shouldn't be so formal with each other. You're my child's mother, so this is what I should do," Sonyu said. After Ningze finished speaking, he helped Sonyu walk around the hospital room. They didn't dare go far, for fear that if they did, Ran Ran would cry. Not knowing what to do, they simply walked around the hospital room. After walking for a long time, Sonyu broke out in a light sweat. She couldn't take a bath yet, so Ningze dampened a towel and helped her wipe her body. He then used a wet wipe specially designed for the private area to gently clean her. Sonyu couldn't help but feel shy when this happened, but there was nothing she could do. After helping her with everything, Ningze smiled and said, "It's all done." Sonyu felt warm in her heart. Ningze was really good to her. After tidying up, she glanced at Ran Ran and saw that she was sleeping quietly. Ningze sat down next to Sonyu and said, "Since we already have a child, would you like to get married with me? Although I have nothing right now and I'm still an orphan, I will work hard to let you and Ran Ran live a happy life." Looking at the sincerity in his eyes, Sonyu believed his words. She nodded. "If I didn't think so, I wouldn't have let Ling Shui find you. I'm also capable of raising the child on my own, but I feel that I shouldn't deprive the child of the love it deserves from its father, and I hope you can forgive me for deciding to give birth without your permission." Ningze stroked her cheek. "Silly, I love your lovely Ran Ran so much that I can't wait to meet her." Puff. An awkward sound interrupted the moment of deep affection. Sonyu wished she could find a hole to crawl into. However, Ningze just smiled and said, "Our Yuer is venting, which is a good thing." Hearing him say that, Sonyu really felt shy, so she lay down on the bed, pulled the sheet up and covered her face. Ningze went over to check on the baby, but was surprised to find that the baby was smiling again. The baby is smiling again. Do you know that just now I took her to get her vaccinations and she smiled too?" The people around us were envious of our baby, who can smile less than a day after being born. Songyu heard a noise and pulled back the sheet to look at the stroller. She didn't see it and got out of bed to go over. As she got closer to the baby suddenly smiled again. The two felt their hearts melt, such a cute baby, and they are their family. Ningzhe leaned closer and gently rubbed his face against Ranran's. Suddenly, he smelled a stench and leaned over Ranran's bottom, where the stench was coming from. Our Ranran has pooped. Daddy will change her diaper right away. Our baby doesn't cry when she poops, just like other babies. Ningzhe, our Ranran is so good. Of course, it's not like she's not looking at whose baby she is. Songyu laughed lightly. You go back to bed and lie down, I'll take care of this little thing. But, this is your first time being a father, do you know what to do? Songyu couldn't help but worry. Ningzhe didn't care whether she believed him or not, and got to work in no time. He put Ranran on the sofa, removed the soiled diaper, spread out the changing mat, and put Ranran on it. With one hand, he lifted Ranran's legs up, and with the other, he took out a baby wipe and wiped her bottom clean. Then he took out the diaper that the system had rewarded him with and changed Ranran's diaper. Songyu was shocked to see that he was as skilled as if he had done it thousands of times. Ningzhe, to be honest, why do you know how to do this? She was really curious. I was a last-minute cram, and I looked it up online. Songyu didn't believe it, but you really look very skilled. Ningzhe said seriously, I will take good care of you and the baby in the future. Chapter 5, One day I don't see you, and someone else has you? While the two of them were chatting and laughing, the diaper was changed. Ningzhe laid Ranran on the bed, so that she could lie down with Songyu. At this time, it was already dinner time, and the hospital delivered the food, even for the family members. Anning Hospital is really good. There was steamed small yellow croaker, loofah and egg soup, golden corn kernels, stir-fried vegetables, and white rice. Wow, yours dinner is really good. Songyu looked at Ningzhe's with envy in her eyes. She really wanted to eat spicy food. Ningzhe, why don't we switch? Ningzhe shook his head, protecting his food. No, you can't eat spicy food. Spicy food will affect your milk, and then Ranran will drink spicy milk. Ningzhe looked serious, and Songyu looked disappointed. Okay then. But her postpartum meals are still pretty good, it's just that she really wants to eat spicy food. Thinking about the confinement meals for the next month, she began to frown. Okay, after you get out of the confinement, I'll let you eat it once, okay? Ningzhe couldn't bear to see her sad, so he made the biggest concession. Songyu nodded happily. You can't go back on your word. I won't. Dinner time was very enjoyable. After dinner, someone who specialized in cleaning up dishes came to the ward to clean up. Ningzhe tidied up the sofa and took out a blanket. I'll sleep here tonight to take care of you and Ranran. Ningzhe looked at least 1.8 meters tall, and the sofa was really not enough for him to sleep on. Songyu said, why don't you go to bed with me? The sofa is too short, and you will be uncomfortable with your legs bent. No, I'll sleep on the sofa, and if Ranran cries in the middle of the night, I'll be able to take care of her easily. Seeing how serious he looked, Songyu had to agree. You're working hard. Being able to take care of you and Ranran is the happiest thing in my life, so how could it be hard work? Ningzhe helped her get out of bed again and walk around for a while to settle her stomach and help her recover. Then he picked up Ranran and teased her. They had arrived in a hurry today and had not brought any clothes with them. After coaxing Ranran to sleep, he asked Songyu to take Ranran while he went back to the school to get some clean clothes. They will graduate next month, and there are not many classes left, so they can manage without him. Songyu, I'm going back to school to get some clean clothes. If you're sleepy, go to sleep first, I'll be back soon. Okay, the sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. He kissed her forehead, grabbed the keys and quickly left. He had to go quickly and come back quickly. If he stayed too long, he was worried that if Ranran woke up, Songyu would not be able to take care of her. He arrived at the parking lot and drove his BMW X7 to South City University. In less than 15 minutes, the car stopped at the bottom of the men's dormitory building on the East Campus, exactly where Mo Shuawei had humiliated him this morning. Ningzhe got out of the car. At that moment, his roommate happened to come back, rubbed his eyes, and didn't quite believe it was Ningzhe. Ningzhe. Lin Zhen called Ningzhe's name, and when he saw him looking over, he was sure it was Ningzhe himself. They had heard about what happened this morning and all scolded Mo Shuawei for being a snob. Ningzai, Imo Shuawei just doesn't know how to appreciate good things, let's ignore her. This matter has been put behind us, let's not mention it again. Seeing Ningzai's appearance, they were relieved. Huang Shen said, Ningzai, I saw you get out of the driver's seat of that car, but don't tell me that it's your car. Ningzai nodded and smiled without saying a word, which was considered a tacit agreement. You're amazing, Ningzai. In less than a day, you've got a BMW X7. You're not thinking of finding some rich woman to pay for it, are you? Zhang Shui hooked Ningzai's shoulder and asked with a smile, is what Huang Xian said true? The four of them in the dormitory were having a great time and talked about almost everything, but he wasn't going to talk about his situation with Song Yu just yet. The car is mine, but there's no rich woman. I'll tell you guys about it when the time comes. I've got something to do now, so I'll go back to the dormitory, pack a few clothes and leave. Knowing Ningzai's character, if he says he will tell them, they can be sure he will. They waited. The three didn't ask any more questions, and returned to the dorm with Ningzai. Ningzai took out his backpack, packed his clothes, and said goodbye to the three. I'll go first, I won't be at school for the next month. If there's anything, you can call me. No problem. The three said in unison. They walked downstairs, got into the car, and Ningzai quickly started the car and left. He missed his precious daughter. When he arrived at the entrance to the East Campus, it was quite crowded at this time of night. Ningzai stopped the car and planned to wait until the crowds had passed before driving off. Imo Shuawei and her best friend Lin Xuan were walking from the West Campus when Lin, with her sharp eyesight, spotted Ningzai in the BMW. Ningzai didn't see Imo Shuawei and Lin Xuan, and seeing that the pedestrians on the road had already passed, he immediately started the car and drove off. His mind and eyes were now full of Ran Ran and Songyu, so he had no desire to look at anything else. Ningzai! Ningzai! Lin Xuan called out a few times but got no response, so she quickly tugged Imo Shuawei. Imo Shuawei had stopped when she shouted for Ningzai, and she asked, what's wrong? I saw Ningzai drive past in a BMW. Lin Xuan said excitedly. Ningzai? In a BMW? Did you see him wrong? He's so poor, he can't even afford an electric car. Imo Shuawei didn't believe it. She knew exactly what Ningzai was like, and there was no way he could be driving a BMW. That car might be a rental, deliberately hanging around in front of me to get my attention. He must be very sad that I broke up with him. Last month, in order to celebrate my birthday, he only had a little over 100 yuan left in his account. I don't think he could afford to rent a car. Lin Xuan saw that Imo Shuawei didn't believe her, so she didn't say anything more. But she wasn't mistaken. That person was Ningzai. She had seen him so many times that she wouldn't mistake him for someone else. At this time, Gu Xiao pulled up in a BMW in front of the two. Gu Xiao rolled down the window and said to Shuaiwei, Imo Shuaiwei, you're smiling immediately upon seeing your sugar daddy. She opened the passenger door of the car on her own initiative, got in, and Lin Xuan also got into the back seat. Gu Xiao took out a necklace and a bouquet of flowers and gave them to Imo Shuaiwei. Wow, what a beautiful necklace. Gu Xiao, you're so nice. I'm glad you like it. Where do you want to go tonight? Imo Shuawei scratches her head and says, how about Venice? It just opened and I've never been there before. Great. Let's go. Imo Shuawei looks at Gu Xiao, and the figure of Ningzai flashes through her mind, along with the days they spent together. Thinking about her current life, she realizes that it has improved by more than just a notch compared to the time she spent with him. Ningzai, what the hell? Bah! Anning Hospital. Ningzai parks the car, hastily grabs his backpack, and runs to press the elevator button. His Ran Ran was waiting for him. Thinking of his soft and plump daughter, his heart warmed. The elevator stopped on the 12th floor, the doors opened, and he quickly walked towards the ward. When he reached the door to the ward, he lowered his footsteps and gently opened the door, afraid of disturbing the mother and daughter. The moment he opened the door, he saw Song Yu looking towards the door, and Ran Ran was also in her arms. Ningzai, why are you sneaking around? Song Yu laughed lightly. Ningzai put his backpack on the sofa, washed his hands and dried them before coming over to hug Ran Ran. I was afraid of disturbing you. Was Ran Ran a good girl? Did she behave? Ningzai thought his daughter was asleep, but saw her mouth moving. Ran Ran was very good, she didn't cry or make a fuss. Big and small babies are both great. Ningzai held Ran Ran and sniffed her hard. She smelled like milk. He loved it. Chapter 6, Bringing Ningza Underwear and Seeing What Shouldn't Be Seen. Ningza, you've had a busy day, go take a bath first. Sonyu took Ran Ran over and urged Ningza to go take a bath. Ningza had a hurt expression on his face, leaned over to his daughter's ear, and complained, Ran Ran, Daddy is being disliked by Mommy. Ran Ran, however, laughed, and Ningza expressed that he was very hurt. Good, Ran Ran is also on Mommy's side, Daddy ignores you all, humph. Ningzai pretends to be angry, walks over to the sofa, opens his backpack, takes out his clothes, and plans to take a shower first, and then come back later to kiss his baby. Seeing Ningzai go into the bathroom, Sonyu hugs Ran Ran and rocks her. Ran Ran also dislikes her father, doesn't she? Dad ran around today, and his body stinks, doesn't it bother Ran Ran? Sonyu speaks softly and gently to Ran Ran, who loves to smile and laughs happily at her mother. Ding dong. Sonyu's phone rang. She picked up the phone and checked. It was Li Lingxue. Hello, Lingxue. Li Lingxue said apologetically, I'm sorry, I had a sudden emergency and couldn't get away, I can't go to the hospital with you tonight, can you manage on your own? Did that guy Ningzai go with you? Lingxue, don't worry, Ningzai is with me, he's in the shower right now, you go about your business, don't worry, he's taking care of me. Li Lingxue suddenly felt unhappy when Sonyu said Ningzai was with her, feeling as if her own baby had been taken away, but she was happy for her best friend. Then, in a joking tone, she said, has Ningzai taken my place now? Hearing Li Lingxue's tone, Sonyu laughed and said, why are you jealous of Ningzai? He's the father of your child, and you're my best friend and Ran Ran's godmother. You can't compare with him. That's more like it. Li Lingxue giggled. Li Lingxue, wait, Ran Ran? You've already named the baby? Sonyu, yes, Ningzai came up with it. The name is Ning Siyu, and the nickname is Ran Ran. How do you like it? Does it sound nice? Li Lingxue, it's really nice. I didn't expect it from someone like Ningzai, who studied computer engineering. I thought he would only be interested in code and programs. This name is really well chosen. Sonyu, I like the name too. Do you think Ning Siyu means Ningzai admires Sonyu? Li Lingxue, it must be. You are the flower girl of Nanda University, who doesn't love you? After hanging up the phone, Sonyu was immersed in the joy of happiness. She also felt that this was the meaning, and when she had the opportunity in the future, she would ask Ningzai if it was true. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened and Ningzai's voice came. I forgot to take my underwear, it's on the outside of my backpack, can you get it for me? Upon hearing the voice, Sonyu immediately said, okay. Sonyu put Ran Ran on the bed, got off the bed, put on her shoes, and rummaged in his backpack. Ningzai packed a few pairs of underpants, and she took one at random. The bathroom door was ajar, and Sonyu reached out and handed it to him. Ningzai, here. Ningzai was rubbing his head at the moment, and his hands were full of bubbles. He said, you can put it on the shelf next to the sink. Thanks, Sonyu did as she was told and went to the shelf next to the wash basin and put her underwear on it. Through the mirror of the wash basin, she saw Ningzai's white, flowery body in the mirror and blushed. She couldn't help but take another look, and this time, it actually scared her. Ningzai is so mighty at this time, Sonyu didn't dare to continue thinking, it was a bit scary. She left the bathroom, her cheeks flushed, her heart pounding, beating fast. She walked back to the bed, picked up Ran Ran, but her mind was still on what she had just seen. Before she could adjust her emotions, Ningzai came out of the shower. Is Ran Ran asleep? Sonyu pretended to be calm. Not yet, Ran Ran said, she just teased her father and she needs to apologize to him before she can go to sleep. Ningzai dried his hair until it stopped dripping before walking over to the mother and daughter. He took Ran Ran in his arms and said, Ran Ran, is what Mommy said true? Yes, I'm sorry, Daddy. Ran Ran shouldn't make fun of Daddy. Can Daddy forgive Ran Ran? Sonyu pretended to be a little girl and spoke in a soft voice. Ningzai looked at Sonyu, who looked like a child, and joined in the fun. Seeing how well Ran Ran had behaved, he decided to forgive her. Yes, Daddy is the best. And so is Mommy. The two adults were playing like children, and the scene was very heartwarming. If someone else saw such a cute family, they would definitely be envious. Tonight was Ran Ran's first night in the world. After Ningzai had lulled her to sleep, he put her in the stroller. He then pushed the stroller next to the sofa, away from the hospital bed. Songyu couldn't help but laugh. Ningze, do you and your daughter really need to stay so far away from me? I'm afraid Ranran will cry at night and disturb you, so I'll take care of her at night. Ningze's words and eyes are full of care for Songyu. Seeing that he is insistent, Songyu says no more, and the two lie down quietly, one on the hospital bed and the other on the sofa. It's 1 a.m. There is a cry from the baby carriage. Ningze is the first to wake up and immediately goes over to check. Ningze smells it, and if it's not a poop, then it's because it's hungry. He didn't want to wake Songyu, so he planned to give the baby some formula. Before he could start, he heard Songyu's voice behind him. Ningze, is Ranran hungry? I woke you up. Songyu shook her head. This is my first time being a mother, and I haven't slept well either. Give Ranran to me. Ningze handed Ranran over to Songyu and sat by the bed, letting Songyu lean against him. The baby latched onto the bottle, and Songyu squinted and leaned against Ningze's chest. It turns out that having a baby is such hard work. The baby wakes up no matter what time it is, and you have to get up and take care of it. After eating for a while, Ranran vomited her ration, so I guess she was full. Ningze held Ranran over and let Songyu lie down. He burped Ranran and soothed her for a while before she fell asleep. Ningze put her in the stroller before lying down on the sofa to continue sleeping. 3 o'clock in the morning. The sound of crying came again. Ningze immediately sat up and took the baby in her arms. It turned out to be a poop, so he brought a cushion and put it on the sofa. He changed the diaper, lifted Ranran's bottom to clean it, took out a new diaper, softened it, and then changed it for Ranran. This time, Songyu was not woken up. Ningze held Ranran and coaxed her in various ways. This time, Ranran was fussy for a long time, and Ningze continued to soothe her while holding her. It was not until 4:30 a.m. that Ranran finally fell asleep. Ningze put her in the stroller and kept watch for a while, but seeing that she did not wake up, he lay down. This time, she slept until 6:30 a.m. The baby wakes up early and cries as soon as she wakes up. Ningze frowned and picked Ranran up. Ranran did it on purpose, because yesterday, Dad just praised our Ranran. Ranran immediately stopped crying and gave a little smile. Good, smug Ran, you really did it on purpose, Daddy will spank you. Although he said he would spank her, Ningze just gave her a little pat. He felt the diaper, which was already bulging, full of urine. Ningze skillfully changed the diaper before carrying Ranran to Songyu and feeding her ration. Chapter 7, during the doctor's rounds, he was forced to eat dog food. While the baby was eating his ration, Ningze lay on the sofa, planning to take a nap. It was his first time being a father, and he was indeed a bit tired last night. At that moment, ding! The host takes care of the baby for the first time at night and is rewarded 50,000 yuan. Ding! The host takes care of the baby for the second time at night and is rewarded 100 types of baby supplements. Ningze had just closed his eyes when the system's voice sounded. Ningze, you really know how to pick a time. The system didn't disturb you last night, which was pretty good, right? Ningze, it's not the right time to disturb me now. He was so sleepy that the system knew he was tired and stopped talking. Ningze took out his phone and read the account text message. He now had 100,114.14 yuan. It was still not enough, and he had to plan well, thinking that he was about to graduate. Looking at the mother and daughter lying in the hospital bed, his eyes were full of tenderness. He can't let his woman and child suffer. The idea of baby food preparation came to mind, and it was as if he could make it right now if he were given the ingredients. Babies can start eating complementary foods at the age of 4-6 months, so is he being rewarded for this skill now, so that he can get used to it first? He closed his eyes and smiled tenderly, and Songyu happened to look over. The sunlight outside the window hit his face, and his disheveled hair was gently blown by the breeze. Songyu quietly admired Ningze's beautiful face, and didn't even notice that Ranran had finished eating and spit out her ration. The ration was still dripping, and Ranran suddenly started crying. The sound of crying made Songyu's thoughts return, and woke Ningze up as soon as she had fallen asleep. Songyu then noticed that the milk had dripped onto Ranran's face, and she immediately got dressed. Ningze also walked over to the bed and took out a wet wipe for babies to wipe the milk stains off her face. Ningze, I didn't take good care of Ranran. It's okay, I'll hold her. Ningze held her in his arms and burped her. Songyu felt that she was a very negligent mother when she saw that Ningze took good care of the baby. Ningze noticed her emotions and comforted her, saying, "Don't blame yourself, we are both new parents, take it slowly, it will get better." Ningze knows that many women suffer from postpartum depression, which is caused by many factors. All he can do is to give the mother a sense of security, understand her unease, take care of her emotions, and listen to her thoughts. Songyu smiles with curved eyebrows after receiving Ningze's comfort. Seeing her smile, Ningze finally feels relieved. Have you felt better today? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Songyu feels that there is nothing wrong and she doesn't feel unwell anywhere. She shakes her head and says no. Good. If you feel unwell in any way, you must tell me, okay? Okay, honey. The two of them smiled at each other. The delivery person knocked on the door at this moment. Hello, here's your food. Thank you. The delivery person placed the breakfast on the table and then left with the cart. Holding Ranran in his arms, Ningze walked over and took a look, then said, "It's corn buns, steamed jam, and multigrain porridge. The food at the Anning Hospital is really something. By the way, I booked the Baomei Confinement Center across the street from the Anning Hospital. Once we are discharged tomorrow, we will go directly there." Baomei Confinement Center? Songyu and Li Lingxue had discussed before that Baomei Confinement Center is the best in Nanchang. They had also learned before that the 28-day package at Baomei Confinement Center starts at 49,800 yuan. The lowest grade room is about 38, with nurses and postpartum care nurses taking care of you together. If you stay in a hotel-style room, it's 49,800 yuan, and if you stay in a single-family bungalow, it's 108,888 yuan. Even the lowest one is a big financial burden for Ningze. Songyu deliberated. "Ningze, I've looked into the Baomei Postpartum Care Center, and the prices there are too high. I want the best for you. Don't worry about the money, I've already booked it." Ningze didn't know how much it would cost, but since it was arranged by the system, it couldn't be too bad. It has to be good. The system suddenly chimed in, and Ningze felt even more at ease. Songyu was still worried. Even if she had the money herself, she wouldn't have been willing to book such a good place. There would be a lot of follow-up costs when the child grew up. She wanted to save a bit and spend all the money on the child. Seeing her hesitation, Ningze put Ranran on the bed and took her hand. You've already had a hard time giving birth to our child. This is what I should do. I'll work hard to earn money. Besides, we've already booked the room, we can't cancel it now. If you don't go, wouldn't that be a waste of money?" Hearing Ningze say that, she could only agree. But Ren reminded her, "Okay, but don't be so wasteful in the future." "Okay. My wife is in charge." Songyu blushed. "Who's your wife?" "Of course I am. You gave birth to my baby, so you are my wife," Ningze said, and kissed her cheek. "Okay, breakfast will get cold if we don't eat it." The two of them forgot about this as they talked. In order to prevent Songyu from lying down all the time, Ningze asked her to get out of bed and walk to the table to eat. Songyu recovered quite quickly, and her pace quickened as she walked. Ran ran obediently in bed, allowing her parents to eat breakfast with peace of mind. After the two had finished breakfast, the doctor and nurse arrived. The doctor in charge of Songyu was surnamed Chen and was the director of the obstetrics and gynecology department in her 40s. "Dr. Chen, Nurse Su is here." The two walked into the ward, looked at Songyu, and said, "Let's find out about the condition of the mother." Songyu sat upright, waiting for Dr. Chen to ask questions. "How are the uterine contractions? Does it hurt a lot?" Dr. Chen asked. "Songyu, it only hurts a little, and I don't feel it when I'm not paying attention." Dr. Chen nods. "You're recovering well. I've never seen a natural birth recover so quickly before. But of course, it varies from person to person. Songyu, when I was pregnant, I did some moderate exercise to improve my physical fitness. Could that be the reason?" Dr. Chen, "That could be a factor." "How's the baby? Has it passed any stools yet?" Songyu, "It passed some stools yesterday. The baby is very well behaved." Dr. Chen and Nurse Su looked at the baby in the bed, and indeed, he was very well behaved. He wasn't disturbing his parents, but was quietly staying by himself. "Dr. Chen, that's good. You need to pay more attention to personal hygiene, and the baby's bottom as well. After pooping, you need to clean it up properly, so that there is no stink left." At this point, Ningze finally chimed in. "Don't worry, Dr. Chen, I will take good care of the baby." Dr. Chen was very confident in Ningze, and he had looked very competent yesterday. "Good father of the year." Dr. Chen gave him a thumbs up, but also said that he should take care of the mother and her emotions. Hearing Dr. Chen mention himself, Song spoke up for Ningzai. "Dr. Chen, my husband is very good to me and takes very good care of me and the baby." After she finished, the two of them looked at each other and gave Dr. Chen and Nurse Su a hard time by feeding them a line of dog food. Chapter 8: The First Bath for the Baby. Dr. Chen and Nurse Su are getting on in years, and it's really hard for them to be on display like this. "Okay, we'll leave first." Out of sight, out of mind, the two of them quickly left. Whoa! Whoa! Suddenly, Ran ran into tears on the bed. Ningza quickly walked over and picked Ran up, worried that she had pooped. Ningza sniffed, but there was no smell. She had just eaten, so she shouldn't be hungry. Ningza held her and cooed. "What's wrong, Ran? Did mommy and daddy ignore you while they were talking?" "Ran, be a good girl, mommy and daddy haven't ignored you. It's Auntie Chen and Auntie Sue who came to ask about mommy's condition, so they've been distracted." Ran, be a good girl, don't cry." Ningza gently weighed her in his arms and patted her bottom. Ran quickly stopped crying. She even opened her eyes and gave a little smile. Ningza immediately carried Ran to Song Yu's side and said, Look." The baby opened her eyes and smiled. Ran seemed to know that her father had brought her to her mother, and she smiled again. "Ningzai, when Ran grows up, she will definitely be a happy child. That's a given. After all, when her mother smiles so beautifully, our Ran will smile so happily. Ningzai is really good at talking, at making babies happy and mothers happy. Song Yu feels very lucky. She doesn't know much about Ningzai, except which department he belongs to. After that, she never saw him again and has no impression of him. After spending these past 2 days together, she thinks Ningzai is great. True feelings are revealed without one being aware, and if he didn't like Ran, he wouldn't have taken such good care of her. Thinking that this person will be her husband in the future, he really is very good. What are you smiling at? Song Yu shakes her head, she doesn't want to tell Ningzai. Then let me guess. Okay, if you guess correctly, I'll give you a kiss as a reward. In the past 2 days, Ningzai has not failed to kiss her, but he has only kissed her on the cheek or the corner of her mouth. Song Yu guessed that Ningzai was probably testing the waters, afraid that she would not like it, so he kissed her on the cheek and the corner of her mouth. Ningzai heard this and thought it was a good reward. He weighed the situation and thought about it. Isn't it great to have a husband like me? What the hell? He got it right on the first try. Seeing Song Yu's expression, Ningzai knew he had guessed correctly. Did I guess right? Although Ningzai had already guessed, he wanted to hear Song Yu say it. Song Yu held up her finger and beckoned, Ningzai, come here. Obediently, Ningzai walked over with a puzzled look. Ningzai was 1.8 meters tall, and Song Yu was sitting on the bed, only reaching his armpit. Look down. Ningzai bent slightly, lowered his head, and still held Ran in his arms. Song Yu suddenly put her arms around his neck and kissed him. This time, Song Yu took the initiative to kiss him, and she kissed him on the lips. Ningzai, imprint my mark, and you will be mine from now on. Ningzai froze. Had he been confessed to by the school flower? Ran in his arms made a noise, so Song Yu held her over and teased her. Ran, daddy will be mommy's from now on. Are you happy, Ran? Ran made a sound of approval. Ningzai, why are you so quiet? Are you regretting it? Ningzai came back to his senses. Regretting it? What is regret? Does it even exist? You're overthinking it. I'm overjoyed. I never thought I'd be with the school beauty. And she gave birth to my baby. Seeing his dazed expression, Song Yu couldn't help but smile. You're not bad, why is it impossible? In her eyes, Ningzai is the best. Ningzai suddenly thought of his ex-girlfriend Mo Shuewei. Should he tell Song Yu? After thinking about it, he decided not to. She had just given birth to a baby, and it would be bad if she got emotional. Ningzai went to the bathroom and found that the handle was a bit cold. Song Yu had just given birth to a baby and could not touch cold things. He found some cotton cloth and wrapped the door handle. Ningza, what are you doing? You just gave birth to a baby, and this doorknob is so cold. I wrapped it up. I saw you wrapping it up with the corner of your shirt last night. I did this so you wouldn't feel the cold. What a heartwarming little gesture. I never thought that a small action like this would be remembered by Ningza. Ningza, how come you remembered something that I didn't even care about? You're the mother, if I don't remember your things, who else's things would I remember? Ningza picked up Ran, and I'll go give Ran a bath while you lie in bed or walk around a bit. You'll bathe the baby? Of course I will, I'll do it all. Ningza said lovingly. Holding the baby, she went to the bathroom and touched the water she had just put in. The water temperature was just right. Newborn babies have delicate skin, so the ideal water temperature for bathing is 3840 C. If the water is too hot, it can easily burn the baby's skin. If it is too low, the baby is newborn and has a weak constitution and poor resistance, so it is also easy to catch a cold. The indoor temperature should ideally be 26. All of this must be taken into account. Ningze first washed Ran's face, then her hair, and finally took off her clothes to wash her body. Ningze used the cradle bath method to bathe Ran. He lifted Ran up in his arms, supporting her head and neck with one hand while expertly washing her body with the other. Songyu went to the bathroom to check and stood in the doorway, amazed. She can't even wash, but Ningze is very talented at taking care of the baby. Newborn babies are very fragile and need special care. Ningze carefully protected Ran's head, neck, and waist, keeping her in a straight line. Soon, Ran was all washed up. Ningze wrapped Ran up and carried her to the sofa. Ding! The host gets a 50,000 yuan reward for bathing the baby for the first time. As the system speaks, a text message alert sounds. Ningze knows exactly what is going on. He now has 150,114.14 yuan. Ningze, system, is the cash reward always 50,000 yuan? Host, that's the case for now. Everything happens gradually. Ningze, okay. Songyu finds Ran's clothes and wants to help put them on. Ningze took the clothes over and wouldn't let her help, putting them on for Ran himself. Ningze, I can still put clothes on myself. You're making me look like a loser. Ningze said angrily, what are you talking about? You're not a loser. I'm worried about you and don't want you to get tired. You have to bend down to dress the baby, and you just gave birth, so you have to take care of your back. You don't need to do these little things yourself, understand? Although Ningze's tone of voice was accusatory, it was full of love. Songyu used to watch videos of newborns being taken care of by their mothers while their fathers played games or watched videos. In contrast, Ningze is really a responsible father. From yesterday until now, Ningze has only looked at his phone a handful of times. After dressing Ran, Songyu sat on the sofa with her in her arms. Ningze went to the bathroom and tidied up the things he had used in the shower. Chapter 9. Still want to use him? Dream on. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Songyu looked over and saw Li Lingxue coming. Songyu teased Ran, oh, Ran, it's your godmother. Li Lingxue walked in, sat down next to Songyu, and spoke to Ran, your godmother is here. Say godmother. Ran was still young and couldn't say godmother yet. Songyu said in a child's voice. Li Lingxue imitated her, saying, good, Ran will call you mommy first, then godmother, and finally daddy. Ran immediately became unhappy, and Songyu laughed, saying, call daddy and then call godmother. Ran then smiled, and Li Lingxue said sadly, you ungrateful little brat, when you were in my tummy, it was godmother who kept you company. Li Lingxue didn't really care, as a child, she didn't know anything. She looked around the ward and didn't see Ningze. She asked, where is Ningze? Why isn't he here taking care of Ran? Ran is his child, how can you be the only one taking care of her? Songyu couldn't help but laugh and cry. Lingxue, that's not true, Ningze. Songyu's words were interrupted by Li Lingxue before she could finish. You don't need to speak for him, I knew he wasn't a reliable person. I shouldn't have trusted you with him. I trusted him so much yesterday. I'm so disappointed. Li Lingxue became more and more angry as she spoke, and Songyu couldn't interrupt. She planned to wait until she finished speaking before explaining. Before she could speak, Ningze came out. Li Lingxue was taken aback when she saw Ningze suddenly appear. Seeing the freshly washed baby clothes in his hands, Li Lingxue felt embarrassed. She seems to have misunderstood. Hey, Ningze, what a coincidence. Ningze didn't say anything, took a clothes hanger, and went to the balcony to hang up the clothes. Songyu then explained, you really misunderstood him. He's been taking care of Ran. Before you came, he just gave Ran a bath and then washed her clothes. Li Lingxue smiled awkwardly and scratched her hair. I knew it, he's reliable. Ningzi came in and just happened to hear this again. So she got to say all the bad things? Ding! The host is washing clothes for the baby for the first time, and is rewarded with a nursery rhyme library. Nursery rhymes? Just mentioning the words nursery rhymes, and they came to mind. There's everything, there'll be plenty to sing to Ran Ran in the future. Seeing Li Lingxue coming, Ningzi planned to go out and buy something. You chat with Li Lingxue, I'll go out and buy you some fruit. Okay. Ningzi took the car keys and left. Li Lingxue's expression was very ugly. Songyu, is Ningzi angry? No, don't worry, he's not a mean person. Hearing Songyu say this, Li Lingxue felt relieved. Ningzi drove to the largest shopping mall near Anning Hospital. The mall had imported fruits for sale, so he bought some to supplement Songyu's diet. Walking into the mall, he went straight to the fruit section. He picked up a basket and went to the refrigerator to choose. He took some each of the following: sunrose, cherries, oranges, and kiwis. These fruits can provide a suitable amount of vitamins and are also good for the skin of the new mother. When he arrived at the checkout counter, the young lady behind the counter said gently, "Handsome, just open the payment code and tap it on the code reading area to complete the payment." Ding! Payment successful. He glanced at the text message and saw that the payment was successful. The fruits here are indeed more expensive than outside, but they look fresh, and the main thing is that they are good for the new mother. The store even kindly gave him a basket to carry the food in, which was very classy. Carrying the basket, he walked to the door of a health food store. Ningzi planned to see if there was anything that could supplement the postpartum body weakness of the new mother. This store was very famous and also sold imported products. As soon as he walked in, a clerk warmly greeted him. "Hello, sir, what can I help you with? Is it for yourself or a gift? For an elderly person or an adult?" "Hello, my wife just gave birth, I'm looking for something suitable for the new mother." The clerk immediately understood. He led Ningzi to a counter and picked up a box of something and introduced it. This is a probiotic protein powder drink, which contains imported whey protein and black soy protein. The two high-quality nutrients complement each other. Many new mothers buy this one. Most importantly, it is a double protein from both plants and animals. The clerk went on to say some other benefits, which Ningzi also found acceptable. "How long can I eat this for?" "There are 12 bars in a box, so if you eat one a day, it will last for 12 days. "Then give me a month's supply." "Sir, we are having a sale right now, buy 5 get 3 free, buy 3 get 1 free. Do you want to stock up?" Ningzi didn't know if Son Yushi would like it, and was worried about wasting if he bought too much. "I'll take 3 boxes, just in case my wife doesn't like it and it goes to waste." Ningzi laughed, his smile was very bright. The shop assistant envied Ningzi's wife, who cared so much about her husband and was also very pretty. "Okay, if you like it, you can buy it next time." The shop assistant quickly packed the goods, Ningzi paid and left with his purchases. When he arrived at the car park and got into his car, he saw a familiar figure. Imo Shuawei and the same man from last time, Gu Xiao, got out of the car opposite. Imo Shuawei was holding onto Gu Xiao's hand, their movements very intimate. But this was none of Ningzi's business, and he planned to wait until the two had gone far away before starting the car. However, Imo Shuawei saw him. Looking at Ningzi sitting in the BMW, Imo Shuawei let go of the man with the glasses and walked over to the window. She couldn't believe it. "Ningzi, you rented a BMW again? You're having such a hard time making ends meet, there's really no need to rack up debt just to save face." Imo Shuawei was very pleased with herself. She didn't believe for a second that Ningzi could afford a BMW. Ningzi didn't bother arguing with her and immediately started the car. Imo Shuawei ran in front of the car to block his way. Gu Xiao stood on the side with his hands in his pockets, watching the show. He was very happy in his heart that he had won the woman of the school's most popular guy. Looking at the playful smile on the corner of his mouth, Ningzi immediately realized that Gu Xiao and Imo Shuawei were just having fun. Seeing Ningzi stop the car, Imo Shuawei walked over to the window. Seeing that the car was some distance away from Gu Xiao, she spoke recklessly, "Ningzi, is it hard for you to be broken up with by me?" Ningzi laughed, "Are you sick? You." Imo Shuawei wanted to get angry, but then she changed the subject and said, "Ningzi, how about spending the night with me?" Imo Shuawei said this while looking at Ningzi's lower body. Ningzi immediately understood. He sneered. Does that mean the man can't satisfy you anymore? You want to use his money and then use my body? Imo Shuawei smiled without saying a word. You're sick. Ningzhe now felt sick when he saw Imo Shuawei. While Imo Shuawei wasn't paying attention, he started the car and left. Imo Shuawei gritted her teeth in anger, turned around to collect herself before walking back to Gu Xiao's side, smiling slightly and saying, Gu Xiao, let's go, I was just saying hello. In fact, Gu Xiao didn't care at all, and when he got bored, he would just find someone else. Chapter 10 Husband, I'll feed you. Ningzhe returned to the hospital, and Li Lingxue was still there. Li Lingxue felt sorry for what had just happened and said, Ningzhe, I misunderstood you just now. I'm sorry. Ningzhe didn't care about it in the first place. I'm not angry. You're Yuer's best friend, and it's only natural to think of her. I don't want to dwell on this anymore, so Ningzhe changed the subject. I bought some fruit, so I'll wash it for you. Thanks, honey. Song Yu laughed. Ningzhe put down what he was doing and took a little of each kind. After washing the sun roses one by one and putting them on a plate with the cherries, he peeled the oranges and the kiwis, cut them into small pieces, and then stuck them on with fruit picks. The fruit seller thoughtfully gave him fruit skewers, but he didn't notice when paying the bill. The service was really good. He turned the fruit over and saw a pack of fruit skewers lying in the basket. Ningzhe took the fruit plate out and put it on the table. Yuer, I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought you some that are good for new mothers. This sunshine rose is very sweet, try it. Ningzhe said, poking a fruit skewer into one and bringing it to Song Yu's mouth. Wow, it really is sweet, Ningzhe, you really know how to shop. I like it. The sweetness made Song Yu's eyes narrow. In fact, the fruit Ningzhe bought, she usually likes to eat, especially cherries. When she was pregnant with Ran, she ate a lot of them. If they were available all year round, that would be great. Seeing that she liked it, Ningzhe was happy. He held Ran over to her, and Ran obediently stayed in his arms without crying. Song Yu also inserted a sunflower rose for Ningzhe to eat. Ningzhe, I'll feed you. Ningzhe opened his mouth and accepted Song Yu's feeding. Li Lingxue sat on the side, feeling that she was superfluous. Looking at the fruit in front of her, she didn't have an appetite at all. You three can stay by yourselves, I'm leaving. Song Yu laughed lightly and didn't try to stop her. Li Lingxue looked back at the family of three laughing and chatting, not caring about her at all, and left without looking back. Aren't you afraid that Li Lingxue will be angry? Song Yu shook her head. She won't be. We've known each other for many years, and I know her personality. Just now, I thought Ran was being good, but then in just a moment, she started crying. Why is my baby crying? Did she poop? Let Daddy take a look. Whenever Ran cries, Ningzhe will be the first to pick her up and soothe her. Song Yu has spent very little time looking after children, and she thinks she would not have been able to do it without Ningzhe. Ningzhe feels the nappy, which is already bulging. Oh, Ran didn't protest until she was full, so Dad will change you early next time. Ya. Ya. Ran expresses her emotions. It's so full that it makes her uncomfortable, no wonder she's crying. Ningzhe changes the clean diaper, and Ran smiles. Ningzhe teases Ran, are you comfortable now, you little brat? Song Yu feels her breasts getting full. Aze, hold Ran for me, I'm engorged, let's see if Ran is hungry. Hold Ran over and hand her over to Song Yu. Song Yu unbuttoned her shirt and started to feed her. Ran drank for a while, then spat out the milk, and even threw up. This scared Song Yu. She said nervously, Ningzhe, Ran threw up, what should we do? Don't worry, she just ate too much. Ningzhe picked up Ran and burped her. Ran refused to eat, so Song Yu had to express the milk. Ningzhe, can you get the breast pump for me? Sure. Ningzhe puts Ran in the stroller and finds the breast pump. This breast pump is made of high-quality latex, which is heat-resistant, has no peculiar smell and does not produce harmful substances. It also has 3 modes, massage, pumping, and pulsating, which Song Yu is familiar with. Soon, a 60 milliliters bottle is full. Song Yu feels that the other side is still very full and will become uncomfortable if she does not pump. Ningzhe, can you look and see if there are any empty bottles? What's wrong? Not enough to fill it? Well, maybe we need another one. Ningzhe rummaged in the cupboard and found an empty bottle. Suddenly, he had an idea, and put the bottle back again, and found something to cover it. There are no more bottles. Ah, what should we do? Engorgement is very uncomfortable. Of course, he knew it was uncomfortable. This is why he came to help her. Ningzhe walked over to the bed, looking worried. If is uncomfortable, I can only help you. What? Like the last time you expressed milk? Seeing Ningzhe's expression of thinking of her best, Songyu could only agree, otherwise there was no better way. If she went out to buy some more, she would have to wait a long time, and she was in a lot of pain. With Songyu's permission, Ningzhe was ready to get started. Looking up, he saw that the ward door was wide open, so he quickly went over and closed it. Then Ningzhe walked back to the bedside and patiently helped Songyu. Songyu felt that this was a completely different feeling from the breast pump. Being held in Ningzhe's mouth made her feel warm. Songyu didn't know that Ningzhe was doing it on purpose, and she felt that Ningzhe had helped her, and she was very grateful, otherwise she would have suffered a lot. It is said that for women who have been suffering from engorgement for too long, it may even cause localized fever in the breasts, or even an increase in body temperature, and in the worst cases, it may even lead to localized suppurative inflammation of the breasts. Thinking about this, Songyu felt scared. She let Ningzhe help her, and her thoughts were completely absent from Ningzhe. After a moment, Ningzhe looked up and smiled, asking, "Is it still swollen?" Songyu felt it and shook her head, as she no longer had that feeling of engorged milk. "It's already much better, thank you, Ningzhe." "What are you thanking me for? I'm just happy to be able to help you. If there's another time, it'll be even better." Songyu didn't notice that Ningzhe's smile had a different meaning, and just took it as something for her own good. "So next time gets engorged, I'll continue to help you, okay?" Songyu didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. Ningzhe got up and walked over to Ran Ran. He whispered in Ran Ran's ear, "Mommy is silly, isn't she cute?" Ran Ran opened her eyes and giggled. Songyu got dressed and walked over to the table and saw 4 boxes. "Ningzhe, what is this?" Ningzhe looked back at her. He looked at the things on the table and realized that he had forgotten to give them to her. "I bought these at the health food store. The clerk said that many new mothers buy this brand. If you like it, we can keep buying it next time. I like everything you buy." Songyu realized that Ningzhe had excellent taste. The stroller was her favorite color, and the fruit he bought was also her favorite. Ningzhe said, and opened a box, personally making a cup of tea for Songyu. The water temperature was just right, and boiling water could not be used, otherwise the nutrients it contained would be lost. "Here, my husband will serve you personally." Songyu wanted to reach out to take it, but Ningzhe avoided it, and wouldn't be satisfied until he had personally fed her a drink. The affection between the two quickly grew. Perhaps it was because they were connected by their daughter that brought them closer together. Chapter 11, Taking the Baby Out in the Sun to Reward Her with Magic Potion? In the evening, Ran Ran began to cry. Ningzhe had experience from the first night and quickly picked Ran Ran up. However, no matter how he coaxed her tonight, it was of little use. If it had been during the day, Ran Ran would have been coaxed to sleep, but tonight, for some reason, no matter what Ningzhe did, she wouldn't be coaxed to sleep. He stood up, held Ran Ran in his arms, and gave her some formula. Afraid of disturbing Songyu, Ningzhe carried Ran Ran across the bathroom to the balcony, then closed the door. The father and daughter stayed on the balcony, and he patted Ran Ran's bottom. "Ran Ran, be good, mommy is having a hard time. Ran Ran, keep your voice down, don't disturb mommy, okay? Daddy is here with Ran Ran, don't cry." The little treasure in his arms didn't care what he said. The more he said, the louder Ran Ran cried, and this made Ningzhe completely at a loss. Ningzhe fed the prepared milk into Ran Ran's mouth, but Ran Ran resisted and spit out the nipple, not drinking a single mouthful, protesting with his cries. The sound of crying spread to the ward, and Songyu, who was in the hospital bed, had already been woken up. She put on her shoes and walked to the door of the balcony. Knock, knock. Songyu knocked lightly on the balcony door. "Ningzhe, what's wrong with Ran Ran? Is she hungry?" Hearing Songyu's voice, Ningzhe reluctantly opened the door. Songyu picked up Ran Ran, walked back to the bed, and then fed the baby. Ran Ran stopped crying after eating her mother's ration. So it turned out that she wanted to eat her mother's ration instead of formula milk. Ningzhe felt sorry for her. Since he couldn't feed her, he would take good care of her. He sat behind Songyu and let her lean on his chest. In this way, Songyu held Ran Ran in Ningze's arms, while Ningzhe held the mother and daughter in his arms. The three of them snuggled together in a very warm scene. After Ran Ran had eaten enough, Ningzai picked her up and let Songyu lie down to sleep first. He carried his little treasure around the hospital room, burped Ran Ran, and then coaxed her to sleep. A nursery rhyme suddenly popped into his head, and Ningzai followed the voice in his head and sang the rhyme. Little swallow, wearing a flowery coat, comes here every spring. I asked the swallow why you came, and the swallow said, the spring here is the most beautiful. Ningzai hummed the song lightly. After a long while, Ran Ran in his arms finally quieted down. Finally, after coaxing Ran Ran to sleep, Ningzai lay down and closed his eyes tiredly. He fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, in a daze, he heard Ran Ran making noises again. Ningzai quickly picked Ran Ran up and handed her over to Songyu. That night, neither of them slept well, and they kept repeating the process of feeding. While Songyu was feeding Ran Ran, Ningzai would massage her to help relieve her lower back pain. Having a baby is not just her responsibility. As the father, no matter how much he says, it is better to do more to share the burden. So after each feeding, Ningzai would hold Ran Ran and burp her to help her fall asleep. If she urinated or had a stinky poop, he would change her diaper. He did whatever he could. Ningzai felt the diaper and brought a new one to change Ran Ran's diaper. Then he held her in his arms and cooed at her. Mommy and Daddy are here, Ran Ran, don't cry. Be a good girl, Ran Ran is the best girl. Seeing that Ran Ran had calmed down, Ningzai whispered a suggestion. Why don't we try something different, let Ran Ran sleep next to you. I think if Ran Ran can smell her mother's scent and feel secure, she won't cry as easily. Ningzai actually hesitated a little when he said this. He was afraid that it would have the opposite effect and make Songyu even more tired. Okay. Songyu nodded with a smile. She took Ran Ran from Ningzai's hands, placed her under her armpit, and patted her gently. Ningzai watched the mother and daughter fall asleep, covered them up, and then went back to the sofa to lie down. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he woke up, it was already dawn. Looking over at the bed, he saw that both mother and daughter were sleeping peacefully. Ningzai felt relieved and thought, it seems that this method is still working. He went into the bathroom to wash up, and when he came out, he saw Songyu already holding her baby and feeding her. You're awake? Ningzai asked with a smile. Songyu wasn't in the best of spirits, and Ningzai felt very sorry for her. He walked over and saw that Ran Ran had already eaten, so he picked her up and burped her. Then he petted Songyu's head fondly and said, you go back to sleep for a while, I'll take care of Ran Ran. Okay, thank you, Ningzai. Songyu was really sleepy, and she had woken up more times last night than the first night. After saying that, she fell asleep and quickly entered a state of sleep. Ningzai looked at her, silly and very cute. Holding Ran Ran in his arms, he walked out of the ward. Ningzai wandered around the hospital, which was not very busy as it was early. Ningzai walked to the end of the 12th floor and saw a large terrace on this side. The morning sun was just right, shining through the glass door. Ningzai pushed open the door and walked out, breathing in the fresh morning air. The sun wasn't too strong at this point, and he planned to take Ran Ran out to get some sun. Appropriate sun exposure is good for babies and can effectively prevent jaundice and calcium deficiency. However, Ningzai is still worried that the sunlight will irritate the baby's eyes and affect the child's vision. He sits on a step on the terrace, cradles Ran Ran in his arms, and pulls one corner of the small blanket covering Ran Ran just enough to block the sun from shining in the baby's eyes. The father and daughter quietly bask in the sun on the terrace when Nurse Sue happens to pass by. She walks over and asks with a smile, bringing your child out to bask in the sun? Ningzai looked up at Nurse Sue and said, well, I heard that sunbathing is good for babies, so I brought my baby here to get some sun and let the mother rest. Why are you here, Nurse Sue? Nurse Sue said, I came to do a ward round and saw you on the terrace, so I came to see you. You are really considerate, and your wife is so lucky to have such a considerate and good husband. The pain of giving birth is worth it. The pain of giving birth is much worse. It's so painful to give birth to such a big baby. Thinking about this, he felt sorry for Songyu. Nurse Sue looked at the baby in Ningzai's arms and said, your baby is really very well behaved. Ningzai smiled and said, you haven't seen her crying and screaming last night. I still have things to do, so I'll go first. It's good for newborns to get some sun, but not for too long. 10-15 minutes at a time is fine, in small amounts and multiple times. Nurse Sue said as she left. Okay, thanks a lot, Nurse Sue. Ningzai calculated the time and estimated that it was about time. It's June, and the morning sun is not that hot. After basking in the sun for long enough, he holds Ran and goes back to the ward. Ding! The host gets a bottle of magical potion for basking in the sun with the baby. What's the magical potion for? Since the host has been taking care of the baby for 2 nights and has been so tired, the magical potion helps the host to regain energy. Can the mother use it? Will it affect breastfeeding? Yes, it doesn't affect breastfeeding. Produced by this system, it's unique. The potion is colorless and odorless, just drop a few drops into some water and drink it. Awesome! Simply perfect. Chapter 12, Discharge from the Hospital and Going to the Postpartum Care Center. Ningzhe was overjoyed. After the system finished speaking, he felt a weight in his pocket. He reached in and felt around, and found a small object in his pocket. He raised the corners of his mouth and gave a small smile. The father and daughter walked back to the ward. As soon as they pushed the door open, Ningzhe saw Songyu sorting out the blanket he had been sleeping under on the sofa. He walked quickly over and took her hand. Don't do this, I'll take care of it. It's fine, it's not heavy work, Songyu smiled. Listen, you don't need to do this when you're with me. I'm here for you, no matter what. Ningzhe spoke as he put Ran in the stroller, reached over and took the blanket from her hands, and folded it up. Songyu felt happy. Ningzhe was really considerate, unlike most men, who just tell you to drink more hot water. She looked at the baby in the stroller and exclaimed, Ningzhe, I've just noticed that Ran's hair is very dark. Ningzhe had already noticed this. With this amount of hair, he doesn't have to worry about his little one having a receding hairline. Not only is it dark, it's also very thick, so Yura can tie up any cute hairstyle she wants for Ran in the future. Ningzhe walks over to Songyu and the two of them admire the baby in the stroller. Should I shave the baby's hair? I looked it up online before, and some people say to shave it, while others say not to. Songyu asks curiously. Ningzhe immediately gave her a science lesson. You don't have to shave the baby's hair. Some parents think that if their baby has sparse hair, shaving it will make it grow back thicker, but there is no medical basis for this. And the baby's skin is so tender when they're born, I'm worried that a razor will hurt the baby's skin. But our Ran had thick hair from birth, so there was no need to shave it. Songyu heard that a razor can hurt the baby's skin, so she would never agree to shave the baby's hair. Ningzhe, it's best not to shave Ran's hair. Okay, we'll do whatever the mother wants. People will be envious of having such a thick head of hair. Some babies are born with sparse hair, and even if you shave it, the hair that grows back will be the same, so it doesn't really matter whether you shave it or not. The two were discussing their baby's hair when Dr. Chen arrived. Songyu trusted Ningzhe and didn't ask Dr. Chen about the baby's hair. Dr. Chen looked at the baby and saw that she was lying quietly in the stroller. He smiled and said, I came to inform you that you can be discharged today. Songyu was the happiest when she heard the news of discharge. She actually didn't like being in the hospital, and the unpleasant smell of disinfectant made her feel uncomfortable. At this time, Dr. Chen added, Don't think that you can let your guard down just because you're discharged. There are still many things to pay attention to. Mothers need to come back to the hospital for postpartum checkups 28 and 42 days after giving birth. You must keep warm and avoid catching a cold. It's summer, but you must still pay attention. You must also pay attention to your personal hygiene, especially your private parts. Observe the discharge from your private parts, and if the color or smell is unusual, or if you have abdominal pain, you must come to the hospital for treatment immediately. You must do a good job of the postpartum month, avoid excessive fatigue, maintain emotional stability, and prevent postpartum depression. Have you remembered all of this? Dr. Chen looked at the two of them with a smile. Songyu was confused, but Ningzhe had remembered it all. He knew what to do and said, I've got it all down, thank you, Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, then you can go and complete the discharge procedures. Just come back for a follow-up appointment on time, and don't forget to have the baby checked up, okay? Ningzhe smiled and saw Dr. Chen off, saying, Got it, Dr. Chen. After seeing Dr. Chen off, Ningzhe began to pack up. You go and change first, Ningzhe said as he packed up. Okay. Songyu walked over to the sofa and picked up her bag, which just so happened to contain a set of clothes that she had prepared especially for leaving the hospital. The baby seemed to know that her parents were busy and was not crying, lying quietly in the stroller. Songyu got changed and came out of the bathroom. Ningzhe looked over and saw that she was wearing baggy wide-legged pants, a long-sleeved t-shirt on top, and a fisherman's hat. Her long, curly hair was covered by the hat, and her overall style was very casual, but it couldn't hide her beauty. Ningzai, is this okay? Song-yu asked hopefully. Ningzai didn't expect Song-yu to ask for his opinion. He smiled and said, "It looks great. Even in hospital clothes, Yor has a unique beauty." Praised by Ningzai, Song-yu shyly lowered her head. She changed the subject and asked, "Are you packed?" "I'm all packed. Wait here for me while I go through the discharge procedures. After that, we'll go directly to the Baomei Postpartum Care Center across the street." After saying this, Ningzai took his phone and went out. Half an hour later, Ningzai returned to the ward. "Let's go, the paperwork is done, we can go home." He walked over to the stroller and teased Ranran, "Mommy is going home, are you happy, Ranran?" Ranran babbled in the stroller. Ningzai picks up his bag and pushes the stroller, preventing Song-yu from taking anything. Song-yu sees that he has taken care of everything and doesn't try to take over, because she knows that Ningzai won't let her. They push Ranran to the elevator. Nurse Su sees the two of them at the nurse's station and quickly walks over. "Are you leaving the hospital now?" "Oops, let me take another look at Ranran, because it will be hard to see her again in the future," Nurse Su said, and then teased Ranran in the stroller. Ranran was very cooperative and didn't cry. "Nurse Su, the baby will come back for a checkup later, and you can see Ranran then." Song-yu smiled. "Oh, I really don't want to let her go. I want to take Ranran away with me." Nurse Su simply couldn't let go. She wanted to tease Ranran for a while longer, but the elevator arrived. Nurse Su said with reluctance, "Remember to find me when you come for the checkup so I can make the arrangements for you." "Okay, thanks, Nurse Su." Saying goodbye to Nurse Su, the family of three takes the elevator down to the parking lot. When they arrive at the BMW, Song-yu is a little surprised. She only knew it was a BMW, but she didn't know it was a BMW X7. "Ningzai, you're so lucky. It's a BMW X7. Ningzai smiles tenderly and opens the passenger door for Song-yu. "You and your daughter are my lucky stars." Song-yu got in, the car seat was very comfortable, and Ningzai took Ranran and put her in her arms. He had actually forgotten to buy a car seat. After settling in at the postpartum care center, he would have to buy a car seat and put it in the car. The stroller was automatic, you could push a button and it would automatically fold up, and push it again and it would automatically open, very convenient. Even if you were alone with the baby, you wouldn't have to worry. Ningzai put the stroller in the trunk, and put the bag and other things in the back seat of the car. After putting everything away, he got in the car. He pulled the seatbelt, fastened it for Song-yu, and then fastened it for himself. The two of them smiled at each other. "Sit tight. Here we go. P.S. guys, if you like it, be sure to give me a free push for more chapters. Love you all. Your lovely lemon, Mua." Chapter 13, the most luxurious package at the postpartum care center. The car drove for less than 5 minutes and arrived at the Baomei Postpartum Care Center. When they arrived at the gate, they could see the view of the community. There were high-rise buildings, single-family houses, and gardens. The community was the exclusive property of the Baomei Postpartum Care Center. Ningzai got out of the car and walked to the back of the car to get the stroller. The stroller opens in a second, which is very convenient. He went to the passenger seat, took Ranran from Song-yu's hands and put her in the stroller before helping Song-yu out of the car. The two walked into the reception area, where they were immediately warmly greeted by a staff member. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. I'm Zhao, the receptionist at the reception center. Could you please provide the name of your reservation? I'll check for you. Only people with reservations will come here, so the receptionist won't ask if you have a reservation." Ningzai. He spoke indifferently. The receptionist tapped the tablet in her hand and confirmed Ningzai's identity. With a sweet smile, she said, "Mr. Ning. Your small Western-style house is ready. This way, please." "Small Western-style house? It's a small Western-style house?" Song-yu froze. Small Western-style houses basically start at 8W8, and the most expensive ones are 10W8. How could Ningzai afford to book such a good postpartum care package for her? First, it was the BMW worth millions, and now it was a luxurious confinement package. In addition to being lucky, Ningzai also gave her an increasingly mysterious impression, making her unable to fathom him. Ningzai took a few steps and noticed that Song-yu had not followed him. He turned back and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Song-yu couldn't figure it out, but she didn't want to ask him either. She simply didn't want to figure it out, and obediently followed Ningzai. They arrived in front of a small Western-style building, and a line of people stood at the entrance. An older auntie came out and said, "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. I am the housekeeper of Building 10. You can call me Auntie Lee." After introducing herself, Auntie Lee began introducing the others. There was the retired chief of pediatrics from Manning Hospital, as well as 4 experienced nurses and nursery staff. Even the meals were prepared by 2 people, and there was someone dedicated to hygiene. There were also some staff members who had not been introduced. Ningzai looked at this lineup and sighed inwardly, it really is a luxury package. After the introduction, Auntie Lee took Ningzai and Songyu inside for a tour. As they went in, the receptionist thought to herself, this man looks so handsome and young, and he actually booked the most luxurious package at their postpartum care center. Ningzai and Songyu followed Auntie Lee into the small Western-style building. The building had 2 floors, with the living room on the first floor and 3 rooms. For the convenience of the new mother, she would stay in the room on the first floor. The other 2 rooms, one is a nursing room and the other is a nursery. The nurse will help the mother do postpartum rehabilitation, and the nursery staff will also take care of the baby. There is also a bedroom and a small study on the second floor. The bedroom can be provided for family members to live in, making it convenient for family members to visit the baby and the mother. The study can be used by the employer to handle work-related matters. After touring the small house, Songyu felt that this package must be very expensive. She pulled Ningzai aside and whispered, "This little house looks expensive. Don't worry, you can stay here without a care. Don't worry, a new mother shouldn't be anxious, understand? I'll take care of everything, I won't let you suffer." Ningzai was very firm in his attitude when it came to taking care of Songyu. A woman's body is already weakened after giving birth, and she shouldn't be made to suffer during the month-long postpartum recovery period. But Songyu was about to say something else when Ningzai interrupted. "Don't say but, just do as you're told, mommy," Ningzai said gently. Ningzai had a bright smile and a gentle tone of voice, and Songyu couldn't bear to refuse anymore, so she nodded and agreed. After bringing the clothes they'd brought into the room, Ningzai and Songyu played with Ranran in the living room. It was almost lunchtime. The confinement meal was custom-made, and the family members would ask what they wanted to eat. Auntie Lee took the menu and ordered Ningzai's food. Songyu looked at the names and pictures of the dishes on the menu and gulped. She really wanted to eat. Her little actions were seen by Ningzai, who thought Songyu was very cute. Ningzai ordered a few dishes he liked, and after Auntie Lee took down the order, she turned and went to the kitchen. The living room was left with just the 3 of them. Ranyan started crying for some reason, and Ningzai instinctively picked her up. The nursery staff, who were responsible for taking care of the baby, heard the sound and came running. When they saw that the baby was already in the hands of the father, they froze in their movements. Ningzai was very skilled at comforting the baby, and they watched for a while without bothering to go over. He was a young man, and yet he knew how to take care of the baby so well and was very professional, even more skilled than they were. This was the first time they had encountered such an employer in their careers. If you have to come to a postpartum care center and take care of the baby yourself, it's better to just stay at home and have a postpartum rest. They stood silently by, watching the baby stop crying, and then quietly return to the nursery. "Why is Ranran crying? Is she hungry? Iya. What? Not hungry? Then did she have to go potty? Iya. Not that either? Then she wants her daddy to hold her, right?" Ningzai said to himself, holding Ranran and swinging her around. Songyu looked on, smiling happily. "Look, baby, mommy's smiling." Ranran was wrapped in a small blue blanket, her little head the only thing showing. The hat she was wearing had an elephant pattern on it, and she was just too cute. Thinking that there were still some diapers in the trunk of the car, Ningzai asked Songyu to hold Ranran. "What's wrong?" Songyu asked with a smile. "Nothing, there are still a few packs of diapers in the trunk, I'll bring them in first." "Okay, go ahead, but take your time." Songyu was concerned about him, and Ningzai smiles lightly, "I know, mommy." Ningzai drives the BMW to the door of the small Western-style building and parks it. There is just one parking space here, which should be exclusive to the small Western-style building. After parking the car, he opens the trunk. Seeing that there are still 8 packs of diapers, he can't finish carrying them in one trip, so he simply divides them into 2 trips. He can carry 4 packs at a time, and it's not a problem to carry 2 packs in one hand. Songyu was surprised when Ningzai came in with 4 packs of diapers. When did you buy them? Look at the packaging, they're the same as the ones we use at the hospital. I ordered the stroller the other day, so I bought them while I was there. There are 4 more packs, I'll go get them again. Ningzai's trip was quick, but the weather was really hot, and he was sweating. Songyu watched him walk in, his hair drenched in sweat, beads of sweat dripping from the tips of his hair to his cheeks and down his chin to Ningzai's chest. His white short-sleeved shirt was soaked in sweat, and his body exuded a strong scent of male hormones. This made Songyu blush and her heart race. Ningzai looked really strong and healthy, and it made her heart race. So shy. Omega. Chapter 14, The Mother-to-Be's thoughts are no longer pure. Ningzai had carried the diapers twice, and his clothes were soaked. He opened his backpack and took out a clean t-shirt to change into. It was so hot that his mouth was dry, so he walked to the kitchen and poured a glass of water to drink. He suddenly remembered the magical potion in his trouser pocket, and he felt it, fortunately not spilling it. He poured 2 more glasses and dropped the magical potion into each one. He gulped it down and then took the other glass and walked up to Songyu. It's hot, have a drink. You can drink more water after giving birth, as you sweat a lot due to hormonal fluctuations and other reasons. When breastfeeding, your body also needs a lot of water to produce milk. If you don't drink enough water, it will affect your milk production. Songyu doesn't know any of this, but if Ningzai pours her a glass of water, she will definitely drink it. She puts Ran Ran on the sofa, takes the glass of water Ningzai hands her, and gulps it down. I don't know if it's because Ningzai poured the water for her, but she feels that this glass of water is a bit magical. After drinking it, she feels comfortable all over. It must be because Ningzai poured it. Carrot. Ningzai has long since felt the changes in his body. He has to praise it. The system gave it to me, and it really is a good thing. Host, this system is trustworthy. That's right. The postpartum nanny standing outside the living room heard what Ningzai said and felt that Ningzai knows a lot. With a husband who can take care of people like this, what's the point of staying in a postpartum care center? She thought about it, but no one would turn down money if they could get it. Mr. and Mrs. Ning, it's time to eat. Auntie Lee came into the living room and told the 2 of them to go eat. The nannies thought, now that the parents are going to eat, it's their chance to take care of the baby. One of the nannies said, Mr. and Mrs. Ning, will take care of the baby, you go eat. Well, that's fine. Ningzai nodded. The nanny picked up Ran Ran and carried her to the nursery. Ningzai and Songyu sat down at the table. The meal was stir-fried baby bok choy, stir-fried beef with celery, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, oxtail soup, and a bowl of white rice. These were specially matched by a nutritionist. During the postpartum period, adequate nutrition is needed to help the mother recover, so that breastfeeding can proceed smoothly and the body can recover. The combination of meat and vegetables provides a balanced diet and increases the intake of various nutrients, especially high-quality protein, which is very helpful for new mothers. It looks delicious, you should eat more. Yours is delicious. Spicy lotus root, stuffed shrimp with clams, and honey-glazed chicken wings. Songyu's mouth watered more and more as she looked at it. Ningzai, look what that is. Songyu suddenly pointed at the window. Ningzai turned around and looked back, but there was nothing there. He looked back and saw Songyu holding the honey-glazed chicken wings in front of him. They were a little far away, and no matter how she held them, the wings kept slipping off her chopsticks. Ningzai couldn't help but laugh at her. Greedy girl, if you don't behave, I'll spank you like Ran Ran. Spank me? But, she's an adult, how can you spank her? Or. The more Songyu thought about it, the more her thoughts became impure, and her cheeks instantly turned red. Ningzai picked up a piece of chicken wing and took a bite. Honeydew juice flowed out of the corner of his mouth, and he stuck out his tongue and licked it lightly. Watching his movements, Songyu felt very tempted. Did he know that he always aroused people's desire without meaning to? Suddenly, a cry broke out. Ningzai reflexively walked over and picked up Ran Ran. Oh, why is my baby crying? Auntie is playing with Ran Ran. No matter what Ningzai said, Ran Ran cried loudly, crying in a rhythmic manner as if on purpose. Ningzai held her in his arms and swayed her back and forth. In less than 2 minutes, Ran Ran obediently cooed in her father's arms. So it turns out that she doesn't want to follow her aunt? Then is it okay if daddy holds her? Ran Ran grunted. Ningzai knew her well, and knew that she didn't want to follow the nanny and that she wanted him to hold her. After all, Ran Ran was his little sweetheart. Okay, be a good girl, Daddy will hold you, but don't cry, okay? The little sweetheart was good, and Ningze held Ran Ran and sat down at the table. He put one foot on the footrest of the other stool, using his leg as a support point, while holding Ran Ran in one arm. With the other hand, he could pick up the chopsticks and take care of Ran Ran while eating. Sonya couldn't help but praise him when she saw how amazing he was. Ningze, you're amazing, you really know how to take care of a child. Ningze smiled tenderly without saying a word. After dinner, Ningze and Songyu took Ran Ran for a nap, and the three of them laid down on the 2-meter-long bed. Ran Ran slept between the two of them, Ningze on one side and Songyu on the other. Once Ran Ran fell asleep, Ningze carried her directly to the crib and then returned to the bed, lying down with Songyu. Can I kiss you? Ningze asked suddenly. Songyu was surprised. She nodded shyly. Ningze held her in his arms. She smelled sweet, which Ningze found very pleasant. He kissed her soft, sweet lips. Ningze's hand was on her waist, and Songyu thought he wanted to. She grabbed Ningze's hand. Ningze, not yet. I just want to pull your clothes down, or. What were you expecting? Ningze smirked, and Songyu was too embarrassed to look at her. Ningze leaned in her ear and whispered, when you can, I will love you well. Songyu's heart was beating fast. What was she thinking? With her back to Ningze, Songyu pretended to be asleep. 2 p.m. Ningze played with Ran Ran in the living room, and Songyu followed the nurse to do postpartum care. The nursery nurse came over and said, Mr. Ning, the schedule for this afternoon is to do visual training for the baby. You can leave the baby with us. Ningze wanted to be more involved in taking care of the baby, so he didn't let the nursery nurse take Ran Ran away. He held Ran Ran and went to the nursery. He put Ran Ran on the bed, and the nursery nurse took out the black and white card. The vision of a newborn baby is not yet fully developed. After birth, her vision is like that of a nearsighted adult without glasses, seeing everything indistinctly and being able to identify objects only by their outlines. Babies aged 0–6 months are in the black and white vision period, with blurred vision. Therefore, visual stimulation can be provided for the baby through black and white cards to stimulate the baby's visual potential and brain activity. Ningze took the black and white card from the hands of the nursery teacher and amused Ran Ran himself. Come on, Ran Ran, learn from your father. Ran Ran lay on the bed, babbling, and cooperated with Ningze's actions. The nursery teacher looked enviously. The baby was so well behaved, and the father was so gentle, they wanted such a husband too. Ding! The host rewards 50,000 yuan for accompanying the baby in visual training. Ningze's phone rang with a prompt sound. He took out his phone to check it. If only there was a little more, this amount of money is not enough to pay a down payment in Nanchang. After Songyu has given birth, he will go rent a house first. As long as he tidies up, it will be a very warm home. P.S. Today I saw a new brother reading Lemon's book, and Lemon is so happy. 3. If the brothers click to urge for more chapters and add to the bookshelf, Lemon will be even happier. The brothers must tell Lemon to hurry up and add more bookshelves, okay? Chapter 15, Unexpected Joy, 5 times the rebate? When he has time, he will look online. Find a suitable house and then decorate it to his liking. Ningze continued to tease Ran Ran, and after looking through all the black and white cards, Ran Ran began to resist a little. Judging from the way Ran Ran looked, she was sleepy. Ningze held her and coaxed her to sleep. Newborn babies usually spend the whole day sleeping or half asleep, sleeping for 20–22 hours a day. However, there are also energetic babies who usually only sleep for 10 hours. Ningze walks around the nursery with Ran Ran in his arms. Ran Ran falls asleep quickly. Ningze puts her in the stroller in the room. Seeing that the curtains are drawn, Ningze pulls them open. Babies sleep most of the time, so in order to prevent them from getting used to sleeping at night. When the baby sleeps during the day, it is best not to close the curtains completely, but to let in some natural light so that the baby can learn to distinguish between day and night. The nursery nurse can't help but sigh. Mr. Ning knows exactly what to pay attention to, he is much better than other dads. Ningze turns around and sees the nursery nurse staring at him. The nursery nurse is embarrassed. Sir, you have a lot of experience with childcare, is this your and Mrs. Ning's second child? Ningze shakes his head, this is our first child. Ningze walked to the door of the nursing room. Knock knock. Songyu and the nurse both looked over, and Ningze smiled and looked at Songyu. Ran Ran is asleep. I'm going out to buy a car seat for Ran to put in the car. You wait for me, okay? Wait for me, okay? The nurse felt mushy just listening to them, and the young couple was really sweet. Okay, go ahead. Son Yu smiled tenderly. Ningzhe went out the door and drove to the same shopping mall as last time. He went to a brand store that specialized in selling safety seats, and a young lady in professional attire came up to greet him. Ningzhe walked up to the young lady, who was captivated by his good looks. What a sunny young man. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. However, most of the people who come to baby product stores to buy things are married men, which is a pity. She approached enthusiastically. Handsome man, may I ask what you need? I want to buy a safety seat for my baby. Do you have any recommendations? The young lady asked with a smile, may I ask how old your baby is? Less than a month. The young lady was stunned, but she was very professional and quickly recovered. She patiently told Ningzhe, handsome, the car seat is for babies over 6 months old. But our brand has a bed in a box that can be placed in the back seat of the car. It has fixed buckles for safety. Would you like to see it, sir? Let's go take a look. The young lady led Ningzhe further inside. Ningzhe asks the system, why don't I have this knowledge in my head? Host, your parenting experience has not unlocked the knowledge for the 6-12-month period. Ningzhe follows the saleswoman to the place where the bed in a bed is displayed, and the saleswoman introduces one of them. This bed in a bed is multifunctional, can be folded and moved, and does not need to be assembled. There is also a sunshade and mosquito net that can be pulled down. It's summer now, and there are a lot of mosquitoes, so this can prevent the baby from being bitten by mosquitoes. The bed has a slope, so that the baby feels as if he is in his mother's arms. There are also 3 small hanging dolls, which the baby can reach out and play with, which also develops his motor skills. Ningzhe reached out to feel the comfort of the bed, and it really was very good. He decided right away that he would take it. Okay, handsome, this one comes in Tiffany blue and macaron pink. Which color do you like? Ningzhe thought for a moment, and then said, I'll have the pink one, and I'll also take a car seat. Great choice, sir. The saleswoman beamed. She thought to herself, I'll be able to hit my quota today thanks to this gentleman. She led Ningzhe to the car seats and began to introduce them to him. This car seat has high-density EPS shock-absorbing technology and a breathable bamboo fiber fabric. As the baby grows, the seat can be adjusted to fit the child, and the baby can use it until the age of 10. Ningzhe thinks this is a very good choice, considering safety. Then, this is the one. Okay, handsome, do you want to take it with you now, or do you want us to deliver it to your home? The salesperson is very enthusiastic. I came out today just to buy a car seat, and now there's not much to do, so I'd better go back early to be with Ran. You guys take it to the parking lot for me. Young man, could you settle the bill over here? The saleswoman led Ningzhe to the checkout counter and started to make out the bill. The cashier smiled and said, hello, your total is 20,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or scan the QR code? 20,000 yuan was a lot of money for Ningzhe, but he was very happy to think that it was for Ran. Let's scan the QR code. Ningzhe opened the payment code and, with a beep, the payment was successful. Handsome, you can get our brand's platinum membership with a one-time purchase of 20,000 yuan. Here's your membership card, which can be used in any of our stores. Ningzhe took it and put it in his pocket. The saleswoman pushed the trolley, put the bed in a bed and the safety seat on it, and followed Ningzhe to the parking lot. Handsome, do you need installation? Today, Ningzhe is her big customer, so she must provide good service. Since he has made a request, she will install it. Thank you very much. No problem, handsome. Please wait a moment. After about 15 minutes, the saleswoman installed the seat. She also used the cart to take away the packaging and the trash on the ground. Ningzhe got into the car. Ding! The host is thinking only of the baby's well-being, and there is an additional benefit to be given. The host will receive 5 times the rebate for this purchase, so please check. 5 times. 5 times 20,000 is 100,000. Ningzhe was a little excited and took out his phone to check. The next transaction after the one that spent 20,000 was the one that recorded the income of 100,000. Ran is really his lucky star. He has to hurry back and kiss his Ran. Soon, Ningzhe returned to the small house. He took the bed in bed with him and walked into the living room, where he saw the mother and daughter playing on the sofa. Ran Ran looked and saw that Daddy was back. Sonya saw Ning Zai and walked over holding Ran Ran. Wait, don't come over, I'll go wash my hands and change my clothes first. Sonya chuckled, Ning Zai really takes good care of Ran Ran. Ning Zai took the bed in a box apart and placed it on the coffee table in the living room, then turned around and ran to change his clothes. After getting dressed, he came out, washed his hands, and then went to hug Ran Ran. Do you miss your daddy? Yes, Ran Ran and Mommy miss Daddy. Sonya's voice was very pleasant. Then will Daddy kiss Ran Ran and Mommy? Ning Zai said deliberately. Sonya was shy and didn't say anything. He turned his head and kissed Sonya's lips. Then, through Ran Ran's clothes, he kissed her tummy. Adult mouths can carry bacteria, and kissing a baby may infect the baby with bacteria, which can cause serious viral infections. Ning Zai didn't take any chances and waited until Ran Ran grew up to kiss her all he wanted. Chapter 16, The Stinky Surprise Ran Gave Her Father. It's so hot, you must be tired after going out for an afternoon. No, as long as it's just Ran and you, I don't feel tired. The nurse and nanny ate another helping of dog food on the side. This is the happiest and sweetest couple they have ever seen at the postpartum care center. The two of them cast envious glances at them. The more they looked, the more they felt that their own husbands were bad in this and that, and they wanted to change husbands. They simply returned to the nursing room and nursery to put away the things they had used today. Sonya looked at the cot on the coffee table, reached out to touch it, and said curiously, "What is this?" "It feels soft." Ning Zai held Ran Ran in his arms, put her in the cot, and explained to Sonya. This is a bed in a bed, which can be placed anywhere. The baby lying on it will feel just like in her mother's arms, so the mother can free her hands and won't get as tired. Ran Ran is lying in the cot and she really likes her cot. The baby is behaving herself, so Ning Zai takes advantage of the moment and leans over Sonya's shoulder and suddenly says, "Turn around." "What's wrong?" Sonya looks at him in puzzlement. "Obey, turn around." "Okay." Sonya obediently turns around. Suddenly, Ning Zai gives her a light tap on the waist. "Does your waist hurt after carrying the baby for a long time? You have to pay more attention." "It's fine, it's just a bit sore." Sonya smiles. The two were like a long married couple. Sonya's back turned to Ning Zai, smiling happily. "I'll learn massage sometime, and serve you alone in the future." "Ning Zai, you're so good to me." Sonya was moved. Her parents divorced when she was 5, and she grew up with her grandparents. She especially longed to be loved. Now she was being held in Ning Zai's hands, something she had never dared to hope for. "Don't say silly things, I'll be even better to you in the future." "Okay." Ning Zai massaged Sonya's waist according to his own method. The two of them chatted and laughed. Ran Ran was also very well behaved in her cot. She sensibly didn't disturb her parents as they showed their love for each other. In the evening, it was time to eat. Sonya's confinement meal was as good as usual. Tonight's meal consisted of stir-fried broccoli with shrimp, hand-shredded cabbage, steamed pomfret, and mixed grain rice. Looking at the light meal again, Sonya felt that the next 20-odd days would be hard to bear. Then she looked at Ning Zai's food again. It smelled delicious and looked so good that she just had to eat it. "Don't be sad, just enjoy your confinement." Ning Zai walked over and patted Sonya on the head. With the experience from lunch, Ning Zai placed the baby directly in the cot and then on the stool next to him. If the baby stayed with her parents, she wouldn't cry. Just as Ning Zai thought that, the baby's cry sounded. Listening to the baby's cry, she should be hungry. Sonya also noticed, picked her up and immediately fed her. "Oh, Ran Ran doesn't have any milk, and she's not letting Mommy and Daddy eat either, is she?" "Spank the baby's bottom." Sonya fed her, gently spanking Ran Ran's bottom. Ning Zai grabbed his meal and waited until he was full, and Ran Ran was full too. He wiped his mouth with a paper towel, picked Ran Ran up, burped her, and let Sonya eat in peace. "Let's go, Stinky Ran, let's go play with Daddy, let Mommy eat." Ning Zai holds his little treasure and sits on the sofa, taking down the pendant from the crib and teasing Ran to play. Ran can't see it clearly, but it seems like it's a lot of fun. Ning Zai suddenly smells a stench, and he leans in to confirm it. With a pop, Ran lets out a fart. "Stinky Ran, you actually let out a stinky fart for Daddy." Ran is being naughty. "You know you shouldn't do that, right?" Ran ran a small arc at the corner of her mouth and laughed. Ning Zai was amused by Ran's laughter. "Good for you, Ran, you farted on your baby and laughed at your father." Ning Zhe said as he changed Rant's diaper. Song Yu looked over and saw the father and daughter getting along so well. The nanny felt that the father could take care of the child without the two of them in this small house. In the evening, Ning Zhe put the bath water on and prepared to bathe Ran Ran. Once again, the nanny was dumbfounded by his actions. Looking at Ning Zhe's movements, it didn't seem like he was bathing a baby for the first time. Ning Zhe prepared himself without paying attention to the way the nanny was looking at him. After getting everything ready, he took out the belly protector he had used before and put it on Ran Ran before bathing her. After the bath, Ning Zhe dried Ran Ran's little body. After drying her, he puffs baby powder all over her body, before finally dressing her. The little clothes Song Yu bought for Ran Ran are all pink and blue, as well as lemon yellow and the like. They are very fresh and cute. Babies change a lot in a day, growing fast, and after a while, you can buy bigger clothes. Thinking about this, Ningzhe is a little bit looking forward to it. He hasn't bought clothes for his baby yet. What a failure of a father. After dressing Ran Ran, he puts her in bed. Song Yu had just finished washing up and came out. Seeing that she had washed her hair today, Ningzhe quickly brought the hairdryer and dried Song Yu's hair. If it's not dried in time, it's not good for catching a cold. Ningzhe, yours hair is really thick, very black, and the curl is also very nice. Song Yu, this is my natural curl, I didn't perm it. Ningzhe, wow, when Ran Ran grows up, will she inherit her mother's natural curl? Song Yu, I don't know, we'll see when she's older. The two of them are a little excited, and the curly-haired Ran will definitely be very cute. After the hair is dry and no longer dripping, Ningzhe asks Song Yu to lie down on the bed and rest her head on his lap. Lying down is better than sitting, because sitting for a long time will make Song Yu's waist hurt. Ningzhe's actions are very heartwarming. After 10 minutes, Song Yu's hair was dry. As he looked at her lying on his lap, Ningzhe turned off the hairdryer and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. His eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of her peach-colored lips, which looked so soft. He couldn't help but swallow. Okay, you and Ran Ran lie down first, I'll go take a shower first. Ningzhe gathered his thoughts and put the hairdryer away. Okay. Song Yu smiled. Song Yu was completely unaware that she had just become the meat coveted by Ningzhe, the wolf. Song Yu teased Ran Ran on the bed while waiting for Ningzhe. Ningzhe took a quick shower, only taking 10 minutes to finish. Ningzhe came in and saw Song Yu leaning against the bed. He smiled and said, were you waiting for me? Suddenly having her thoughts revealed, Song Yu was embarrassed and turned her head. No, I wasn't. I was just keeping Ran Ran company. I don't believe you. Ran Ran is so far away, how can you play with her? Ningzhe didn't say anything more to her, and dried her hair before lying down on the bed. It looked like Ningzhe wanted to sleep with her. Song Yu was shy. But Ningzhe said, don't be shy. We just slept together this afternoon, and we will sleep together in the future. Yu needs to get used to my presence. After saying that, Ningzhe put Ran Ran on the cot and then on the side of the bed. The bed is surrounded by a fence, so there is no need to worry about the baby falling off. After settling Ran Ran, Ningzhe hugged Song Yu and gave her a kiss. Song Yu's skin is very soft, just like a baby's skin, so soft that it bounces back when kissed. Chapter 17 Daddy, you looked really handsome just now. The Bame Postpartum Care Center can arrange for a nanny to take care of the baby at night. Ningzhe refused their arrangement. He wanted to take care of his child himself, and he could take care of it well. He wasn't so at ease with someone else. After Ningzhe and Song Yu had been intimate for a while, there was a sudden sound from the cot. The two looked over, and the baby was grunting and squirming. This worried Song Yu, and she wondered if they should call the babysitter. Ningzhe told her to relax. It's fine, it's because the baby's nervous system and digestive system haven't fully developed yet. If she doesn't kick her legs while crying, we don't need to interfere with her. Babies in the first 3 months are in a period of rapid growth, and their bones and nervous systems are developing at a high speed. This is how they deal with the various discomforts brought on by growth. Song Yu listened to Ningzhe's words and seemed to understand. Ningzhe felt that Song Yu was a typical beautiful idiot who was ignorant of many things. However, she was also a first-time mother, so it was normal for her to not know about these things. Go to sleep, Mom. Okay, Dad. The two looked at each other and smiled slightly. Just as they lay down to go to sleep, there was immediately some noise from the cot. The little one was a bit restless, kicking her legs. Ningzhe quickly picked her up, unable to tell what was bothering her. He held her against his left chest so that she could hear his heartbeat. This reminded the baby of her environment in the womb and calmed her down. Apparently, this method worked. Once she had calmed down, Ningzhe put her back in the cot. The next day. Today is the 5th day since Ranran was born. Babies reach a good level of hearing between 3 and 7 days after birth. Today, the nursery staff suggested that they train Ranran's hearing. The parents can whisper in the baby's ear or use some tools to make sounds to attract the baby's attention. The nursery staff explained some things to pay attention to and assisted them. Ningzhe and Songyu were training Ranran when his phone suddenly rang. After a quick glance, he saw that it was Lin Zheng calling. I'm going to answer the phone. Okay. Songyu told him to go answer the phone, and she and the nursery teacher trained Ranran. Ningzhe was afraid that the sound of the conversation would disturb Ranran, so he walked out of the nursery room and went to the living room. He pressed the answer button and said, "Hello, Lin Zhang, what's up?" "Ningzhe, you haven't forgotten about the graduation presentation before graduation, have you? The instructor said that everyone has to participate next Monday, so you remember to come back." "Okay, I got it." "Thanks, buddy." "You're welcome, we're all brothers." "You go ahead." Lin Zhang didn't say it, but he really had forgotten. After hanging up the phone, Ningzhe looked at the time. It was Thursday, and there were still 3 days left. But he had already finished the content of the report, so he didn't need to spend any extra time on it. He just needed to check it at some point. He returned to the nursery room and continued to accompany Songyu as she trained the baby. "Is there something wrong?" Songyu asked with a smile. "Nothing much, I need to go back to school next Monday." "Go back to school? Are these two still students?" The nursery teacher is stunned. This can't be. How can a student afford to book the luxury package at a maternity center? Judging from Ningzhe's clothes, they are not from any big brands, which really makes people wonder about his identity. "Next Monday I will go back to school to give a graduation presentation, so you will have to stay here alone. Can you manage?" Ningzhe is not at ease leaving her. Songyu finds this funny. "Ningzhe, I'm not a child anymore, I'm a mother now, I can take care of myself and I can take care of Ranran too. Besides, there are so many people here to take care of us, so don't worry." Songyu said with a smile, but Ningzhe was not at ease with her. The way she didn't understand anything made it really hard not to worry. Without saying anything else, he just hoped that the sooner he left, the sooner he would be back. Continuing to train with Songyu for Ranran, Ningzhe easily began to sweat, and the back of his short-sleeved shirt was already wet, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Just as the baby's training was over, he went back to his room and took a shower. As he walked to the closet and rummaged through his clothes, Ningzhe noticed that Songyu had brought very few clothes. Did she forget to bring them? Regardless, when he goes back to school next week, he will go to the mall before he returns to buy her some clothes. He went out into the living room. As soon as Ningzhe sat down on the sofa, the nurse brought the cut fruit up. Ranran had already slept for a while after her training. Ningzhe held the plate in his hands and fed Songyu the fruit. Seeing that there were other people present, Songyu felt embarrassed. "There are other people here. You're a mother, and you're still shy." Ningzhe lifted his hand and lightly brushed Songyu's nose. "Here, open your mouth." Unable to resist Ningzhe's feeding, Songyu could only obediently open her mouth. This action made the nurse envious. Seeing that Ranran was still sleeping, Ningzhe planned to read his graduation report. He remembered that during the tour, there was a laptop in the study on the 2nd floor. Ningzhe looked at Auntie Li and said, "Auntie Li, can you get the computer for me?" "Okay, sir, just a moment." Auntie Li went up to the study on the 2nd floor and brought down the laptop. Ningzhe placed the computer on the coffee table and turned it on. While waiting for it to boot up, he reached over and rubbed Songyu's little head. "I'll be busy for a while." Ningzhe smiled tenderly and continued to rub her little head. This action aroused her. Ningzhe was too tall and could only rest his elbows on his knees. His knuckles were clearly defined as he tapped away at the computer keyboard. Songyu sat on one side of the sofa and watched Ningzhe as he worked intently and attentively. Ningzhe was so focused on what he was doing that he didn't notice Songyu staring at him. When he finished what he was doing, he looked back. He noticed that Songyu was staring at him intently, so he shifted his butt and sat down next to her. "Why are you staring at me like that?" What did you say?" Songyu looked really cute when she was flustered, so Ningzai couldn't help but kiss her. I said, "You is really cute." Ningzai's sudden praise made her feel really shy. "Have you taken care of your business?" Songyu stammered. "Yes, I have." Ningzai closed the lid of the computer. Then he looked at Songyu, wondering if she had anything else to say. "Ah. What?" "No." Ningzai found that Songyu was very easy to tease, and he found it quite amusing. Ningzai took out his phone and called Lin Zhang. "Hey, I've sent my report to your email. I can't print it here, so you can print it out for me. I'll see you at school on Monday." "No problem. I'll see you when you get back." Songyu looked at Ningzai and wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Just say what you want to say, I'll listen." Ningzai looked at her and smiled again, which Songyu found very offensive. His smile was really mesmerizing. Just now, the way you looked. So handsome." Songyu finished speaking and quickly walked back to her room, leaving the two of them in the living room. Chapter 18, Video with the School Beauty Queen, got caught? Time came to Monday. The graduation presentation was scheduled for 10 a.m. After looking at the time, there were still 2 hours left, so there was still time. Ningzai got up, changed Ranran's diaper, and then asked Songyu to breastfeed her. Thinking that he would have to leave his little treasure soon, Ningzai suddenly felt a little reluctant. Since he had Songyu and Ranran, he felt a sense of belonging. No matter where he goes, he knows that someone is waiting for him to come back. This feeling makes Ningzai feel happy. Since childhood, he has never known what home feels like, but now that he has his own little home, he will cherish it. After the baby finishes her milk, Ningzai picks her up and burps her. "Ran, you have to be good with your mommy today, and wait for your daddy to come back. Don't make mommy angry, you know?" Ran makes a gurgling sound. This means she understands. Dad will take this as a promise from Ran. Breakfast is ready, and Ningzai carries Ran to the table, not willing to let her go for even a moment. The breakfast consists of meat buns, red bean paste buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. He picks up a bun and eats it. The meat filling inside is very fresh. Ran makes a smacking sound. Ningzai smiled and said, "Ran wants to eat." Ran is still young and can only drink milk, but when she grows up, she can eat it. Songyu finished washing up and came out, sat down in the seat next to Ningzai and reminded him. "Ningzai, do you want to leave early? It's rush hour on Mondays, and I'm worried about traffic on the way back to school." "It's fine, I'll stay with Ran for a while longer. I'm afraid that if I delay for a long time today, I won't be able to come back early to spend time with Ran. Songyu smiles at the sight of Ningzai doting on his daughter. They say that a daughter is a father's lover in a previous life, and this is absolutely true. She picks up her breakfast and starts eating. Songyu glances at the clock and realizes that if she doesn't go now, she really won't have time. "Ningzai, you go ahead." Seeing that it's almost time, he really has to go. "Okay, you two wait for me when I get back." After saying this, he takes the car keys and walks out. At that moment, Ran suddenly let out a grunting sound. Ningzai instinctively turned around and picked her up, cooing to her. "Is my little treasure reluctant to part with Daddy?" "Daddy is reluctant to part with my little treasure too. Daddy will be back soon. Be a good girl. Daddy promises to be back early." He patted Ran's bottom to coax her, and after a while, she fell asleep. He handed her over to Songyu, looking back repeatedly, really reluctant to part. Songyu smiled and saw him to the door. "Go, you're really late." "Okay." Ningzai got into the car and soon disappeared from Songyu's view. After leaving the Baomei Postpartum Care Center, it was really stuck in traffic, just as Songyu had said. It was probably stuck for about 10 minutes. As soon as it was possible to move normally, Ningzai immediately accelerated and rushed to Nanda. After about 15 minutes, the BMW stopped on the first floor of the comprehensive teaching building. After parking the car, he got out and hurried over. "Ningzai, you're finally here, hurry up, let's go in first." "Okay." He entered the classroom through the back door and looked around before finding Huang Xian and the others. "Why are you so late?" Huang Xian asked. "There was traffic." But it hadn't started yet. The teaching assistants, the department head and the other teachers hadn't arrived yet. 2 minutes passed before the teaching assistants and the other teachers walked in and took their seats in the first row. The department head went up to the stage and announced that the computer engineering department's graduation presentation was about to begin. Everyone went up in the order they were drawn, and Ning Zhe was at the back of the line. He wanted to switch places with Lin Zhang and the others, but when he looked at their numbers, they were the same as his, so he could only wait patiently. Ning Zhe didn't even care what the people on stage were saying. All he could think about was Ran Ran's crying when he left. He didn't know if she was crying now. Sigh. He glanced at the time, and the presentation had only been going on for less than 15 minutes. He kept waiting and waiting. Finally, it was Ning Zhe's turn, and he quickly went up on stage to give his presentation. I'll go ahead of you. Ning Zhe, what's the rush? Ning Zhe didn't say anything, just packed his things and left. Lin Zhang and the others had already finished their presentations and, seeing Ning Zhe leave, simply followed suit. As soon as Ning Zhe stepped out of the classroom, he opened his phone and saw a message on WeChat. His phone kept vibrating, so Ning Zhe opened it and saw that it was a video from Songyu. After he connected the video, he asked, what's wrong? Songyu looked sad on the video call. Ning Zhe, come back quickly, Ran is crying really loudly and no one can calm her down. Hold your phone closer to Ran so I can talk to her. Ning Zhe said gently. My dearest baby, Daddy is here. Be a good girl, Daddy will be back right now. Be a good girl and listen to me, Ran is the best baby, she won't cry, right? Ning Zhe's tone was full of tenderness, and the crying slowly subsided on the other end of the line. Songyu laughed, Ning Zhe, Ran is even closer to you, she's all better when she hears your voice. The camera panned to Songyu, and Ning Zhe saw Songyu and the baby, his heart melted. Ning Zhe, someone is watching you from behind, said Songyu. Ning Zhe turned around, and Lin Zhang and the others were standing behind him, dumbfounded. Their mouths were open, they could even swallow a whole egg. You take care of Ran first, I'll hang up first, wait for me to come back. After saying this, Ning Zhe hung up the phone. Lin Zhang and the other two were still in a state of shock. Ning Zhe, isn't that person the school flower? Yes, she's holding a baby in her arms. You just said, Dad, you're the baby's father? What's going on? The school flower gave birth to a child for you? The three asked questions, looking completely unconvinced. The four of them had a good time, but Ning Zhe and the school flower had no connection at all. When did they get together and have a baby? Moreover, Ning Zhe had just broken up with Mo Shuawei not long ago, so what was going on? Seeing that someone else had come out of the classroom, Ning Zhe said, Get in the car, I'll tell you. Ning Zhe got into his BMW with the three of them, and after giving them a glance, he said, I'm now with Songyu, and she did give birth to my child. Here's what happened. Ning Zhe picked up the important parts of his story with Songyu, and the three of them suddenly understood. So that's what happened. But now you haven't graduated yet, and you have to raise a baby, so that's a lot of pressure. Before, when you were with Mo Shuawei, you spent a lot of money on her. Do you still have any money? Raising a child is very expensive. I have a little here, not much, but it can help. After Lin Zhang finished speaking, he immediately WeChat transferred the money to Ning Zhe. Ning Zhe didn't accept it and returned the money. Don't worry, I have money. If I really need your help, I will let you know. And, please keep this a secret for now. Seeing Ning Zhe's expression, the three of them believed him and promised to keep his secret. However, just now, Ning Zhe's video call with Songyu was captured on camera. P.S. Can the brothers here please click on the lemon to speed up the updates? Please. Thumbs up. Chapter 19, The School Flower Gave Birth? The group exploded. After bidding farewell to the three Lin Zhang guys, Ning Zhe hurriedly drove back. If he was late, Ning Zhe was worried that Ran would cry for too long and cry her voice hoarse, and he couldn't bear it. The student who took the photo just now posted it to various groups, from the location on the second floor of the comprehensive teaching building. In the photo, it was Ning Zhe holding his mobile phone on a video call. The key point was that the person in the phone was the school flower Songyu. The student also recorded a video and photos of Ning Zhe leaving in a BMW, which were also sent out, and the groups exploded. What's going on? Isn't the school hunk with the finance department's flower? You're just on 2G, and you didn't even know they broke up. But when did Ning Zhe get together with the school flower, my goddess? Just like that, she gave someone else a child. Go away, even if she didn't give Ning Zhe a child, she wouldn't give you one either. Isn't Ning Zhe driving a BMW X7? What's going on? She has a BMW X7 and she still broke up with him? Is Mo Shuawei stupid or just plain dumb? Isn't that the same thing? Oh, just like that. The news not only spread in the group, but was also posted on the school's bulletin board and forum. The buzz just kept growing, and more people were commenting. In less than an hour, the post occupied the top spot on the bulletin board and forum. The news was even more popular than the announcement of any club activities. Ning Zhe returned to the confinement center. As soon as he reached the door, he heard crying coming from inside the room. When he approached, he found Song Yu, tears streaming down her face. Why are you crying? I'm fine. I just feel bad for Ran Ran. Ran Ran stopped crying when she heard your voice just now, but as soon as the phone was hung up, she started crying again. I don't know what to do, and even the experienced nursery nurse can't handle Ran Ran. If you don't come back soon, I'll have to go find you with my little treasure. Ning Zhe took 2 tissue papers, walked over to Song Yu, and wiped away the tears on her face. You can't cry, okay? People in the postpartum period are not allowed to cry. Promise me that you won't cry in the future. Ran Ran is my little treasure, and you are my big treasure. Both of you must not cry. Song Yu looked up at Ning Zhe and broke into a smile. She was so happy that Ning Zhe had asked about Ran Ran first, which showed that she was very important to him. Ning Zhe, you come and hold the baby. Ran Ran grunted and whined. Although Ning Zhe felt sorry for her, he said, wait a minute. I went to a crowded place today, so I need to go change and wash my hands before I can hold her. Ning Zhe put down the car keys and hurried back to the room to change. He washed his hands with hand sanitizer before coming over to hold Ran Ran. The little baby squirmed in his arms, so he could only hold her and walk around to soothe her. Ran Ran, be a good girl, Daddy's back, Daddy's here with you. Be a good girl. After a long while, the baby slowly calmed down. Looking at Ran Ran, her little face was all tear marks. After she fell asleep, Ningza put her in the cot. Then he walked into the room, filled a small basin with hot water that was specially for Ran Ran, and carried it over. He took out a new baby washcloth, wet it, and gently wiped Ran Ran's face. At this time, Song Yu's phone vibrated, and it was Li Lingxue calling. Song Yu, hey, Lingxue, what's up? Li Lingxue, how can you be so calm? Don't you know about the school post bar and the forum? Song Yu, what's the matter? I don't pay attention to that. Li Lingxue, everyone at school knows about you and Ning Zhe having a baby. Song Yu, if they know, they know. It's the truth anyway. Li Lingxue, okay, don't worry, but there is one thing you should know. Li Lingxue told Song Yu about Mo Shuawei's situation, and Song Yu understood. After hanging up, Song Yu looked at Ning Zhe. She was about to speak when Ning Zhe got a call. He wiped Ran Ran's face while answering the call, speaking very quietly. What's the matter? On the other end of the line, Lin Zhang had also told Ning Zhe about the school post and forum. Ning Zhe's indifferent response was unexpected. Ning Zhe asked them to keep it a secret, and he thought it was because he didn't want anyone to know. However, Ning Zhe's current reaction was obviously not the case. It's fine, sooner or later they will find out, it's just that it happened so suddenly. As long as you know what's going on, I won't disturb you in the school flower. After the child's first month, you must tell us. Lin Zhang hung up the phone. Ning Zhe looked apologetically at Song Yu. I didn't expect it to be like this. I was going to wait until after your confinement and after we got married, so that you could have a grand entrance. Ning Zhe was again thinking about her first, and Song Yu was very touched. Song Yu laughed, we're not ashamed of each other. Seeing that Song Yu wasn't upset, Ning Zhe was relieved. Then he thought of Mo Shuawei. The whole school knew, so there was no way that Mo Shuawei didn't know. From what he knew about Mo Shuawei, she would definitely want to settle the score with him. Just as Ning Zhe had thought. In the girls' dormitory on the west campus of Nanda University, Mo Shuawei was angrily smashing things on the table. Damn Ning Zhe. When did he get together with Song Yu? And now Song Yu has given him a child, what is this? Mo Shuawei always felt that she was good looking, and being with the school's most popular guy had made many people envy her. She was also very confident that Ning Zhe would never forget her, and she even thought about following Gu Xiao while still seeing Ning Zhe. No wonder Ning Zhe rejected her so firmly before. It turned out that he had Song Yu. Aha! I'm so angry. When she went to the cafeteria for lunch, She was even pointed at and told that she was not even 1/10 as pretty as the school flower. So angry that she didn't even eat and stormed back to the dorm. You tell me, is Ningzhe playing with two girls at once? With the school beauty and with you? Lin Shuang is very puzzled. It's annoying, I don't know either. I think so, it seems that Ningzhe is a scumbag. Lin Shuang also said a lot of bad things about Ningzhe. Do you think that Song Yu bought Ningzhe's BMW for him? Otherwise, why didn't he react when you broke up with him? Song Yu wears all designer brands at school, so it's not difficult for her to buy a BMW for Ningzhe. The more Lin Shuang US said, the more angry Mo Shuawei felt. Ningzhe had dumped her. Not only was he with the school flower, but he also had a BMW. The most important thing was that Song Yu was so much better than her. No, she has to go and ask Ningzhe. Seeing her take her bag, Lin Shuang asked, "Where are you going?" To find Ningzhe. I'm going too. Lin Shuang quickly put her bag on and followed her. Mo Shuawei took out her phone and glanced at it. Previously, she and Ningzhe had installed location sharing software on their phones. After enlarging the map, she saw that Ningzhe's location was at Baomei Postpartum Care Center. Even if she had never given birth, she knew that Baomei Postpartum Care Center was the best in Nanchang. She didn't believe that Ningzhe had booked it. When they arrived at the school gate, Mo Shuawei hailed a taxi. The two of them hurriedly went to the postpartum care center, and Ningzhe was still oblivious. Chapter 20, calling him a Phoenix man and asking for breakup fees? Mo Shuawei and Lin Shuang arrived at the postpartum care center quickly. They said they were visiting a friend and even took out a photo of Ningzhe. Ningzhe had booked the deluxe package, and the postpartum care center knew that he had many people. The doorman told them to go to the reception center, and someone would take them there. After looking at the map, they realized that it was quite a walk, and someone from the reception should take them there. Mo Shuawei and Lin Shuang came to the reception center first. Last time, Zhao, who received Ningzhe, happened to be on duty today. The two beautiful women who came should be here to see someone. Zhao also greeted them warmly. "Hello, ladies, what can I do for you?" Mo Shuawei's expression wasn't very good, and Lin Shuang was worried that others might mistake them for troublemakers. She smiled and said, "We are Ningzhe's cousins. We came to see the baby and want to give him a surprise. Can you take us there?" Upon hearing that they were Ningzhe's relatives, Xiao Zhao immediately dropped what he was doing and took them there. After getting into the confinement center's car, they arrived at the door of the small Western-style building a few minutes later. You have to stay in a small Western-style building for confinement? Is Song Yu trying to show off that she's rich? Mo Shuawei thought to herself. Lin Shuang smiled and said to Xiao Zhao, "You go ahead, we'll go in by ourselves." "Thank you." Xiao Zhao had no intention of going in, so he closed the car door and returned to the reception center. "Shuawei, Song Yu lives in a really nice place, doesn't she? Could it be that Ningzhe booked it for her?" "What are you talking about? I know exactly how much money Ningzhe has." A BMW was parked at the entrance, and Mo Shuawei went over and kicked it. The iron fence gate of the small building was open, and Mo Shuawei and Lin Shuang walked in on their own initiative. As soon as they walked into the courtyard, they heard the sound of children being teased inside. She quickened her pace and came to the door. The door was open, and she could see the scene in the living room on the first floor. The family of three was having a good time in the living room, with the two adults teasing the child, which was indescribably warm. At this time, Auntie Li saw the two people standing in the doorway. She walked over and asked, "May I ask who you are looking for?" Ningzhe and Song Yu heard what Auntie Li said and looked over at the same time. Ningzhe and Mo Shuawei locked eyes, but there was no emotion in them, and he quickly averted his gaze. Song Yu didn't know who they were and looked at Ningzhe. "Ningzhe, is she your friend?" Before Ningzhe could answer, Mo Shuawei had already walked past Auntie Li and come in, snatching the words out of his mouth and saying, "She's my girlfriend." Song Yu froze. Girlfriend? Could it be Mo Shuawei? But Li Lingxue had said they had broken up. Mo Shuawei, where do you get the face to say that? Ningzhe asked in return. Now that he was facing Mo Shuawei, his heart was not stirred, but he was just worried that Song Yu would misunderstand. He explained, she and I are in the past, and in the future, you and Ranran are the people who are most important to me. Song Yu smiled tenderly, believing in what Ningzhe had said. So this was Mo Shuawei, she was only average looking, how could she be worthy of Ningzhe? Hearing what Ningzhe had said, Mo Shuawei was very angry. Ningze, what do you mean? Mo Shuawei questioned. What do I mean? We've already broken up, I want to ask you what do you mean? If there's nothing else, just go, don't disturb our Ranran. Ningze had not looked at Mo Shuawei since she had entered the room, except for a fleeting glance earlier, which had made her lose face in front of Songyu. She had thought that Ningze would look at her with love in his eyes, and she would then be able to vent her anger at Songyu. But what happened? Ningze simply did not bother to look at her, and kept teasing the baby in Songyu's arms. The baby's skin was no longer red like when she was born, and it had gradually grown, looking very cute. Oh, Ranran is smiling. Ranran smiles so beautifully. Daddy loves to see Ranran smile the most. Ranran, show mommy another smile. Ningze and Songyu played with Ranran as if they were alone, ignoring the two people standing in the living room. Mo Shuawei was so angry that she picked up a sofa cushion and threw it. It happened to hit Ningze on the head. Ranran was being held by Songyu and was suddenly frightened by Mo Shuawei's actions and started crying. Ningze took Ranran from Songyu's hands and hugged her, gently coaxing her. Ranran stopped crying. He was shocked, wasn't he? It's Daddy's fault, I didn't protect Ranran. After coaxing her for a while, Ranran stopped crying, so he let Songyu take her into the room. Ningze looked at Mo Shuawei at this moment, his eyes fierce. This was the first time Mo Shuawei had seen Ningze's eyes like this. Mo Shuawei, leave from here immediately. You are not welcome here. Ningze, you scared my Ranran. Now not only is there no love in Ningze's eyes for her, he's also telling her to go? Lin Shuang saw her best friend being bullied and pointed at Ningze and scolded, Ningze, aren't you just relying on Songyu? You're still brazen enough to be a Phoenix man? Songyu bought you the BMW, didn't he? Ha, being a kept man is nothing. Songyu was very angry when she heard Lin Shuang's words as soon as she walked out of the room. Songyu, who told you that I bought Ningze the BMW? Our Ningze is awesome. Lin Shuang, how can Ningze afford it? Songyu, some people are just judgmental and look down on others. Ningze bought the BMW and booked the maternity center, believe it or not. After saying this, Songyu took Ningze's arm. Who are you calling a dog? Lin Shuang was so angry that she wanted to take her best friend's side, but ended up getting angry herself. Whoever answers is the one. Songyu's voice was very soft, and it didn't make people feel like she was arguing with them. Auntie Li, who do you think booked the confinement package? Songyu looked at Auntie Li and smiled. Auntie Li is also a person with good judgment. Mr. Ning loves Mrs. Ning very much, and he booked the 10W8 luxury package for her at our postpartum care center. Everyone is very envious. After saying this, Auntie Li continued with her work. 10W8? Ningze, you pretended to be poor when you had money. You were stingy even when giving a gift, and now you're willing to book a 10W8 postpartum care package. What do you mean? How could Mo Shuawei not be angry? That's 100,000 yuan. If it were spent on her, how nice. Ningze, we can break up, but give me the breakup fee. Mo Shuawei suddenly said. Ningze and Songyu were both stunned. This person seems to be shameless. Some people really have a face thicker than a wall. You proposed the breakup yourself, and you want a breakup fee? Songyu, who usually looks silly, is quite formidable when arguing. Ningze didn't say anything, enjoying the feeling of being protected by Songyu. Lin Shuang, as Mo Shuawei's best friend, felt that this request was a bit excessive. She tugged at Mo Shuawei, who shook her off. At this time, two people in security uniforms came in through the door. Without saying a word, they dragged Mo Shuawei and the other person away. You. Mo Shuawei struggled, trying to break free, but she was held fast. The living room was finally quiet. Ningze put his arm around Songyu and looked down at her. Were you the one who notified the security office? Songyu tilted her head and smiled. Well, I didn't want to see you being bullied by others. Well done. Chapter 21, Picking out clothes for the baby's mom and getting sick from being smug. A farce came to an end, and the small house returned to peace. While Fengporen was sleeping, Ningze pulled Songyu onto the sofa. I'm so happy that my wife defended me today. Ningze took her hand and spoke softly. Humph, you want to bully your husband? No way. Songyu snorted, looking very cute. Ningze reached out and pinched Songyu's little face, making her even cuter. Songyu let out a whimpering sound and reached up to protest, but Ningza put her in his arms. Ningza took out his phone and opened the shopping platform. Today, I was planning to go to the mall after I got out of school to buy you some clothes, but I didn't realize that Ran ran around and I couldn't go. Look, find some you like and I'll buy them for you. Ningze handed his phone to Songyu, but Songyu didn't take it. Ningze, now that we have a child, we can't spend money if we don't have to. We're in the postpartum period now, clothes and such are unnecessary. Ningze shook his head, we have to buy them, buy clothes suitable for the postpartum period. Why Ran Ran must have had a hard time during those 10 months. Her life was thrown off kilter by the sudden arrival of Ran Ran, and she lost her old life. Ningze's big hand stroked her face, his eyes full of tenderness. Songyu, you can't lower your quality of life just because you have Ran Ran. I would feel bad about that. I will work hard to give you and your daughter a happy life. Be good, choose some clothes, I'll pay for them. Ningze didn't give her a chance to refuse. He held Songyu in his arms, and the two of them sat on the sofa, looking at their phones together. Ningze typed pure cotton postpartum clothes into the shopping app, and a lot of styles came up in the search results. Basically, they were all long styles, which were very suitable for wearing during the postpartum period. There was also air conditioning in the room, so long styles were just right. Ningze liked a set of warm apricot-colored clothes, which had a princess style, and most importantly, were made of pure cotton, which was soft and comfortable. Yuer, do you like this set? It's 100% cotton, so it's breathable and absorbs sweat, so you should feel comfortable in it. You can wear it as pajamas after you leave the hospital. Ningze clicks in to view the details, and there are comments from people who have bought it, mostly positive. And when you click into their store, there are other styles, all in a noble princess style. Songyu not only looks good, she's also a little cute, so she's perfect for this style. Yuer, look, these outfits are all pretty good. Let's buy them first, and when you're out of the confinement period and can go out, we'll go shopping in the mall again and buy them for you and Ran Ran. Ningze swiped his phone and looked at it very carefully. His voice came from above Songyu's head, and she could feel his warm breath spray out. His breathing was even, and the hot air he exhaled drifted around her ears and neck. Songyu felt it tickle. Seeing that she was not speaking, Ningze looked at her and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like any of them?" "It's okay, let's keep looking. We'll definitely find something that you like." The ones that Ningze had chosen were the types that she liked. She said softly, "Ningze, I like whatever you choose." "Okay, even if I'm in confinement, our Yuer has to look beautiful. I'll place the order." Ningze entered the payment password in front of Songyu and did not avoid her. Songyu felt very warm inside. "Mrs. Ning, today's care is about to begin, so please get ready." The nurse stood behind them for a while before finding the right opportunity to speak. The two were so sweet that she didn't want to disturb them. "Okay." Songyu got up from Ningze's arms and went to the care room. Ningze returned to the room and saw that Ran Ran was still asleep. He sat by the cot and took out his mobile phone to take a picture of Ran Ran. Since the birth of Ran Ran, Ningze has basically taken a photo every day to record the moments. After taking the photo, he opened the shopping platform and continued to pick out clothes for Songyu. On the day of leaving the hospital, he wanted Songyu to dress up beautifully. Ningze picked out a lace-spliced French retro black floral dress, which was very gentle and had a sense of luxury. It was matched with a pair of white lace socks and black leather shoes. Ningze could already imagine how good it would look on Songyu, and his smile was full of tenderness. Suddenly, there was a noise from the cot, and Ran Ran woke up. "Oh no, Ran Ran has woken up. Ran Ran is so well behaved, she really is Daddy's little girl. Ran Ran, Daddy will play with you." Ningze put away his phone and picked up Ran Ran, coaxing her. He patted her back to calm her down, afraid that today's events had frightened her. "Night." Ran kicked her little legs while she slept. Songyu was surprised. Usually she was already asleep at this time, so tonight was a bit unusual. And when she fed her, she stopped eating and then started eating again, unlike usual. As soon as Ningze walked into the room, Songyu said, "Ningze, Ran hasn't slept yet tonight. I saw her kicking her legs and waving her hands. I think it's because what happened in the afternoon scared her, so she couldn't sleep peacefully." Ningze wrapped her in a small blanket so that Ran Ran could feel wrapped up and feel more secure. Songyu woke up in the middle of the night and found Ningze holding Ran Ran against the bed and asleep. She took Ran Ran from Ningze's arms and placed her in the cot. The next day. Early in the morning, Ran Ran let out a grunting sound, and the two of them approached the cot to check on her. Red dots appeared on Ran Ran's little face, and Ningzai and Song Yu were both terrified. Ningzai immediately hugged Ran Ran, and Song Yu followed behind him. The two of them came to the living room and saw the nursery nurse and hurriedly asked, "Have you seen Director Bai?" Hearing Ningzai's anxious and nervous voice, Director Bai immediately came out of the kitchen and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Ningzai nervously said, "Director Bai, please take a look. Why does Ran Ran have red spots on her face and body? Is she sick?" After taking a look, Director Bai said, "This is common prickly heat, not a serious illness. It's hotter in the summer, and it's also the season when newborn babies get prickly heat more frequently. In hot weather, the environment is stuffy and humid. If the baby is dressed too warmly, it will lead to excessive sweating of the skin, which cannot evaporate quickly, and the sweat pores will become blocked, resulting in prickly heat. You also wrap the baby up so tightly, it's strange that it doesn't get prickly heat. It's hot now, and your baby has been born for a while, so there's no need to wrap him in a blanket anymore. You really are overprotective. How could he have forgotten all this? What should I do?" Song Yu asked nervously. Both of them are new parents, so Director Bai reassured them, "After cleaning your baby's skin with water, apply calamine lotion, which can help to dissipate heat, dry the skin, and soothe the itch. Now that your baby has heat rash, don't use talcum powder, as this will easily block the pores and worsen the condition." Ningzai carried Ran Ran to the nursery, where the nursery nurse brought him calamine lotion. After cleaning Ran Ran's skin, Ningzai gently applied the lotion and then fanned her skin with his hands to let the lotion dry quickly. His movements were careful, and his eyes were full of worry. Chapter 22, A Heartwarming Moment of Conversation. Ningzai finished treating Ran Ran and then changed her clothes. After all this, she had fallen asleep. She had not slept well last night and had developed prickly heat today. She had been crying for a long time and was really pitiful. Ningzai's eyes were a little moist, and he quickly adjusted himself so that Song Yu didn't notice. He went to the living room and asked Director Bai how long the prickly heat would last. Normally, it will gradually subside in 3 to 5 days. Pay attention to keeping your baby's skin clean and dry, and do not use strongly alkaline body wash when bathing. You can also rinse with lukewarm water and wipe dry. Do not scratch the areas with heat rash to avoid infection." Ningzai took down all of this and thanked Director Bai. "This is what we should do. Okay, you take care of the baby first, and if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time." Director Bai said this and left. "Today, I wanted to examine the baby, but this situation is not convenient. I will come back when the baby is better." After a morning of ups and downs, Ningzai and Song Yu had not yet eaten breakfast. It was now past 10 o'clock, almost lunchtime. Unconsciously, the two of them headed to the room to see if Ran Ran was crying. Fortunately, Ran Ran was quietly lying in her cot, sleeping soundly. Since the two of them had not eaten breakfast, the maid in charge of cooking made lunch earlier than usual. Ran Ran baby slept very long today and didn't wake up until after 11 o'clock. "Let's go eat first, you're still in your postpartum period and can't go hungry." Ningzai took Song Yu's hand and walked to the dining room. Ningzai blamed himself, saying that he had neglected her. He was the pillar of support for Song Yu and Ran Ran, and he must take care of both mother and daughter. When the maid brought the food, Song Yu was distracted and her thoughts were with Ran Ran. Ningzai sighed. It was all his fault he had not taken good care of Ran Ran. He reassured Song Yu, telling her not to worry, that Ran Ran would soon get better. After dinner, Ningzai went back to the room. It was hot, and babies tend to sweat when they sleep. Now that Ran Ran has heat rash, he needs to turn her over frequently to wipe the sweat. He is worried that stuffiness will make the rash worse. Then he adjusted the room temperature to 25 degrees to make the room less hot. Such a small baby has grown so much, and red dots have appeared on the parts that tend to sweat, such as the head, neck, etc. Ningzai took a soft baby towel and used it to wipe the sweat off Ran Ran's face. Seeing that there was something in Ran Ran's nose, Ningzai turned around and left. He went to the nursery and asked, "Do you have saline solution?" "Yes, sir." "Please wait a moment, I'll go get some from the storage room." The nursery assistant said and immediately went to get it. The nursery assistant was very quick and did not see Ningzai when he arrived at the nursery. He turned around and went to their room, knocked gently on the door, and said, "Sir, here is the saline solution you asked for." Ningzai took it, took out a cotton swab, moistened it, and then applied it to the foreign body in Ran Ran's nasal cavity. "Ningzai, what is this for?" Song Yu was puzzled. Ran Ran has a foreign body in her nasal cavity. I will first use saline to soften it before dealing with it. The nasal mucosa of newborns is very fragile. If you use tweezers to pick it out, or use a cotton swab to get it out directly, it is easy to injure the baby's nasal mucosa. I see. Song Yu suddenly understood. The nursery staff were curious about what Ning Zhe wanted the saline solution for and stood in the doorway watching. After listening to Ning Zhe's words, they realized that saline solution could be used in this way. Even they didn't know this. This Mr. Ning really cares about the child. Under Ning Zhe's careful care, a few days later, Ran Ran's heat rash finally subsided. Both were very happy that Ran Ran was better. That night, Ning Zhe came into the living room after putting Ran Ran to sleep and saw Song Yu preparing food on the coffee table. There were drinks, barbecue, and fruit. Ning Zhe was shocked when he saw the barbecue. He persuaded, you're still in the postpartum period, you can't eat barbecue. Barbecue has stimulating spices that can easily cause internal heat and aggravate blood and qi deficiency. Be good, wait until you're out of the postpartum period to eat it. Song Yu laughed lightly, this is for you, I'll eat the fruit. You've been taking care of Ran Ran for a few days now, and I want you to relax. She didn't know what Ningza liked to eat either. Every time she left school in the past, she would see the barbecue stalls at the school gate, where groups of boys would sit and eat barbecue and drink beer. But she didn't prepare any beer for Ningza. It wouldn't do to smoke Ran Ran. Song Yu sat him down. I've prepared some soft drinks for you, but no alcohol. Well, you're a great mom, and you've prepared all my favorite foods. What should I give you as a reward? Ning Zhe pretended to think about it, and glanced at Song Yu. Reward? Song Yu was a little excited. She blinked her eyes and looked at Ning Zhe expectantly. Ning Zhe's big hand suddenly wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer to him. In Song Yu's expectant gaze, Ning Zhe kissed her. Song Yu felt a burst of nervousness. What if someone suddenly appeared? Nervous and full of anticipation, this feeling tickled her heart. Ning Zhe kissed her enough and then let her go. Song Yu was now used to Ning Zhe kissing her and was not as shy as before. After adjusting her emotions, Song Yu lightly tugged at Ning Zhe's clothes and said, Ning Zhe, let's get to know each other. Ning Zhe was surprised. Okay. The two sat on the sofa, eating and chatting. After getting to know each other, they discovered that Song Yu had grown up with her grandparents, and that her parents had divorced and remarried. This was even more difficult for her than the fact that Ning Zhe had never had the love of his parents. This made Ning Zhe want to love and care for her even more. Song Yu told Ning Zhe all about her situation. Since being with Ning Zhe, she had become more and more dependent on him. The two snuggled together. From now on, you can rest assured and give yourself to me. Okay. Song Yu leaned against Ning Zhe's chest, curious about what Ning Zhe's family was like, and she looked forward to it. Ning Zhe, what's the situation in your family? Ning Zhe told Song Yu everything about his life from childhood to the present. Song Yu didn't expect it to be like this. And his life is so simple, Song Yu felt sad. She turned around and hugged Ning Zhe. Ning Zhe, from now on we'll be family, you have me, and Ran Ran. Ning Zhe didn't feel anything special about what had happened to him, and he had been used to it since childhood. He hugged Song Yu tightly, honey. Song Yu froze for a moment when she heard Ning Zhe call her honey. She would be discharged from the hospital in 10 days, and Ning Zhe had said that they would get married after that. Now, she didn't resist Ning Zhe calling her that. Thank you, Ning Zhe. Thank you for giving me a home of my own. By the way, after we get discharged from the hospital, let's go see my grandparents. Ning Zhe suddenly said. Song Yu was a little embarrassed. She didn't know how to tell her grandparents that last year when she was pregnant, she said she was going to the United States as an exchange student for a year, and now the time was almost up. If she went back, her grandparents would be shocked to see that she had a child. Ning Zhe could see her worry and reassured her, don't worry, I'll tell my grandparents when the time comes. This is also because of me. Chapter 23 Learning to cook and making fish soup for his wife. The next day, Ning Zhe was also thinking of surprising Song Yu after the surprise she had prepared for him last night. He got up early and went to the market with Aunt Wang, who was cooking. Aunt Wang, I want to make a soup for my wife. What do you think? Ning Zhe had never cooked before, but for Song Yu's sake, he wanted to learn how to cook so that when they lived together in the future, he could cook for her. Auntie Wang was touched by the sweet couple. She said with a smile, "Why don't you make black fish and tofu soup? This soup can boost the immune system, strengthen the spleen and stomach, and also nourish the blood and replenish the body." Auntie Wang specializes in making Song Yu's postpartum meals, and has made a lot of delicious nourishing soups during this period of time. However, she has never made the black fish and tofu soup he mentioned. "Okay, let's buy the ingredients first." Ningzhe followed Auntie Wang with a basket in his hand. They arrived in front of a seafood stall. The fishmonger greeted them warmly. "What would you like to buy, handsome?" Ningzhe didn't recognize any of the fish. Auntie Wang said, "Give us a black fish." "Okay." The fishmonger picked up a net and looked for the right fish in a fish tank. He pulled out a fish and showed it to the two men. "How about this one? Is it suitable?" Ningzhe shook his head. "This fish only looks like 3 fingers, it's too small." He hoped that Song Yu would eat more to strengthen her body. "Boss, get me one as big as the palm of your hand. It has to be at least this big, otherwise it's not enough to eat." "Okay, handsome. Just a moment." With that, the boss put the fish back, looked around, and picked up a black fish the size of the palm of his hand. "Is this one satisfactory?" "Well, it'll do." Having sold fish for so many years, the boss knows that black fish is mostly bought for new mothers. He even teased, "Handsome, are you planning to make soup for your wife? These days, young people like you are rare. You cook for your wife, so you must love her very much." The other people buying fish at the stall looked at him with envy. "Why isn't this handsome young man her son-in-law? He's so handsome, I wish he was my husband." No matter what the others thought, Ningzhe just smiled and said nothing. The young girl looked even more envious. "This is so tender. His wife is so lucky." The owner prepared the fish, and Ningzhe took it and put it in the basket. Auntie Wang said there were other ingredients, and you can't just stew a fish, it won't taste good. After leaving the fish stall, Ningzhe went on to buy tofu, black fungus, and other ingredients such as ginger, spring onions and garlic. With all the ingredients for the fish soup bought, Auntie Wang still had to buy other dishes. Ningzhe accompanied her. An hour later, all the dishes were bought and the two returned to the small Western-style building. The market was open early, and it was just after 7 o'clock when they returned. Ningzhe put the groceries in the kitchen, then washed his hands and changed before walking over to the bed to see Ran Ran. Ran Ran was lying on the cot, her little hands moving. Song Yu had just finished washing up in the bathroom and saw Ningzhe and asked, "Where have you been? I haven't seen you since I woke up." Ningzhe didn't want to tell the truth, as he wanted to surprise Song Yu today. He smiled and said he had gone out for something, and Song Yu didn't think much of it and believed him. Ran Ran had already been fed, so she could be entertained. There were pendants of stars and the moon hanging from the cot. As it swung, Ran Ran stared at them, her little hands opening and closing. Ningzhe felt his heart soften. This was the simple joy of father and daughter. "Ningzhe, have you had breakfast yet?" Ningzhe looked back at her and said gently, "I've already eaten, go and eat, I'll play with Ran Ran for a while." Song Yu has just finished breastfeeding, so Ningzhe brings over vitamin D3 for Ran Ran to take. Generally, babies need vitamin D3 every day after 15 days of birth to promote calcium absorption. These products are provided by the Postpartum Care Center and are guaranteed. Ran Ran kicks her little legs happily. Ningzhe brings a rattle and gently shakes it near Ran Ran's ear, making a rustling sound. Hearing the sound, Ran Ran reaches out to grab it, and the father and daughter have a great time playing. There is also a foot piano in the small building. Ningzhe puts her on it, and when she stomps her little legs, she makes a crisp sound when she hits the keys. The more she listens, the happier she gets, and she is full of energy early in the morning. Song Yu sees that the father and daughter are still playing after she finishes eating, so she immediately joins the group chat and plays with Stinky Ran as well. They play all morning. Seeing that it is almost lunchtime, Ningzhe asks Song Yu to take Ran Ran into the room. You stay with Ran Ran, I'm going to get something." "Okay, go ahead." He went to the kitchen. Seeing that Auntie Wang had already started preparing the meal, Ningzhe took an apron and put it around his waist. The fish had already been prepared, so all it needed was a quick wash. Auntie Wang wanted to help, but Ningzhe said he wanted to do the soup himself, every step of the way. Auntie Wang had no choice but to let him do it himself. It is a blessing to be able to eat food prepared by someone you love, and Auntie Wang couldn't help but smile as she thought back to her younger days. Ningzhe washed the fish, then cut the tofu into cubes and chopped the ginger and spring onions. After these preparations, Ningzhe asked Auntie Wang, I'm going to start now, which do I put in first? First, heat some oil in the pan, then rub the bottom of the pan with the ginger slices, then add the fish cubes. After the fish cubes are put in, shake the bottom of the pan to prevent them from sticking, and fry both sides until they turn light brown. Then add boiling water. Be sure to add boiling water, because only then will it simmer to make a milky white soup. Finally, add the tofu and black fungus. Ningzhe followed the steps that Auntie Wang had described, step by step. Now the fish cubes have been fried until both sides are lightly browned. He then poured in the hot water. Then he turned up the heat and let it simmer. In no time, the soup turned milky white. He then added the tofu cubes and black fungus, and after simmering for a while, a black fish and tofu soup was ready. Songyu walked out of the room with Ran Ran in her arms and smelled the fish soup. When she arrived in the kitchen, she saw Ningzhe cooking. Ningzhe. Ningzhe turned around and saw the mother and daughter standing in the kitchen doorway. He smiled gently and said, Why did you come out? I wanted to surprise you. I learned to make black fish and tofu soup with Auntie Wang, and I made it for you. You have to taste it. Wow, Ningzhe, you're so good. I'm so looking forward to it. Songyu was sitting at the table with Ran Ran in her arms, and she can't wait to taste the soup that Ningzhe has made. Ran Ran in her arms is also babbling, as if she is looking forward to it as much as her mother. The other dishes are already ready, and now they are just waiting for Ningzhe's fish soup to come out of the pot. Ningzhe serves it in a bowl and brings it to Songyu. It's hot, so you have to blow on it before you eat it. Songyu bites her lip and nods frantically, smelling delicious. Thank you, honey. Ningzhe raises the corners of his lips with pride when he hears Songyu call him honey. His you is really cute. Ningzhe brings Ran Ran over so Songyu can eat properly. Songyu scoops a spoonful of the soup, blows on it, and then drinks it. Oh my! What a divine tonic! It's so fresh. Ningzhe, it's delicious. If Yuer likes it, have some more. I'll learn to cook other dishes in the future and make Yuer grow up healthy and plump. Chapter 24, The first time Ran raised his head. Was the first time Songyu ate a dish made by Ningzhe? He had no idea that Ningzhe was so talented in cooking, and he had only just started learning from Auntie Wang. Seeing Songyu happily eating, Ningzhe felt very satisfied. As Auntie Wang said, when you eat food made by someone you like, you can't help but smile. Isn't that exactly what's happening to Songyu right now? Songyu finished the first bowl quickly, so Ningzhe put Ran Ran in her cot and went back to the stove to bring her the pot. Here, have some more if you like it. Okay. Songyu started on the second bowl, leaving the other dishes untouched. Ningzhe said to her, You have to eat the other dishes too, they're a good nutritional balance. Songyu agreed, but her actions betrayed her words. She kept scooping up the soup and eating it, and she also ate almost all the fish and tofu. Ningzhe could do nothing about her, so he personally helped her by putting food on her spoon. No one is happier than him, taking care of his big baby and his little baby. Songyu ate a lot at this meal, and her stomach was round. Sitting on the sofa after eating, she could still clearly see a bulge on her stomach. If you didn't know, you'd think she was pregnant again. Ningzhe, you cook so well, look at my stomach. Ningzhe looked over and saw her round tummy, which was very cute. Eat more, you need to build up your strength now. But you'll get fat if you eat like this every day. Songyu didn't gain much weight even when she was pregnant with Ran Ran. Now that Stinky Ran is born, her weight is still around 100 pounds. If she keeps eating like this every day, she'll get fat for sure. Yuer is cute even if she is a little chubby. Ningzhe chuckled lightly. Songyu gave him a glare. If he said she was cute now, he would hate her when the time came. Unexpectedly, Songyu took it seriously. Ningzhe really liked to see her look so cute. He reached out and pinched her little face, telling her not to think like that she would always be his big treasure. Even when they were arguing, they were so sweet and affectionate, which made others envious. Ran is also very well behaved today, lying in his cot and moving his hands around. The family of 3 take a nap on the sofa. The cicadas are singing loudly in the afternoon, coming from the trees outside the courtyard. Accompanied by the sound of the cicadas, they soon fall asleep. In the afternoon, Ran is due for some stroking exercises today. After the nursery staff have prepared, Ningzhe and Songyu hold Ran in their arms and go to the nursery. Today, we will do some baby massage, which can enhance the bond between parent and child. The baby will enjoy the massage, and it will also make the baby feel happy and content. The things we need to prepare are diapers and spare clothes, as well as massage oil. After the nursery teacher finished speaking, Ningze went back to the room to get the diapers and spare clothes. The massage oil is available at the maternity center, and it is a high-end product containing 5 types of vegetable oils, so you can use it with confidence. The nanny then carried Ranran to the bed and demonstrated the movements once for Ningze and Songyu. Ningze quickly memorized the movements, while Songyu forgot the earlier movements as soon as she saw the later ones. Ningze, I can't remember, he said with a look of grievance. It's okay, I've memorized them all. Ningze smiled and rubbed Songyu's forehead. It was already 20 minutes after the set of movements was completed. You can only do this massage once a day. If you remember it, you can do it yourself tomorrow, and I'll be there to guide you. The nanny finished and gave some instructions. Ningze changed Ranran's dirty clothes. Stinky Ran was enjoying himself. Oh, Stinky Ran is so happy, isn't it very comfortable? Tomorrow, it won't be your aunt who does it, it will be your father. Stinky Ran, are you happy? Ranran is beaming, her face full of joy. You can also start to let your baby practice prone position and try to lift her head up. The nursery teacher looks at Ranran and is quite happy, and suggests. Ningze searches his memory and thinks that the baby can indeed start practicing. He tells Ranran to lie prone in front of him and picks up the rattle to guide her. Ranran, look at daddy, here, Ranran baby. Ranran lay prone on the bed and tried to lift her head along with Ningze's voice. Wow, Ranran is awesome. Our Ranran has lifted her head. After Stinky Ran tried to lift her head once, Ningze picked her up. Today's exercise is complete, continue tomorrow. Ding. The host trains the baby to lift her head for the first time and is rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash and a set of divine Chinese massage techniques. Wow! Chinese massage techniques. Ningze was thinking about learning massage and giving Songyu a back massage. The system's rewards are always timely. Host, that's a must. Ningze took out his phone and read the text message. He already had quite a bit of savings. It wasn't enough to buy a house, he had to look at renting one as soon as possible. Songyu would be out of the maternity ward in just a few days, and if he didn't find a house then, it would be too late. There are still a few things to buy, and it will take a few days to clean the place. After Songyu and Ranran go to bed at night, he will read the message again. At this moment, Songyu's phone suddenly rings. It's from Li Lingxue. What could it be at this hour? Songyu, Lingxue, is everything okay? Li Lingxue, I can't call you if I'm not okay? You've changed, you're. Now that you have Ningze, you don't need me anymore. Songyu, no, Lingxue. Li Lingxue, I'm just joking. It's the instructor. He couldn't get in touch with you, so he asked me to talk to you. Li Lingxue, we're about to graduate, and you've taken a year off. The instructor said that you'll retake your senior year courses and graduate with the younger students. He'll arrange for you to be in a new class. Songyu, okay then. This was something Songyu had expected. She would have to graduate a year later, and she would still have to take classes at that time. Who would take care of Ranran? After hanging up the phone, Songyu looked worried. What's wrong? What did Li Lingxue say? Ningze asked. Songyu sighed and said, the teaching staff told me to go back to school next semester, but what about Ranran? Don't worry, I'll take care of Ranran, just go back to school and finish your studies. Thinking that Ningze is about to graduate, if he takes care of Ranran, what about his work? I heard that he has good grades at school and gets a full scholarship. But, Ningze, you also have to work. Don't worry, I have a plan and it won't be delayed. Besides, I want to take care of Ranran myself. I wouldn't feel at ease if I hired a nanny or something. There are a lot of videos online of nannies hitting babies. If I hire a nanny and meet a bad one, Ranran won't know how others treat him. He'll be heartbroken. It's better to take care of him myself. Songyu has gotten to know Ningze a little over the past few days they've spent together. He doesn't change his mind easily once he's made up his mind. Since he said he had a plan, she trusts him and is sure that Ningze will weigh everything up properly. P.S. Lemon is writing for the male audience for the first time, so she's afraid she won't get it right and she's not sure how it'll turn out. Can the brothers give her some encouragement or other data? Oh. Chapter 25, A Set of 10 Lee Spring Real Estate. The clothes that Ning Zhe ordered for Sonyu 2 days ago arrived. The auntie washed and dried them, and then disinfected them. Sonyu changed into her new clothes today and wanted to show them to Ning Zhe. She came to the living room but didn't see anyone, and the nursery room was also not there. Where did they go? She looked around and came to the door. She heard a voice coming from outside. Sonyu looked over and saw the father and daughter playing in the garden in front of the small Western-style building. She crept up to them, wanting to surprise Ningze. Unfortunately, Ningze happened to turn around just then, so the surprise was gone. When Sonyu came up to them, Ningze noticed that she was wearing the clothes he had bought her. His heart warmed as he looked at Sonyu, who looked like she really liked them. They looked very cute on her. You look really good in them. You chose the clothes that look good. Sonyu walked over to him and sat down. At this time, in the courtyard of the small Western-style building separated by the iron fence, there were several people sitting in the garden chatting, and they looked over from time to time. Wow, look at that person, her figure is still so good after giving birth. Yes, and she knows how to dress well. This is the first time I've seen someone dress so well during the postpartum period. It really looks good. Where did you buy that dress? I really want to know. You're silly, take a picture of it secretly and go check it out on the shopping platform. Right, I'll take a picture of it quickly. They were speaking loudly, and Ningze and Sonyu both heard them. The two of them smiled at each other. Ningze raised an eyebrow, as if to say, I have good taste, don't I? Sonyu laughed softly. His taste is really good. The baby fell asleep, so Ningze carried her back to the living room and asked Sonyu to stay with her. He went to the study on the second floor and printed out all the photos of Xiaoran from birth to the present, planning to make an album. Nowadays, with the internet, there are many software programs that can record memories. However, Ningze felt that making an album would be more meaningful. Every time he printed out a photo, Ningze would look at it and smile. The more he looked at them, the cuter he found Ranran. He spent the whole afternoon buried in the study, and Sonyu had no idea what he was doing. She felt that everyone had their own space, so she didn't ask. It was nearing dinner time when she saw Ningze come down from the second floor, and he was holding a notebook in his hand. Sonyu was curious to see the large photo album he was holding. Before she could ask, Ningze sat down next to her. Opening the album, Sonyu saw photos of her and Ranran. Sonyu didn't know when Ningze took these photos, but it looked like he took them when she wasn't looking. Ningze, these photos. I don't look good in this, and my hair isn't done. No. These photos aren't good, let's take new ones later. Sonyu shook her head at the sight of the photos. She looked really ugly. She wanted to take down her own photos, but Ningze grabbed her hand. Your looks beautiful in any situation. These are all meaningful moments that I want to record. Don't worry, we'll keep the photo album for ourselves and not show it to anyone else. We'll make a photo album for Ranran every year. When she turns 18, it will be very meaningful to look back at these albums. Hearing him say that, Sonyu suddenly became excited. Ding! The host records the baby's growth, which is of commemorative significance. As a reward, you will receive a set of the Shilichunfeng house. Shilichunfeng? A house? The system really knows what's on his mind. He's been looking at houses for a few days now, but hasn't found the right one. Either the community is too old, or it's too expensive. The rent for a high-end community is 10,000 yuan a month, which comes to more than 100,000 yuan a year. That's too much pressure for him. He doesn't want to find something too bad either, because he can't let Sonyu down. The system gave him this house at the right time. Ningze, system, how do I go about the paperwork for this house? The host goes to the Shilichunfeng sales center and just reports his name. Awesome. He likes it when things are straightforward. Ningze is happy and has already started planning how to decorate. If he wants to decorate, he can't move in right away, so he still needs to find a place to rent first. But Ningze plans to go and see the Shilichunfeng house first. He searched online and found out that Shilichunfeng is one of the top 5 real estate developments in Nanchang. The community has a beautiful environment, with an artificial lake, gardens, fitness facilities, and so on. He couldn't wait to go and have a look. The next day, Ningze arrived at the Shilichunfeng sales center. The sales assistants were all eager to serve the handsome man. One of the more senior sales assistants gave the others a look, and they immediately sat down obediently, not daring to compete. The young lady smiled and walked up to him. What kind of room would you like to see, handsome? My name is Ning Zhe. I've already made a reservation and I'm here to see the house today. Ning Zhe got straight to the point, without any nonsense. Seeing the house was the most important thing. The sales manager of the sales center hurried over when he heard Ning Zhe's name. Hello, Mr. Ning. I'm the manager of the sales center, you can call me Xiaoyan. We received the news last night that you would be coming to view the house today, I'll take you now. It's just a house viewing, why is it such a big deal? If you didn't know, you'd think he was some kind of leader, here to inspect the work. Xiaoyan immediately took the keys and led Ning Zhe away. The young ladies at the sales center were curious, what was Ning Zhe's status that the manager personally showed him the house? There were both rough and finished houses for sale. The key the manager was holding was for a luxury apartment. The handsome and wealthy young man was hard to resist. How could they get his contact information? Several young ladies were already daydreaming, fantasizing that Ning Zhe was their match. Xiao Yan took Ning Zhe to the 22nd floor, opened the door, and the view in the room left Ning Zhe dumbfounded. The decor was really good. It was all top of the line. Although he was shocked, he still managed to hide his emotions well. From the entrance door, on the left is the kitchen and dining room, and on the right is the living room, with large floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a sweeping view of the neighborhood. From the living room, there are 4 rooms, a master bedroom, 2 secondary bedrooms, and a study. Mr. Ning, this is our Shirley Chunfeng luxury apartment. We have regular cleaning services, so you can move in with just your suitcases. This building has 1 elevator and 1 household, so it's comfortable to live in and you don't have to worry about any difficult neighbors disturbing you. Ning Zhe was very satisfied. The layout was very good, at least 150 square meters. Apart from the lack of bed sheets and duvets, and the lack of kitchenware, tableware and daily necessities, everything else was already in place. Find some time to buy the missing things and you can move in directly. It just so happened that Song Yu was about to leave the maternity ward, so it was the perfect time to surprise her. He was originally thinking about how to decorate, but he didn't expect it to already be done, which saved a lot of trouble and money. He really liked the style of the decoration, but he wasn't sure if Song Yu would like it. Chapter 26 Ning Zhe, Be a Human Being. Xiao Yan handed the keys to Ning Zhe and left. Ning Zhe sat on the sofa, which was very soft and comfortable. Opposite him was a large 98-inch TV, perfect for watching the European Cup and World Cup. Ning Zhe messaged the dormitory group. Ning Zhe, I need help with something important, who's free? Lin Zhang, what's up Ning Zhe, I can come over this afternoon to help you. Huang Xian, me too. Zhang Shui, I'm free too, send me the location, I'll be right there. Since all 3 of them were free, they decided to take advantage of the situation. Ning Zhe sent his location in the group chat. Lin Zhang and the other 2 were curious about what Ning Zhe was doing here, and they hoped it wasn't buying a house. But then again, it was unlikely. The price of a house in Shilichunfen was not low. No matter what it was, they would go and see for themselves. Half an hour later. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Ning Zhe walked over to open the door. Come in. Zhang Shui looked at the luxuriously decorated house and pinched his thigh. Was he seeing things? This was the first time he had seen a house so well decorated. The other 2 were also looking at the house, and they looked at Ning Zhe with question marks on their faces. Knowing that they had a lot of doubts in their minds, Ning Zhe asked them to sit down first. The 3 sat across from Ning Zhe, staring at him intently. Ning Zhe laughed lightly. I just bought this house. What? The 3 said in unison. They had been discussing this possibility on the way here, and they had expected this outcome. But when they actually heard Ning Zhe say it, they were truly not just shocked, they were terrified. Ning Zhe, surely Chunfeng Yiping is going to cost 20,000 yuan, and this apartment looks to be at least 150 square meters. Zhang Shui said, crunching his fingers together to do some calculations, and suddenly his eyes widened, 3 million. Where did you get 3 million to buy this apartment? I'm jealous. Zhang Shui's reaction was within Ning Zhe's expectations. Of the 3, Zhang Shui is the least composed, and his emotions are the easiest to read. Ning Zhe has already thought of an excuse. I've won the lottery, he said calmly. The other 3 were not calm. The odds of winning the lottery are so low, and there are hundreds of millions of lottery players, so how lucky do you have to be to win that much money? Zhang Shui shed tears of envy. Ningzai, how are you so lucky? You have the school flower giving birth to your child, and now you've won the lottery. I'm so jealous. Ningzai chuckled, maybe Ran Ran is my lucky star. Oh, is it too late for me to find someone to have a baby? Zhang Shui said, hugging Huang Xian next to him and crying. Ningzai found it funny. Ningzai got down to business. I asked you all to come today because I want you to help me go shopping and help me clean up. You are my good brothers, you won't refuse, right? Even if there is regular cleaning, Ningzai is still not at ease. Since you are going to live in, you should clean up again to feel at ease. Zhang Shuigang burst into tears. Ningzai, you're so heartless. You're already provoking us, and now you want us to do manual labor. Song Yu is going to have her baby in a month, and then Ran Ran will have her first birthday. I'll treat you all to dinner. Lin Zhang walked over and patted Ningzai on the shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry, my brothers will take care of it for you. The four of them agreed, and Ningzai drove them to the mall. As soon as they entered the mall, Song Yu called. Ningzai, where have you been? You're not back yet, and it's almost lunchtime. Ningzai looked at the time, it was already past 11, too late to go back. You eat first, I have something to do, I'll be back after I'm done. Is our little one behaving himself? No, he's not. Then remember to eat, Ran Ran, and I will be waiting for you when you get back. Okay, eat well. The three of them listened to Ningzai's phone call, covering their chests with their hands. They felt so sorry for him. Not only did he have to do manual labor today, but he also had to be fed dog food. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. They are all human, but why is there such a big difference? The three of them don't even have girlfriends, while Ningzai not only has one, but also a child. It's really infuriating to compare people. It's lunchtime, so Ningzai takes them to eat first. They go to a restaurant, and the waiter brings the menu. Ningzai tells them to order whatever they want. Zhang Shui feels agitated today. Since Ningzai is treating, he has to take advantage of him. Abalone, lobster, whatever, let's start with that. Lin Zhang gave Zhang Shui a wink, telling him to stop. Ningzai didn't care, it's fine, order whatever you want, I'm asking you guys for help, it's only right that I treat you to a meal. After saying that, Ningzai also ordered other things. Usually at school, they don't eat anything good, they're tired of the food in the canteen, so he wanted to change their taste today. After they finished eating, they went shopping directly at the mall. They arrived at a shop selling home textiles, and Ningzai walked in, planning to look at bed sheets and duvet covers. What are these handsome guys looking at? The saleswoman approached enthusiastically. Zhang Shui straightened his hair when he was called handsome. He had specially blown his hairstyle when he went out today. He looked okay on his own, but next to Ningzai he looked dull. Ningzai was very attractive just standing there. A white t-shirt was clean and neat, giving off the feeling of a sunny young boy. I want to buy bedding. My wife has just given birth and the baby will sleep with us. Do you have any recommendations on good materials? Ningzai made his needs clear as soon as he came in, and the sales lady immediately gave him an introduction. I recommend using pure cotton for those with babies. This one is 140 thread count pure cotton sateen, which feels very soft to the touch. Your baby's skin is very tender, so you don't have to worry about it being prickly. And the edges are also trimmed with high-end lace, which also feels very soft to the touch. What is 140 thread count pure cotton satin? Ningzai has no idea. The best way to find out is to feel it with your hands. He reached out and felt it, it's very soft, and it won't hurt your hands. How much is this one? Handsome guy, this one is currently on sale for 488 yuan. Lin Zhang and the others all think it's expensive. Why not just go and rob it? They're only sleeping on a few tens of dollars. Ningzai, isn't it too expensive? Why don't you shop around a bit more? Lin Zhang persuaded. The sales lady said, handsome man, this price is a great deal for this set. Our brand specializes in researching comfortable bedding, you'll know once you try it. Ningzai thought it was pretty good, and the main thing was that it was princess style, so Song Yu would definitely like it. This is the set to get. Ningzai, isn't it too expensive? Lin Zhang tried to persuade him, after all, Ningzai now had a child to support, so he should save where he could. It's fine, I can rough it myself, just let them sleep better, mother and daughter. Ningzai then looked at the saleswoman and said, help me wrap it up. Great guy. After buying the quilt cover, they went to the supermarket. There was a lot to buy, so each of them pushed a cart. Kitchenware, tableware, and daily necessities filled all 4 carts. As they passed a baby product section, Ningza bought Ranran some bed bells, a foot piano, color cards, and other things she would need. As babies grow older, they need different early education toys, so they bought these now and put them aside. Back at Shirley Chun Foam, the 4 of them started cleaning. They were so busy that they didn't finish until 6 p.m. "You've worked hard today, I'll treat you to dinner later." "I haven't seen Ranran all day, I need to hurry back." After they finished, I told them to go. Zhang Shui, Ningze, be a man. P.S. Good evening, BBs. Heart shape. Chapter 27, After the confinement, give the mother a surprise. Back at the confinement center, Ningze found Songyu and Ranran standing at the door waiting for him. Ningze walked over, put his arm around Songyu's waist, and spoke softly, "Why are you waiting at the door?" "It's hot, and there are lots of mosquitoes, so be careful you don't get bitten." It felt so good to be cared for by Ningze, and Songyu felt very happy. She said coquettishly, "You were gone for a whole day, and even the baby missed you." After Songyu finished speaking, she looked at Ranran in her arms and said, "Isn't that right, Ranran baby?" Ranran cooperated, moving her little hands around. "The little one missed me, but the big one didn't?" Ningze stared at Songyu with hopeful eyes. Songyu's ears turned red, and she was embarrassed to look at him. She lowered her head and whispered, "The big one missed me too." "What?" "I didn't hear what you said, please say it again." Songyu knew that he was doing it on purpose, so she ignored him by letting go of his hand around her waist and walked back with Ranran in her arms. Ningze quickly followed, put his arm around Songyu's shoulder, and whispered in her ear, "I've missed you too." Songyu's mouth curled up slightly. The family of 3 returned to the living room, where Songyu sat on the sofa waiting. Every time Ningze came back from a crowded place, he would change his clothes and wash his hands before hugging Ranran. Ningze changed his clothes and came out, immediately hugging his little cutie and kissing her through her clothes. Auntie Wang had finished cooking and called the 2 of them to eat. Ningze came to the dining room and saw that there was still Songyu's confinement meal on the table. It was now 7 p.m., and Songyu had not eaten dinner yet. Why haven't you eaten dinner?" "I wanted to wait for you to come back and eat together. We didn't eat together at lunch, and I wanted to wait for you for dinner." Ningze felt bad, because he had returned home late. He hoped that Songyu would eat on time, otherwise it would be bad for her stomach. In the future, no matter if I'm back or not, you should eat when it's time, don't wait for me, understand?" Songyu shook her head, "But I want to eat with you." The feeling of being relied on by Songyu made Ningze feel happy. He smiled tenderly and said, "In the future, no matter where I go, I will always come back in time to eat with you." "Good." Songyu smiled happily. The 2 sat down, and Auntie Wang kept helping them out. After they finished eating, she said, "Mrs. Ning, you'll be leaving the confinement center tomorrow. Were you satisfied with the food during this time?" Without thinking, Songyu said, "Very satisfied. Auntie Wang's cooking is delicious." Songyu really liked the food. She had been worried that she wouldn't be able to eat the confinement center meals, but Auntie Wang prepared something different every day, and it was delicious. "I'm glad you liked it." Auntie Wang was happy to receive the affirmation of her employer, which was recognition of her work. The Postpartum Care Center has an evaluation form to assess the staff's work, and Auntie Wang puts it on the table before leaving. Songyu picks it up and looks at it. Everyone has given it an excellent rating, and she thinks they have taken good care of her. She can't believe how quickly the time has passed, and she is about to leave the Postpartum Care Center. Tomorrow we will go to the hospital for a follow-up examination, and then Ranran's second examination. After the examinations, we will go home." "Go home? Go home to where?" Ningza meant home when she said she was going home. She and Ningza had talked about the apartment she had near the school. After the checkup tomorrow, they can go home. After a month of living away from home, there is no place like home. The apartment is not big, but it is more than enough for the 3 of them. The next day, Songyu got up and stood in front of the closet, worrying. Ranran waited quietly in bed for her mother, wondering why she hadn't picked her up after so long. But she was being good and didn't make a sound. She just waited patiently for her mother. Ningza put away the things in the living room and took them to the car. During the 28 days they had lived in the small house, they had bought a lot of things. The family's luggage had increased by several large bags. Clothes, diapers, toys, they had unknowingly accumulated so much. Ningzhe returned to the room and saw Songyu standing in front of the mirror in the closet, lost in thought, wondering what she was thinking. When she saw him come in, she quickly pulled him over and asked, "Ningzhe, what do you think I should wear?" It turned out that she was worried about what clothes to wear. Ningzhe had already prepared it for her. He opened the top compartment of the closet and took out a dress and a pair of shoes from inside. He held the dress up to Songyu and it fit perfectly. Songyu was surprised and asked, "Ningzhe, when did you buy this?" "I didn't even know." Songyu took the dress in her hands and stood in front of the mirror to try it on. It was the French princess style she liked. Ningzhe hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "This is something I carefully selected for you. I want to see you wear it. How about you changes into it and shows it to me?" His deep voice sounded in Songyu's ear, and she felt shy. Ningzhe saw Songyu's shy expression in the mirror and hugged her even tighter. Songyu pushed him away and happily took the dress to change into it. She was already a mother, but she was still so shy. Ningzhe really liked her more and more the more he saw her. He went to the bedside, picked up Ranran, and sat on the bed waiting for Songyu to come out. "Little treasure, today we are going to go home, and when we get there, we will give mommy a surprise, okay? Do you think mommy will be happy?" Ranran waved her little hands, reached out to grab Ningzhe's clothes, and made a babbling sound. "Oh, my dear, you think your mother will like it, don't you? Dad also thinks your mother will like it." At this moment, Songyu came out after getting dressed. "Ningzhe." Hearing Songyu call his name, Ningzhe looked over, and her good figure was wrapped in a skirt. The lace stitching revealed her snow-white peaches. Her long, curly hair was pinned up behind her with two small clips. Her skin was fair and smooth, her figure was well proportioned, and her peaches were plump and round. Ningzhe was mesmerized, and she was worthy of being the school flower of Nanda University and the dream lover of many people. However, she was now his wife and the mother of his children. What a joy! "Ningzhe, don't you think she's pretty?" Songyu looked at him and saw that he wasn't saying anything, so she thought that she wasn't pretty. Ningzhe came back to his senses and said, "Yes, she is. I was so mesmerized that I was captivated by Yuer's beauty and lost in my thoughts." Songyu gave a small smile. She really liked hearing Ningzhe praise her. She trotted over and gave Ningzhe a light kiss on the cheek. "Ningzhe, I'm so happy." Ningzhe petted her cheek affectionately and said with a smile, "I'm happy too." "Then let's go." "Okay." Songyu picked up her little baby Ranran and went to the living room to wait for him. Ningzhe carried the things in the room to the car, and the trunk was already full. Then he came back and pushed the stroller out. Songyu got into the car, held Ranran in her arms, and Ningzhe fastened her seatbelt. Ranran babbled, as if she was very happy. "Our baby is so happy, but we still have to go to the hospital for a checkup, so we can't go home right away." "My baby, wait a little longer." Songyu teased Ranran in her arms. Ningzhe got into the car and looked at the mother and daughter with tenderness in his eyes. Chapter 28, Picking Up Good Genes and Praising Them. They drove to Anning Hospital. When they arrived at the parking lot, Ningzhe parked the car and took out the stroller from the trunk. He took Ranran from Songyu's hands and put her in the stroller. The stroller had a cloth pocket for storing things and a hook for hanging the mother and baby bag, freeing up the hands of the mother. The two of them could just push the stroller with their hands free. Ningzhe pushed the stroller to the elevator, pressed the up button, and the family of three arrived on the 12th floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Nurse Sue saw them. "Handsome, you're here." Nurse Sue looked at the two of them. The man was wearing a white t-shirt and was handsome in the sunlight. The woman was wearing a floral dress, beautiful and noble. Very eye-catching, a very good-looking young couple. The young nurses at the nurses' station looked over and were captivated by the appearance of the family of three. Ningzhe didn't expect to see Nurse Sue as soon as he arrived. He smiled gently. "Yes, Nurse Sue, the mother is here for a follow-up checkup, and Ranran's second checkup. We've been waiting for you." She remembers Ranran, the little cutie. Nurse Sue looked at the stroller, where Ranran was lying, wearing a lemon-yellow onesie with a lemon pattern. Her little hands were moving around, so cute. "Oh, my, the baby has grown so much. She's changed a lot in just 1 month. She's so pretty now, and in a few months she'll be even more so. She'll be irresistible." Ningzhe and Sonyu were very happy to see how popular their baby was. They had arrived early, so there weren't many people waiting to be examined. Nurse Su arranged for them to wait in a chair outside the examination room, and they sat there, waiting for their name to be called. Ningzhe picked up Ranran, and the woman next to them recognized him. "Young man, it's you." Ningzhe looked over and saw that it was indeed the same aunt from last time. "Auntie, you're here with your grandson for the checkup today too?" "Yes." The aunt looked at Sonyu next to Ningzhe and said with a smile, "Young man, is this your wife?" "Yes, she's my wife." Sonyu felt a little embarrassed as the aunt looked at her. "The man is handsome, the woman is pretty, and your baby is picking up your good genes." The aunt looked at the three of them and praised them. At this point, quite a few people had come over, and they all looked over curiously when they heard this. Although Ranran was only a month old, she could already be seen to be very cute. Even when surrounded by people, Ranran did not cry or fuss. "Look at this auntie, look at that grandmother, they are all very curious. Oh, this child is really cute. Not only is she cute, she is also very well behaved. This little appearance has grown into my heart. I really want my daughter-in-law to give birth to another child. Even if she does, she won't grow up to look like that. I know, but I just love it." Sonyu couldn't stop smiling when she heard other people praising Ranran. Her baby is just so cute and popular. Ningzhe also felt very gratified by the praise, because it was for their baby. When the nurse called out her name, Ningzhe went over to her holding Ranran. Ranran was placed on the bed, kicking her little legs around. The doctor put the stethoscope on her and she grabbed it with her little hand, which made the doctor melt. "Baby, you can't hold this, Auntie needs to examine you." As if she understood what her father said, Ranran let go of her little hand and the doctor began to listen to her heart and lungs. After listening to the heart and lungs, he then examined her fontanelles, which there are two of, front and back, and the doctor measured them before moving on to the next item. "You're such a good baby," the doctor couldn't help but praise her. Sonyu had never seen Ranran's first checkup, so she was curious and asked Ningzhe. "Ningzhe, was Ranran good during her first checkup?" "Of course she was. She'll be good next time too." "What? There's going to be a next time?" "Yes, the next one is 42 days after birth." Sonyu felt like she knew nothing. If it wasn't for Ningzhe, she really wouldn't have made it. After the doctor finished the examination, he was beaming with a smile. The little one was really very good. The baby passed all the tests without problems and is growing well. You can take the baby for the second dose of the hepatitis B vaccine. After the doctor finished speaking, he returned the booklet to Ningzhe. "Okay, thank you, doctor." The two took Ranran to the injection room and handed the booklet to the nurse. The nurse looked at the booklet and went to the medicine shelf to get the vaccine injection. Then she sucked the vaccine injection into the injection tube and pushed out the air. Sonya stood aside and watched as the needle was about to be inserted, but suddenly she shouted to stop. The nurse stopped what she was doing and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have a smaller needle? This one is so big, it'll hurt Ranran." This was the first time the nurse had seen a mother who was so worried about her child. Other mothers were also worried, but they didn't make such requests. "This is the smallest needle we have." The nurse smiled. Ningzhe saw how worried she was and told her to go wait outside. Sonyu didn't move, wanting to stay with her baby while he got his injection. She grabbed Ningzhe's shoulder with one hand, very nervous. When she saw the needle being inserted, Ningzhe could feel Sonyu's grip hurting him. The nurse pulled out the needle, and Ranran pouted with a small mouth, looking like she was about to cry. Sonyu felt even more distressed. When they walked out of the injection room, Ranran finally started to cry. "Be a good girl, the vaccine is for Ranran's good health. Only when your body is healthy can you grow up quickly. Daddy's little cotton padded jacket is the most obedient." Ningzhe patted her bottom and cooed softly, and in a moment, the little cotton padded jacket stopped crying. Sonyu had to admire Ningzhe for being able to take care of the children. After coaxing the little one, he coaxed the big one. Yuer was crying secretly, but don't cry, Yuer won't cry either. Sonyu was distressed by Ranran's crying, but Ningzhe inexplicably found it cute. Nurse Su found them and asked Sonyu to go for a follow-up examination. When they arrived at the gynecology examination room, the doctor gave them a list of things to do. The 28-day postpartum examination mainly includes a breast examination and an abdominal examination. An abdominal ultrasound is required to understand the recovery of the uterus. With the list in hand, they went to the ultrasound room to have an ultrasound. Ningzai and Ranran sat on the chairs outside waiting. It was about time for the baby to get hungry. When they arrived at the nurse's station, Ningzai asked the nurse, "Nurse, I'd like to get some water to mix with the formula." The nurse looked up and saw that he was a handsome guy, and smiled as she took the bottle from Ningzai. "Thank you, nurse." "You're welcome, handsome." After getting the water, the father and daughter returned to the entrance of the ultrasound room and waited. Ningzai poured in the formula, shook it in one direction, and shook the formula well. He felt it and the temperature was just right. "Little baby, drink up. Mommy is having a checkup, so we'll wait for her here." Ningzai put the nipple of the bottle into Ranran's mouth, and she started to eat with a slurping sound. A 1-month-old baby needs to drink 600-800 milliliters of formula milk every day, and 90-150 milliliters at a time is most suitable. Ningzai prepared 100 milliliters for Ranran, and Ranran finished it in 20 minutes. After putting away the bottle, Songyu came out just as she finished her examination. "How was it? Did it go well?" "Just go see Dr. Chen and take a look at the report." "Okay, let's go over there." Chapter 29. Embarrassed, she thought too much. Ningzai just fastened his seatbelt and arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology office. He saw Dr. Chen consulting with a patient. They sat on the chair by the door waiting. The passing medical staff and pedestrians were attracted by Ranran's cuteness and couldn't help but take a second look. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the patient came out of the office. Songyu went in with the test results, followed by Ningzai, who was holding Ranran in his arms. Dr. Chen saw the three of them and smiled affectionately. "Oh, I haven't seen you for a month, and my baby has grown so fast." Yes, Auntie Doctor, Ranran eats well every day, and she grows taller and taller," Ningzai teased Ranran. Dr. Chen was charmed by the father and daughter. Then she looked at Songyu and said, "Have you finished the tests? Show me the results." Songyu sat down in the chair and handed the test results to Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen took them and looked at them, and there were no problems. "There are just a few things I need to explain, as the two of you are young and probably don't know everything. You've recovered very well, and the lochia has mostly come out, right?" Dr. Chen asked with a smile as she looked at the test results. Songyu smiled broadly and said, "Yes, the color has faded, and the amount has decreased." "That's good, there are no other problems, but there is one thing you should pay attention to." Hearing this, the two of them looked over together. Dr. Chen glanced at Ningzai and gave a meaningful smile. "It's not a big deal, but you're both young, energetic, and passionate, so you need to be careful with sex. You can't have sex until 2 weeks after the postpartum period." Songyu thought it was something big and listened carefully, but it turned out to be this. She blushed instantly, too shy to look at Dr. Chen. Ningzai gave a slight smile and said, "Dr. Chen, I'll be careful." Dr. Chen nodded. "Well, you are a man who loves his wife." The two walked out of the doctor's office, and Songyu was still blushing. Ningzai leaned into her ear and whispered, Are you embarrassed? I promised you last time that when you were able to, I would love you well." Upon hearing this, Songyu's face turned even redder. What is Ningzai talking about? This is outside, what if someone hears? She walked quickly away, not caring about the father and daughter behind her. As she walked, the hem of her floral dress lifted slightly. Ningzai watched her back and smiled. He pressed the elevator button, pushed the stroller inside, and Songyu tilted her head away from him. When they arrived at the parking lot, she quickly got into the car. Ningzai was at a loss. Was she that shy? He went to the passenger door, weighed Ranran in his hands, and said, You have to hold Ranran, I have to drive." Songyu reacted quickly and reached out to take Ranran into her arms. Ningzai put the stroller away, got into the car, started the car and walked a few meters. Then the car sounded an alarm. He turned around and saw that Songyu hadn't fastened her seatbelt. Ningzai pulled over and suddenly leaned towards Songyu. Songyu's heart was pounding. What was he going to do? Ningzai leaned closer and closer, until he was close to her face. Songyu thought he was going to kiss her and closed her eyes, waiting. After waiting for a while, she didn't feel anything. She opened her eyes and peeked, and saw Ningzai looking at her. Ah! This is so embarrassing. Does Ningzai think she's expecting something? At this moment, Ningzai pressed the seatbelt into the buckle, and with a click, Songyu reacted, and realized that it was her who hadn't fastened her seatbelt. This is so embarrassing. Did you think I was going to kiss you? Ningzai's deep voice came. Songyu stammered, "No, I didn't." Ran in her arms babbled, as if to say that her mother was being dishonest. This made Songyu feel even more embarrassed. Suddenly, Ningzai took advantage of her defenselessness and leaned in to kiss Songyu on the lips. After the kiss, Ningzai laughed and said, "It was I who wanted to kiss you." Songyu ignored her and blushed in shame. Ningzai drove away from Anning Hospital. The two of them didn't speak the whole way, and Ningzai knew that Songyu was embarrassed about what had just happened. He drove carefully and drove towards Shirley Chunfeng. After 30 minutes, the car stopped in the Shirley Chunfeng parking lot. Songyu had either been immersed in what had just happened or looking at Ran in her arms the whole way. When the car stopped, she looked around. The underground parking lot was almost the same, and she hadn't realized that this wasn't the community where she lived. After putting Ran in the stroller, Ningzai took the things from the car. There were too many things, and it seemed like they would never finish unloading the car. He first took down the large and heavy packages, and then came back down to take the smaller ones. Songyu pushed the stroller while Ningzai carried the things. When the two arrived in front of the elevator, they pressed the button, and Songyu realized that this was not the community where she lived. She asked Ningzai in confusion, "Where are we?" Ningzai smiled and played hard to get, saying, "You'll find out in a moment." With her doubts, she followed Ningzai to the 22nd floor. Ningzai opened the door, put the things in, then stood in the doorway with his arms open. "Welcome you are to our home." "Our home?" This was prepared by Ningzai? Surprise was greater than doubt, and Songyu threw herself into Ningzai's arms. "Ningzai, is this our home? I'm so happy." "Yes, does you like it? From now on, we'll live here together." "I like it. I like it very much." After the surprise, Songyu leaves Ningzai's embrace and starts exploring the house. Wow, the living room has a huge French window and a TV. I have no idea how many inches it is. This crystal lamp is also very nice. She likes every corner of the living room. After looking at the living room, she walks into the bedroom. Her exclamations of wonder can be heard from the bedroom, and Ningzai smiles. He goes over and closes the door, pushes the stroller next to the sofa, and picks up Ran. "Are you happy, Ran? This is our new home. Daddy has also bought you lots of toys, so that you can play with them when you are a bit older." The little one babbled, grabbing the comfort blanket and playing with it. Songyu came out after the tour and sat down next to Ningzai, leaning on his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. She really liked the home, and the decor was very warm and welcoming, just as she had imagined. "Ningzai, I really like it, especially the large balcony and floor-to-ceiling windows in the master bedroom. At night, we can sit on the balcony and watch the night view outside." Songyu's tone was cheerful, and Ningzai could feel that she really liked it, that it was a genuine feeling from the bottom of her heart. Ningzai whispered, "You can also do it on the balcony." Songyu was full of anticipation, wanting to hear him finish what he was saying, but in the end, he stopped halfway through. "What? What's the sigh for? What do you do on the balcony? Drinking? Planting flowers?" Ningzai found her expression of trying to guess but failing adorable. Ningzai grinned evilly. He couldn't say too much about this matter, but he would let her know what could be done on the balcony in due course. You take care of Ran first, I'll go downstairs and bring everything up." Thinking about the things in the boot, Ningzai's head ached. There was still a lot left. If only he had asked Zhang Shui to come and help. Songyu took Ran. "Okay, you go, you're working hard, husband." It's really hard for Ningzai to carry all those things up by himself. Songyu hasn't called him husband since last time, and now she's doing it again, which makes Ningzai happy. In the future, the three of them will live a very happy life together. Chapter 30. I'll be quick, doing finger exercises with my baby. Ran is lying in the cot, and Songyu has put her on the sofa. She sits next to her, watching Ningzai pack things away. The things in the living room were all brought back from the postpartum care center, and there were several large bags. Songyu watched him pack for a long time and still hadn't finished, so she wanted to go over and help. Just as she bent down, Ningzai immediately stopped her, helped her sit back on the sofa, and said, "I'll pack these for you, don't bend over. After giving birth, your back hurts, and if your back hurts, I'll feel bad." Songyu really enjoyed Ningzai's concern for her, but she wanted to help him and didn't want to see him struggling alone. "It's okay, there's so much stuff, it'll take you a long time to clean up, I'll help you so it'll be faster." "No, you just sit there." Ningzhe insisted, he didn't want her to get tired. Why couldn't the magical potion the system gave last time cure her back pain? Next time he had the chance, he would ask the system for a bottle that cured back pain. System. Host, just because I'm not talking doesn't mean I don't know what you're thinking. Unable to persuade Ningzhe, Songyu sat on the sofa and played with Ranran. Ningzhe sped up. It was now 4 p.m. After tidying up, he would cook dinner for Songyu, as he didn't want their baby to go hungry. Ningzhe spun around like a top, tidying up one bag after another. With his unrelenting efforts, he got everything done in an hour. Wow, Ningzhe, you're so fast. There's so much stuff. Songyu was amazed to see him tidy up so quickly. Ningzhe smiled, I'm also fast at other things. Songyu didn't know what Ningzhe was talking about and giggled, then show me next time. Okay, when you can, I'll let you have a good look. Songyu smiled, okay. Ningzhe put the bag away and tidied up the living room. After washing his hands, he planned to tease Ranran for a while before going to make dinner. He told Ranran to lie on the sofa, grab the little one's hand, and played finger exercises with her. Chop the radish, chop, chop chop chop. Making dumplings, pinching. Playing the piano, playing. Ningzhe says this while cutting, pinching, and playing the piano on Ranran's little arm. The little one follows Ningzhe's movements and has a great time. Songyu sees the father and daughter having fun and wants to try it too. Ningzhe teaches her, and she practices carefully, quickly putting it into practice on Ranran. Finger exercises are easy to learn, unlike the previous massage exercises, which Songyu could never remember. Ningzhe let the mother and daughter play while he went to make dinner. Ding! The host and baby have completed the parent-child interaction by doing finger exercises, and are rewarded with 2 health cards. Health cards? What's the use of these? Host, health cards can expel all diseases from the body and also prevent diseases. They can be used on oneself or on others. Wow! That's great. It's best to be able to use them on other people. He was thinking about asking the system for some, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. The system must have heard his thoughts and arranged it for him. Yes, host, isn't this system considerate? It's really considerate. He'll use it when he massages Songyu tonight, so that she won't get a sore back. And he can rest assured that she won't get sick in the future. Ningzhe went to the kitchen and put on an apron. When he went shopping at the market yesterday, he bought some ingredients, which came in handy today. He opened the refrigerator and took out the spare ribs and lean pork, as well as some vegetables. While he was busy in the kitchen, Songyu stayed in the living room with Ranran. After playing for a while, Songyu came to the kitchen to see him, holding Ranran in her arms. After eating the soup that Ningzhe had cooked last time, Songyu had full confidence in his cooking skills. Leaning against the kitchen door, she watched Ningzhe cutting vegetables and asked in surprise, Ningzhe, when did you buy the groceries? They had just moved into their new home and hadn't bought anything yet, so she thought Ningzhe would make something quick to eat, but he had started cooking. Ningzhe cut the vegetables and explained to her, I asked some friends to help me clean the house yesterday, and I went to the supermarket to buy groceries. There aren't many vegetables today, so we'll have steamed pork ribs with pumpkin, fried sliced pork with snow peas, and minced pork and vegetable soup. Wow, I'm looking forward to the food my husband makes. Songyu's voice was soft, as if she were being coquettish. Ningzhe was so happy to hear this that he was afraid the fumes would harm Songyu and Ranran. He put down the knife, walked to the kitchen door, looked at Songyu, his eyes full of tenderness, and whispered, Go sit on the sofa, it's smoky in here, be good. After he finished speaking, he even kissed her. Songyu obediently listened and hugged Ranran before returning to the living room and sitting down. Ningzhe pushed the kitchen door open. He looked at Songyu with tender eyes and said softly, Go sit on the sofa. The fumes are bad here, be good. After saying this, he even kissed her. Songyu obediently listened and hugged Ranran before returning to the living room and sitting down. Ningzhe pulled the kitchen sliding door closed to prevent the fumes from flying out and affecting their 2 treasures. He returned to the stove, opened a certain software, and checked the recipes for the dishes. The ribs need to be steamed, which takes a relatively long time. He fetches a steamer and places it on the other stove. He starts steaming the ribs, and after that he can fry the other dish and cook the soup. Half an hour later, Ningzhe has finished cooking and serves the food at the table. Yuer, dinner is ready. Songyu looks over and smiles with eyes crinkled. She puts Ranran in the cot, then walks to the table and sits down. Ningzhe serves her rice. Wow, it smells delicious. Ningze, you're a great cook. Ningze wasn't sure about it either. He had learned how to cook online, and now that Auntie Wang wasn't there to guide him, he wasn't sure how it would taste. Songyu picked up a spare rib, and Ningze was looking forward to it. She ate it with a smacking sound, her face full of satisfaction. It's delicious. Ningze, you eat too. Okay. Judging from the look on her face, it can't be that bad. He will continue to learn and try to learn as many dishes as possible in the future. Ningze served himself some rice, and just as he sat down, there was a noise from the cot on the sofa. Ningze immediately went over, took off his apron and picked up Ran Ran. Oh dear, what's wrong with Ran Ran? Did my little treasure poop? Ningze held Ran Ran and sniffed, and sure enough, she had pooped. Songyu heard him and put down her chopsticks to come and help him. No, you just eat quietly, I'll change it. Afraid of offending Songyu, Ningze quickly carried Ran Ran to the bathroom. He took off the dirty diaper, wrapped it into a ball to prevent the smell from spreading, and threw it in the trash can. Then he filled a basin with water and washed Ran Ran's stinky bottom. After washing the bottom and changing into a new diaper, he carried Ran Ran to the table and sat down. Yay, I've washed the smelly poo-poo, so it doesn't stink anymore. Ran Ran protests with a small hand wave. I don't stink. Ningze smiles gently. Okay, our Ran Ran doesn't stink, our Ran Ran smells nice. Ningze holds Ran Ran and feeds her milk. The little baby eats with a huff and looks at her mother, curious about what she's eating. What are you looking at, baby? Do you want to eat what mommy is eating? My dear, you can't eat yet. When Ran Ran grows up, Daddy will cook lots of food for Ran Ran. Ran Ran takes her eyes off the food and looks at her father, who is feeding her. Tonight's football match is Cristiano Ronaldo and Neymar, who are both Lemon's favorites. Lemon is looking forward to it. Who do the brothers like? Ha ha. Chapter 31, The Baby Loves to Watch Peppa Pig. After dinner, Ningze tidied the table. Then he washed the dishes and wiped the stove clean. The new home had a homely feel to it, and that was what life was all about. After tidying up, the family of 3 sat on the sofa, with Peppa Pig on the TV. Ran Ran stared at the TV. Although what she saw was only black and white, there were sounds coming from the TV, and the baby listened very carefully, which was adorable. Ran Ran likes watching TV, so let her watch for a while. She knows how to watch TV at such a young age, and when she grows up, I guess she will want to stay in front of the TV. After watching for a few minutes, Ningze turned off the TV. Then he picked up a small red ball to tease Ran Ran with. Ran Ran seems to like these fluffy things in particular. Every time Ningze teases her, Ran Ran wants to reach out and grab it. Ningze, Ran Ran is so cute. When she grows up a little more, let's buy her lots and lots of fluffy little stuffed animals, okay? Songyu can't get enough of these stuffed animals, and Ran Ran must have inherited her love of them. Ningze smiles adoringly. Okay, I'll buy them for the little one and the big one too. Songyu is embarrassed that her thoughts have been read. Humph, I'm ignoring you, I'm going to take a bath. After saying this, she went back to her room, leaving the father and daughter to continue playing with their dolls. Isn't mommy cute? Ran Ran is just as cute as mommy. The little baby giggled, thinking that her father was right. Her small hands grabbed the little red ball and swung it around, expressing her inner joy. Songyu was taking a bath and felt that all of this was very surreal. It had been a month since she gave birth, and now she was with Ningze and they had their own little family. She was so happy. Her happy mood made her hum a song while she showered. The little one couldn't wait any longer, so Ningze gave her some formula and put her to bed. Ran Ran was a good girl and fell asleep after eating her milk. Ningze put her in her crib in the room and then went back to the living room to continue waiting for Songyu. An hour later, Songyu emerged, steam rising from her body. Ningze leaned against the wall and looked at her. Songyu was wearing a princess-style camisole nightdress, her skin smooth and delicate. Her hair was wrapped in a hairdryer cap, with 2 tufts falling down her shoulders. She looked at Ningze in surprise, like a startled deer. Honey, were you waiting for me? Songyu trotted over, grabbing his clothes corner with her small hands. He looked down at Songyu, who still had a few droplets of water on her shoulders. Ningze lifted his hand to wipe the water droplets off her shoulders. Why didn't you dry yourself before coming out? You just gave birth and can't be careless. Songyu gave a small smile and said, Okay, I'll pay attention next time. Pulling her onto the sofa, Ningzai took off the dry hair cap covering her hair and rubbed it around the ends to dry them. When there were no more water droplets, he took out the hairdryer and started drying Songyu's hair. Songyu sat obediently, as she loved it when Ningzai blow-dried her hair. Her hair was long and thick, and every time she washed it, it was exhausting to hold the hairdryer. So she would blow dry for a while and rest for a while, and it would take her 30 minutes to dry her hair. Now with Ningzai, he held the hairdryer and kept blowing, and it was done in 10 minutes. Okay, baby, it's dry. Ningzai put the hairdryer away and then brought a comb to brush her hair. Songyu enjoyed the process, and Ningzai also enjoyed it. He liked to blow Songyu's hair, and the feeling was very warm. Ningzai held her in his arms and smelled the fragrance of her hair and body. She smelled good. Ningzai felt something at that moment. Songyu was held in his arms, and she could feel his changes. She was very nervous. At that moment, Ningzai's deep voice sounded in her ear. He said. I want to be wrapped in your arms. Wrapped? Is that what she thought? Ningzai, Dr. Chen said. You can't have sex for 2 weeks after giving birth. Songyu spoke very quietly, she was so nervous. Except for that time last year, she had never had sex again. She thought Ningzai would give up, but she heard him say, will you wrap your little hands around me? Songyu's face flushed to the back of her ears, and even her neck was red. After 20 minutes, the embarrassing event was over, and Ningzai carried her back to the room. Ran was quietly asleep in the crib. Songyu lay on the bed, her mind filled with the images of just now. Ningzai opened the closet to find some clothes, and Songyu looked at her small hands and compared them to the previous size. Suddenly, Ningzai turned back, and she immediately closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Ningzai got dressed, climbed into bed, and held her while she slept. Songyu was on edge, and she didn't know how long it took before she fell asleep in Ningzai's arms. The next day, Songyu woke up and didn't see Ningzai. She didn't see Ran in the stroller either. She went to the living room and saw the two of them in the dining room. Ningzai was breastfeeding Ran. Hearing a noise, Ningzai turned his head and smiled, saying, You're up. I've just cooked some tomato and egg noodles. It's fresh out of the pot, so come and eat. Songyu was so embarrassed when she saw Ningzai that she remembered what happened last night. She went back to her room to wash up before sitting down at the table. Ningzai had already finished feeding Ran and put her in the cot on the sofa. Ningzai. The two of them spoke at the same time and smiled at each other. Ningzai walked over to her and sat down. Spoke first. Songyu took 2 sips of soup before she said, I want to go back to the apartment to move our things. Can you go with me? Of course I can. Next time, don't ask a question like that. Just say, husband, go with me. Ningzai gently rubbed her forehead. Songyu was happy. Yes. Her husband is awesome. So what did husband want to say just now? Songyu asked with watery eyes. Ningzai took her hand and said softly, Ran has already had her first month celebration, so let's find a time to have a full moon banquet for her. We also need to get a marriage certificate. A marriage certificate. She was so looking forward to it. After they got the certificate, they would be a legal couple. And there would be a full moon celebration for Ran, and she was looking forward to it, too, because her baby was growing up day by day. The full moon banquet couldn't just be their family, Songyu asked, who do you want to invite to the full moon banquet? Ningzai looked embarrassed. He has no relatives on his side, and I have no friends except for a few roommates. Who do you want to invite on your side? Songyu was at a loss as to who to invite, just like him. Her grandparents don't know yet, and her parents don't care about her. It seems that apart from Li Lingxue, there is no one else. Songyu couldn't help but laugh. Then invite our good friends. The couple really had a difficult time deciding. Ningzai nodded in agreement, okay, that's decided. Tomorrow we'll go get our marriage certificate first. Well, we'll do whatever my husband says. After deciding on this matter, Songyu had another bowl of noodles, which Ningzai had cooked really well. After she had eaten, Ningzai cleaned up the dishes and washed the bowl. Then he packed the things that Ran would need and the three of them went to Songyu's apartment to move. Chapter 32, The Mother is Infatuated. And drives to Star City International. This is a high-end apartment complex. Ningzai drives to the underground parking lot and parks next to a Mercedes-Benz. Sonyu gets out of the car and sighs at her beloved car. Oh my, it's covered in dust. Hearing her voice, Ningze looks in the direction she's looking and asks, "Is this your car?" "Yes, it is. I haven't driven it for almost a year, and I didn't realize there was so much dust." Ningze took a look at the Mercedes-Benz. The body was red, which matched the temperament of their daughter Yuer. He said with a smile, "It's fine. After we've moved all the things, I'll take you for a wash." "Yes, my husband is the best. Kiss my husband." The two were sweet, and Ran in the stroller wanted to join in the fun. She cooed, and Ningze picked her up and rubbed her. "And a kiss for our Ran too. Isn't our baby the cutest?" Ran is amused by Ningze and her little hands are moving around in her father's arms. It seems like she knows she's in a new environment and is looking around with a squint. She's kicking her little legs with great emotion, and Ningze is looking at his excited little baby and is also infected by her emotions. Oh, Ran is so happy. Does she know that she's happy to be at her mommy's house? Sonyu pushed the stroller in front of her, Ningze followed with Ran in his arms. They got into the elevator, which took them to the 25th floor. When they arrived at the door, Sonyu felt a little dazed, as if she had only been away for a month. She opened the door and was overcome with a sense of familiarity. Ningze came in and surveyed the interior of the house. It was a gentle, princess-like style, just like Songyu's. "Ningze, this is your first time here, let me show you where I live." "Sure." Ningze smiled tenderly. Sonyu looked over at him. His mouth was turned up, and there was a shallow dimple on his right cheek. His jawline was exquisite, and his face was three-dimensional and clearly defined. What a handsome man! And this man was still her husband. Sonyu continued looking down, and saw his Adam's apple bulge. She couldn't hold back any longer, and walked over to him and reached out to gently stroke his Adam's apple. Ningze smiled adoringly. Ran, who was in his arms, watched her mother's actions and tried to reach out and grab it too, but ended up grabbing Sonyu's hair. Sonyu felt the pain and only then did she react to the fact that she was being infatuated. Ran, you can't grab your mother's hair. Grabbing your mother's hair will make her hurt." Ningze pulled Sonyu's hair out of Ran's hands. Ran still wanted to grab it, so Sonyu deliberately complained in front of her baby. "What if the baby grabs her hair and her hair falls out? If I lose all my hair, Daddy won't love me anymore." Sonyu said this, and she almost believed it herself. Ran grinned and stopped trying to pull her mother's hair, instead playing with her little clothes. Sonyu showed Ningze around her apartment, and the family of three sat on the sofa. After a short rest, Sonyu went into the room and started packing her clothes. "Honey, I'm going to go pack first. They have everything in their new home, so I'll just take my clothes." Ningze heard her words and immediately put Ran in the stroller. "I'll help my wife pack." "No, you don't know what I need to pack. You stay with Ran, be a good boy." Sonyu also held out her hand, as if she was asking Ningze to rub her forehead, as he usually did. Ningze wanted to help, because last night he forgot to use the health card on Sonyu, and he was worried that she would get a backache if she packed for a long time. Since she refused, he could only find another opportunity to use the health card on her. Sonyu was tidying up in her room while Ningze and Ran sat on the sofa. They hadn't looked at the black and white cards yet today, so Ningze took them out, along with some small toys, including a rattle, a Manhattan ball and a rattle. The little baby lay on the sofa, kicking his legs, and after looking at the black and white cards, he couldn't be happier. Ran didn't get bored even though they always looked at the same set of patterns. She was happy every time, and it was really easy to entertain her. Ningze couldn't help but smile. Whose baby is this? Why is she so well behaved? Oh, it's our baby. Ningze put the cards aside and tapped his finger on the baby's body. Ran laughed happily. He then took out the Manhattan balls and waved them in front of Ran. Ran lay down and followed the balls with her eyes, reaching out with her little hand to grab them. Ningze does not let her succeed, as this is to train her vision. Tracking training is good for a baby's visual development and can also improve observation and concentration. After lying flat and tracking for a while, Ningze puts the baby on her stomach. Then he continues to use the Manhattan ball to train her prone tracking. Ran is attracted to the Manhattan ball and keeps trying to reach out and grab it. Ningze gently shakes the Manhattan ball. Ran, look up and see Daddy. Ring, look here. The little one follows the sound of the Manhattan ball and tries to look up. Ningza holds the ball from bottom to top and back again, so that Ran exercises looking up more often. She smiles when she sees the Manhattan ball and reaches out to grab it. Ningza also makes Ran try sitting, to practice her sitting follow-up. Today's training session went well. The baby wasn't impatient and seemed to really like the Manhattan ball. From lying to prone, and then sitting, she practiced following and listening to sounds. Today was great. Ningza handed her the ball, and Ran reached out to hold it. Baby, you were great today. Shall we tell mommy the news? As soon as Ningza finished speaking, Sonyu appeared in the living room. She walked over to the two of them and sat down, smiling as she asked her baby what she wanted to tell mommy. Ran babbled, trying to tell her mother that she had learned to track today. Is that what you want to tell your mother, sweetheart? But you can't talk yet, so why don't you let daddy tell her for you? The little one nodded in agreement, shaking the Manhattan ball in her hands and kicking her little legs. Ningze smiled and said, okay, daddy will tell your mother for you. Sonyu looked expectantly at Ningze. He smiled tenderly. Ran just practiced lying pursuit, prone pursuit, and sitting pursuit, and she even raised her head a few times. Isn't our baby amazing? Wow! Their baby is really amazing. Ningze, Ran is really lucky to have a father like you. Upon hearing this, the little baby reached out and grabbed his father's clothes. Ningze felt gratified that his baby recognized him. Ding! Host accompanies baby in practicing following and lifting head, and is rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. Ningze is moved. It's been a long time since he received a cash reward. Why is it still only 50,000 yuan? When will he be able to break through? System. Thinking about his plan, this money is not enough. He needs to work hard to take care of the baby and earn money. Sonyu is holding Ran and playing with her. Ningze asks, have you packed everything? It's almost noon, it's time to go eat. It's all packed. I only took the clothes and the things I bought for Ran. I don't need anything else, so I'll just leave it here. Ningze nodded. If there's anything else he needs, he can just drive back and get it. Chapter 33, The baby's father's boyfriend power is amazing. Sonyu has already packed the clothes she wants to take with her. Ningze enters the room and is stunned to see 4 large boxes. He thought there would be at most 2. He can't help but laugh. His baby of course has to be dressed up nicely, and there can't be less clothes. He pushes 2 boxes with one hand and comes to the living room. Sonyu said apologetically, I didn't think about it that much either, and before I knew it, there were 4 big boxes. Why don't we call a moving company? Who does you look down on? Your husband and I can carry it all perfectly well. Ningze said, pushing the suitcase around the living room and lifting the suitcase in his hands to show off his amazing arm strength. Sonyu was stunned by his boyfriend power. Her husband is so amazing. And the muscles on his arms are so beautifully defined. I wonder if Ningze has a 6-pack. She was once again captivated by Ningze's charm. She shook her head to clear her thoughts. But when she got the chance, she would check to see if Ningze had a 6-pack. Ningze pushed the 4 large suitcases out the door, and Sonyu put the baby in the stroller and followed behind, pushing the stroller. The door closed, and Sonyu didn't feel the slightest bit of nostalgia. Because Shilichunfeng is their home. When they arrived at the parking lot, Ningze put the 4 large boxes into the car. The boxes already occupied the back trunk, so the stroller had to be stored in the back seat. Soon, they returned to Shilichunfeng. It was now lunchtime, and Sonyu felt a little hungry. Honey, let's order takeout. No, you just got out of the maternity month and you want to indulge? No way. I'll cook for you. What does my wife want to eat? Sonyu thought for a moment and said, sweet and sour pork ribs, and shredded potatoes. Okay, let me see if I have any potatoes. Ningze put down the suitcase and came to the kitchen. There were potatoes and pork ribs, but there was no sugar or vinegar. How about spicy pork ribs? There's no sugar or vinegar. Let's go to the supermarket in the afternoon. Sonyu smiled sweetly and said, okay, I'll eat whatever you cook. Ningze put on an apron and it was ready in 20 minutes. After dinner, the two of them sat on the sofa to rest. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Ningze put down Ran, went to the door to take in the things, and it was a large box. Ran saw her father carrying things in and giggled, waving her little hands. Oh, is Ran wondering what's inside? Baby, wait a minute, I'll open it right away. Ningzhe got some scissors and started to unwrap the package. The little one kept staring at her father. Ningzhe deliberately slowed down his movements, and the little baby kept kicking her legs in protest. It was as if she wanted her father to open it quickly. "Ha, the baby is so cute, can't wait, I'll open it now." Ningzhe didn't tease her anymore, and opened the package. It was a crib-like object. "Honey, what did you buy?" Sonya was very curious when she saw this object for the first time, which looked like a bed but wasn't quite. Ningzhe explained, "This is a rocking chair. I saw that the baby was tired of the cot, and she would start to cry after lying in it for a while. This rocking chair is also from the Gold Baby brand. Their strollers are very good, so I bought this rocking chair." There was a noise coming from the cot on the sofa. Ran threw the pacifier in her hand away and wanted to see her new toy. Songyu picked her up and let her watch her father assemble it. The baby was happy and her little hands moved around. Ningzhe looked at the installation diagram and found the parts and put them aside. Then he looked at the installation steps and installed it step by step. Sonya sat on the sofa and watched Ningzhe's serious and focused appearance, and remembered that it was the same as the last time in the postpartum care center. When he is serious, the charm exuding from his body is really charming. 15 minutes later, the rocking chair was installed. The baby moved her little hand to indicate that she wanted to play, and Ningzhe put her in. The rocking chair is electric and can be controlled with a remote control. After putting Ran in, Ningzhe pressed the soothing mode on the remote control and the rocking chair began to rock. The rocking motion was not too strong, which was good for soothing the baby. That day, when they bought toys at the mall, they were given a balloon at checkout, so Ningzhe tied it to the baby's leg. When Ran kicked her legs, the balloon would swing with her, and the baby in the rocking chair was very happy looking at the balloon. With a new toy to play with, Ran didn't want her parents anymore. Ran is so happy with her new toy. "Can mommy and daddy play with me for a while?" The baby is smiling, so Ningzhe assumes she agrees. He tidies up the rubbish, washes his hands and pushes the rocking chair into the room. Ningzhe helps Sonyu put the clothes away in the wardrobe. Ran is in the room, so he can rest assured. He is worried that the baby will cry if she can't see her parents in the living room. Fortunately, the wardrobe in the room is large enough, otherwise it would not be enough to store Sonyu's clothes. After eating, it is also a good time to exercise to help digestion. 3 p.m. 4 large boxes of clothes have been packed, and Songyu rubs her waist. Ningzhe sees this and pulls her to sit on the bed. "Lie down on the bed and I will massage your waist." Sonyu's pain is getting a little worse, so she obediently obeys and lies down. Ningzhe has a divine Chinese medical massage technique. His hands lightly press on Sonyu's waist, and she feels quite comfortable. She is very surprised. "Ningzhe, how is it that you know how to do everything?" "Because Yuer needs it," Ningzhe says gently. Songyu is very touched. Many new mothers suffer from back pain after giving birth and can only pound the painful areas with their hands. Ningzhe is very kind, and he even learned massage specifically for her. Ningzhe, system, give Yuer the health card. "Okay, host." It's been used, and the effect will be felt in 10 minutes. Ningzhe let out a sigh of relief and continued massaging for another 10 minutes. When the massage was over, Songyu felt no pain in her waist. "Wow, my husband is amazing, my waist doesn't hurt anymore." She twisted her waist, and there was no longer any soreness. Ningzhe patted the top of her head affectionately. "It's good that it doesn't hurt anymore, let's go to the supermarket and buy some groceries." "Okay, honey." Songyu got out of bed, went to the mirror to fix her hair and change her clothes. Ningzhe walked over to Ran, untied the helium balloon from her feet, and the little baby still hadn't had enough fun yet, and her little hand grabbed Ningzhe's clothes and wouldn't let go. "Baby, we'll play again tonight, let's go to the supermarket to buy groceries first." Ran likes to play, so you can play with her every day in the future. Songyu finished getting ready, put her bag on, and whispered, "Let's go." Ningzhe looked back at her. She had changed into a knitted dress with a retro, feminine style. Her hair was tied into a ponytail and pinned with a crystal hair clip, making her look very unique and chic. "My wife looks really good," Ningzhe praised her without any reservations. "Their eldest child is beautiful, and their youngest child is cute. He is so lucky to have such a good-looking wife and adorable children." He carried Ran to the living room and put her in the stroller. The couple put on their shoes and went out. Chapter 34, A handsome family of 3, with a high rate of return. Once outside, Ningzhe drove to the mall. Pushing the stroller into the mall, the little baby was very excited along the way. Today, she came to a crowded place and danced with her little hands. Sonyu dressed her in a cow onesie today, and the little baby looked like a little cow. Lying in the stroller, her little hands moving around, she was so cute that passers-by took out their phones to take pictures. The whole family is very good looking. Ningzhe is wearing a white shirt today, the collar of which is slightly open, and the cuffs rolled up to the middle of his arms, revealing fair skin and large hands with clearly defined joints. Sonyu takes his hand and talks to him. When he talks about something funny, Ningzhe will laugh out loud. His charming, sunny smile attracts a lot of little girls to gather around. Sonyu can't stop smiling, because her husband is so popular. And she is the one who gets to be with such a handsome man. Pushing Ran to the entrance of the supermarket, Ningzhe handed the baby stroller to Sonyu and pushed a shopping cart. They first went to the fresh food section and looked at the vegetables. Ningzhe looked at Sonyu with a smile and asked, "What would you like to eat, you?" Sonyu was happy that he always asked what she wanted to eat and would seek her opinion and cook what she wanted to eat. She was so touched that Ningzhe was so good at taking care of people. She asked in return, "What would you like to eat, honey?" Ningzhe didn't expect Sonyu to ask him back, and he smiled and said, "Whatever you want to eat is what I want to eat. How about pomfret and beef?" "Okay, then tonight we'll have steamed pomfret and stir-fried beef with pickled peppers." Just hearing the names made Sonyu's mouth water. They went to the seafood counter, and with the experience of buying black fish last time, Ningzhe quickly chose a pomfret. After buying enough food for 2 or 3 days, they went to the fruit section. They picked a little bit of each kind of fruit, as eating more fruit is good for the body. Ningzhe chose all the things Sonyu likes. Sonyu realized that she doesn't seem to understand Ningzhe's preferences at all. She doesn't know what he likes to eat or what he likes to play. She really is an unqualified wife. She turned her head to look at Ningzhe, who was carefully selecting the fruit, which made her feel even more guilty. When they arrived at the snacks section, there was an inflatable cow swaying back and forth where the drinks were displayed. Ningzhe and Sonyu were selecting drinks, and the baby kept looking at the cow and cooing. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she let out a loud cry, which startled her parents, who were selecting drinks. Sonyu wanted to pick her up, but Ningzhe was quicker and quickly picked her up to comfort her. "Why is my baby crying? Tell daddy what you want. Don't cry, our baby is very strong." Ningzhe coaxed for a while before the baby's crying subsided. Her little mouth was pursed, and she held out her tiny hand to grab the inflatable cow. Ningzhe then reacted, and held her as they walked over to the cow. Ran wants this?" The baby's little hand opened and closed, clearly indicating that she wanted the cow. Ningzhe smiled gently and said, "Good girl, this cow helps the supermarket auntie work, we can't take it. Can daddy buy you another cow?" Ran grunted, as if she was thinking. Ningzhe found it funny, how could a baby of just over a month old be so smart? After a while, Ran stopped looking at the inflatable cow. Ningzhe put her back in the stroller. Sonyu had also chosen her drink. "Ningzhe, let's go." With everything bought, the couple pushed the stroller to the checkout. After leaving the supermarket, Ningzhe looked around the mall to see where they could buy a small doll. He promised the baby that he would do what he said, and he is a trustworthy father. Sonyu saw him looking around, and asked, "What's wrong? What are you looking for? Let's see if there are any stores selling small dolls. Ran seems to like the cow. Let's go over there and have a look." After saying that, the two of them pushed the cart and started to look around the mall. There must be a store selling small dolls in such a big mall. After a round, Ningzhe really found it. Ningzhe walked into the doll shop with Ran in his arms. The young lady in the shop was charmed by Ran. "What a cute little baby. The cow costume on her is also super cute. The cute clothes on the cute baby make the baby even cuter." The shopping cart was placed at the entrance, and the young lady helped them keep an eye on it. Sonyu also walked in and shopped with the father and daughter. Ningzhe felt the material of the little doll, which was lint-free and smooth. If there were any lint, Ningzhe was worried that Ran might breathe it in while playing, which could be dangerous. But the quality of this family's products was good, so he was relieved. When choosing things for your baby, you must pay special attention. Ran couldn't stop kicking her little legs with joy when she found a doll of a cow. Ningzhe also chose other animals and bought several of them. Sonyu followed the father and daughter with a small basket behind them, and the basket was full and even stuffed. She bought what the little one liked, and of course what the older one liked as well. They went to the checkout. The checkout girl was once again charmed by the cuteness of the little one. Wow, handsome, your baby is so cute. Ningze and Songyu were used to being praised when they went out. Songyu teased the little one in Ningze's arms and said in a soft voice, "Thank you, auntie, you're cute too." The little girl looks at the mother and likes her very much. She says, "You're so pretty." The father is even more handsome. No wonder they become a family. After paying the bill, they leave. When they get home, Ningze asks Songyu for her car keys and rushes out the door. He takes a taxi to Star City International and parks Songyu's car in the car wash. Ningze goes back to the mall. Tomorrow he and Songyu are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate, so they need to get their wedding rings ready. He goes to a jewelry store called True Love Forever. The saleswoman smiled and came forward to serve him. "Handsome, what kind of jewelry do you need?" Ningze smiled and said, "Wedding rings." "What are your needs? Do you want diamond rings or other types?" Ningze thought for a moment and said, "Diamond rings are better." "Let's take a look at the diamond rings." "Okay, this way please." The saleswoman took Ningze to the diamond ring counter and explained to him with her professional knowledge. Ningze liked a round diamond and picked it up to look at it. "It would suit Songyu very well." He asked, "How much is this one?" "This 1.5 carat diamond ring is 100,000 yuan, and it is from our True Love Forever True Love series, which means love of a lifetime." Ningze felt that this one was very good at first glance, and without hesitation, he immediately decided to buy it. When he has money later, he will give Songyu an even bigger diamond ring. "This one will do." "Okay, sir." The sales lady packed it in a beautiful box. Ningze paid and left. Ding! The host selects a diamond ring for his beloved. Choosing a lifelong love triggers a hidden task and gives you a chance to win a random prize. Holy cow! This works? Ningze, droll. Congratulations, host, you have won a cash prize of 200,000 yuan. Ningze couldn't contain his joy. Ding, the text message alert sounded, and 200,000 yuan was credited to his account. Little Tonzi, I love you. P.S. Oh, Lemon is so sad today. My brothers didn't give Lemon a reminder to post more. It's getting cold, and Lemon's heart is cold too. 5:55. After reading this chapter, would you please move your little hand and give Lemon a reminder to post more? Would you? Nervous face, kisses. Chapter 35. Ningze, who was worried. Ningze excitedly took the ring and left. He looked at the text message on his phone about the deposit and was happy for a long time. After recovering, he put away his phone. He left the mall. Ningze arrived at the car wash, and Songyu's Mercedes-Benz was already washed. He got in the car and didn't go home, but went to the school. Tomorrow he and Songyu would get their marriage license, and he wanted Lin Zhang and the others to help him decorate the house to surprise Songyu. He arrived at the boys' dormitory building and went back to his dorm room. Lin Zhang and the others happened to be in the dormitory and were surprised to see Ningze back. "Why are you back? Don't you need to take care of the baby?" Lin Zhang asked. "I need to see you guys about something." Ningze walked over to his seat and sat down. The three of them pulled their stools over to him and looked at him curiously. Ningze suddenly said, "Tomorrow, Songyu and I are going to get our marriage certificate, and I want you guys to help me decorate the house." Zhang Shui spoke excitedly, "Sure. We'll help our buddy out." The other two nodded in agreement. "We just don't know what kind of decorations you want." Lin Zhang asked, "So what kind of decoration do you want?" Ningze took out his phone and opened a certain app. He had already looked for it online before. He sent the picture to the group chat. The other three people opened the picture and took a look. Huang Xian said, "Ningze, you actually believe that we can do something so delicate?" "Yes, you might as well let us write the code for you." Zhang Shui felt the same way. Ningze didn't really believe that they could do a good job, but he didn't have anyone else to turn to. He helplessly spread out his hands. "I really can't find anyone else, you guys have to help me get it done." At this time, Lin Zheng thought of someone. He said, "Why don't you ask Li Lingxue?" As the school flower's best friend, Li Lingxue definitely knows what the school flower likes. Ningze slapped his thigh. Why didn't he think of it? He immediately called Li Lingxue. Li Lingxue looked at the unfamiliar number and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Li Lingxue, it's Ningze. I need your help with something. Help? What could Ningze possibly need her help with? She asked, just tell me what it is. It's like this, tomorrow you and I are going to get our marriage certificate, and while we're out, could you and some of my friends help me decorate the house? I want to surprise you. You and you are best friends, you should know what she likes. I don't have any other friends, so I can only ask you. Can you help me? There was silence on the other end of the line for a while. After a while, a voice came through. Li Lingxue said, okay, send me the address. Okay, but don't tell Yor about this. Although Li Lingxue would probably not say anything, Ningze still couldn't help but remind her. After all, he wanted to surprise Songyu. Tomorrow, he wanted Songyu to wear his wedding ring in front of his friends. After the call ended, Ningze sent the address to Li Lingxue. Li Lingxue looked at the address and felt quite surprised. Just now, when Ningze talked about their home, Li Lingxue felt strange. Ningze should not be able to afford to buy a house in Nanchang at the moment. 10 miles of spring breeze is not cheap. Did Songyu buy this house? Li Lingxue felt that this must be the case, and when she met Songyu, she would have to ask him properly. After Li Lingxue agreed, Ningze let out a sigh of relief. He asked Lin Zhang and the others to go with Li Lingxue tomorrow. Ningze handed Lin Zhang 3,000 yuan. A lot of money will be needed to buy decorations. Is 3,000 yuan enough? If not, call me and I'll transfer you more. If it's enough, I'll top it up for you. It's just some decorations, so Lin Zhang felt that it should be enough. Okay, if it's not enough, you top it up first and I'll transfer you the rest later. Ningze then took out a key and handed it to Lin Zhang. We'll leave at 8 o'clock tomorrow, so you can go there after 8 o'clock. Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you. Once the decision was made, Ningze went home. His Mercedes-Benz was parked next to his BMW, and Ningze got out of the car happily. He even hummed a tune. He took out the ring and looked at it again, feeling a surge of happiness. Songyu's hands are so white and delicate, and a diamond ring would look great on them. When he arrived at the front door, Ningze took out the key and opened the door. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he saw the mother and daughter sitting on the sofa. The little treasure heard the sound of the door opening and looked at Ningze. Her little hand moved around, cooing and cooing, happy that her father had returned. Oh, the little treasure knows that daddy is back. Oh, our Ran Ran is such a good girl. Ningze took off his shoes while talking to Ran Ran. Songyu looked at Ningze and wondered why it had taken so long to wash the car. Had he gone and done something bad? Ningze was innocent. He smiled tenderly, and if there was anything, he would go back to the school and find Lin Zhang and the others. He was delayed. Did you miss me? Songyu felt ashamed every time Ningze poked at her thoughts. It's your little treasure that misses you. Songyu refused to admit it. Ningze didn't believe her nonsense. After spending a long time together, he knew that Songyu liked him. He also liked their baby, but it was so cute and had no brain, so it was easy to bully. He couldn't wait until that day arrived. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands before sitting down next to the mother and daughter. He kissed Songyu and then picked up Ran Ran and kissed her. He couldn't get enough of her kisses, and he wanted to steal her first kiss. Thinking about his little girl's first kiss, he wondered which boy would get the privilege. He began to worry like an old father. Songyu, I don't want Ran Ran to marry someone else. Songyu laughed out loud. The baby is only a month old, and you're already thinking about what will happen 20 years from now. If you worry about it now, I don't know what you'll do when that time comes. I guess you'll cry when Ran Ran gets married. Just thinking about Ningze makes him feel bad. He's really worried. If Ran Ran gets a boyfriend in the future, will he bring a knife and chop up the boyfriend? The couple discussed the baby's affairs, while Ran Ran kicked her little legs in the rocking chair, happy as can be. Ningze said in a grumpy tone, "Is my baby teasing me? I'm so sad that my baby doesn't care about me." As Ningze said this, Ran Ran kicked her little legs even more happily. Seeing that her father was unhappy, she even grinned, which broke Ningze's heart. Songyu said in a sweet voice from the side. Ran Ran is just having fun with her new toy, she's not smiling at you, dear. Isn't that right, baby? Then the little baby scrunched up his little hands, indicating that his mother was right. Ningze then deliberately said, "This is Daddy's little cotton padded jacket." After sitting for a while, it was almost time for dinner. Ningze got up and went to the kitchen. Sonyu was looking forward to the food Ningze would cook tonight. He was truly a talented player. Just by watching the video, he could make the food taste so good. A man who can cook is really a bonus. Where can you find such a good husband? Sonyu sat on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the kitchen. Chapter 36 Wife, this is the milk foot bath I prepared for you. After dinner. After putting the baby to bed, Sonyu sat on the sofa playing with her phone. Ningze was doing something, and Sonyu wanted to chat with him. Just as she was about to find Ningze, he appeared. Ningze carried a basin of hot water and walked over, placing it in front of Sonyu. Sonyu was puzzled, but her feet had already been placed in the hot water by Ningze. Ningze had already tested the water temperature, but still asked with concern, "Is the water hot? Is it suitable?" Sonyu was still in a daze. Ningze reached out and waved her hand in front of her eyes, and Sonyu reacted. "Ah, what did you say, honey?" She was very surprised that Ningze would wash her feet. Ningze smiled gently, "I was just asking if the water temperature was hot and suitable." "The water temperature is just right, thank you, honey." Sonyu smiled sweetly. Ningze had looked it up online and found that there were many benefits to foot bathing. It can promote blood circulation and expel cold, and women's bodies tend to be more prone to cold, so foot bathing is very beneficial. It can also improve sleep quality. Bathing your feet before going to bed can promote circulation in the feet and warm the body, which is more conducive to falling asleep. Sonyu smelled a faint fragrance and asked doubtfully, "Honey, did you add something to the water? It smells so good." "This is a milk foot bath I prepared for you. I added lavender to it. Lavender can improve sleep, and it works very well." Ningze seems to know everything, there's nothing he doesn't know. Sonyu didn't know any of this. Ningze is really mysterious. Even if he doesn't know something, he watches a video and learns it. It's really not to be underestimated. Soaking her feet, Sonyu feels very comfortable. Ningze also lightly presses on the acupressure points on the bottom of her feet, and she feels comfortable all over. Sonyu asked Ningze, "Honey, why are you so good to me?" Ningze paused, and he couldn't say it either. He just felt bad for Sonyu and wanted to be good to her. She had lacked parental love since she was young, and he had no family. He gave Sonyu love, and Sonyu gave him a home. The two of them were like each other's salvation. Ningze smiled and said, "Silly, why? You're my wife, of course I have to be good to you, and I also want to be good to you. In the future, I will only treat you well." Ningze spoke very softly, and what she said was also very sentimental. She was glad that she chose to give birth to a child and cross paths with Ningze. After 20 minutes, the water temperature had already started to cool. Ningze brought a towel to help Sonyu dry her feet and let her put her legs on the sofa. "Play for a while first, I'll go take a shower." Sonyu nodded. Ningze carried the basin and went downstairs. He took his pajamas and went into the bathroom. Sonyu was curious if Ningze had abs. Last time at the hospital, she was too shy to take a good look. She didn't pay attention when he changed clothes, and it tickled her heart. She put on her shoes and walked to the bathroom door. She pressed the doorknob, but Ningze didn't lock it. She pushed open the door and stuck her little head out to look into the bathroom. The sound of the water drowned out the sound of the door opening, and Ningze didn't notice Sonyu's actions. Sonyu's little head hung on the door like this, watching Ningze taking a shower. Her heart was pounding. She turned around. Why didn't she turn around? She was annoyed that Ningze wouldn't turn around and she wouldn't be able to see. Just as she was about to give up, Ningze finally turned around, their eyes met, and Sonyu quickly withdrew her head. Ningze gave a shallow smile, walked quickly to the door, and pulled Sonyu in. Holding Sonyu in his arms, he whispered in her ear, "What did you want to see?" "Nothing. I didn't want to see anything, I just..." Sonyu couldn't explain her actions either. Ningze let her go and turned around. Sonyu lowered her head, and when he turned around, she saw something she shouldn't have. She immediately looked up. She locked eyes with Ningze and looked at the smile on the corner of his mouth. Sonyu couldn't hold back anymore. "If you want to look, go ahead and look. I don't mind," Ningze said with a smile. Sonyu stared at his abdomen, and sure enough, there were abs. She tried her best to keep her gaze on Ningze's upper body and ignore his lower body. Looking at his abs, she reached out and pressed her finger against them. They were a little bit elastic. So she wanted to look at abs? Ning Zai got the wrong idea. The water in the bathroom was still running, so he pushed Song Yu out of the bathroom for fear of getting her wet. Go back to bed and wait for me, I'll be there soon, I'll let you have a good look later. Song Yu fled in disgrace. What a shame. She never used to be like this, but now she was infatuated with Ning Zai. She quickly left the bathroom. After stepping out of the bathroom and leaning against the wall, her cheeks were burning, and her body felt strange. She covered her heart with her right hand, and it was pounding furiously. She slapped her cheeks with both hands. She persuaded herself, Song Yu, wake up. Her pajamas got wet when Ning Zai hugged her just now. She walked back to her room and changed her clothes. Then she went to the crib and saw that her baby was sleeping soundly. After getting into bed, she couldn't help but think about what Ning Zai had just said. Wait for him in bed. Aha! Song Yu, wake up. Ning Zai finished his shower and looked at his abs in the mirror. They weren't very obvious, but they were enough to charm Song Yu. Thinking about how Song Yu had looked just now, he really thought his wife was cute. During the 4 years at school, he had either been studying or working part-time, and had never paid any attention to the school beauty queen. He was very happy. He dried himself off, put on his pajamas, and blow-dried his hair. When he came into the room, he saw Song Yu lying on the bed. Song Yu closed her eyes when she saw him come in, probably because she was embarrassed. It was embarrassing to be caught spying. What if Ning Zai mistakenly thought she was a peeping Tom? Ning Zai first went to the crib to check on Ran to see if she was sleeping well, before going to bed. The space next to him was sunken in, and Song Yu felt a burst of nervousness. Should she say something? Or pretend to be asleep? But it would be really embarrassing to speak, and that kind of situation would be a disaster. So she'd better pretend to be asleep. Song Yu struggled with herself for a long time. Ning Zai watched her eyes move around, and a smile appeared in the corners of his eyes. He lay down and embraced her. Then he whispered in her ear. Your shy expression is really cute and charming. Didn't you want to see her husband's body? Look, I'm not wearing any clothes. Song Yu immediately opened her eyes and retorted. No, I was just curious if you had abs. I didn't want to see your body. She defended herself. The two spoke very quietly, afraid of waking the baby. Ning Zai let out a light laugh. No matter what you want to see, I won't say no. Ning Zai took her hand and placed it on his abs. What do you think? How does it feel? Song Yu said, it's soft and very flexible. You can feel it anywhere, Ning Zai said, taking her hand and exploring other places. Song Yu kind of understood. Ning Zai may look gentle in the sunshine, but behind the scenes he is a big gray wolf. P.S. Can the brothers give some data to support this? Chapter 37, Preparing a Surprise, Getting the Certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The next day. Ning Zai woke up early. After he woke up, he glanced at Song Yu next to him and found that she had already woken up. Why are you awake so early? Ning Zai stroked her hair gently. Song Yu smiled and said, I woke up very early because I was so excited thinking about getting the certificate today. Ning Zai found this funny, because he was also awake early because they were getting the certificate today. The couple got up together. They went to the baby's crib and found that Ran had already woken up and was blinking her eyes at her parents. Oh, my, the little one is up. Today, Mommy and Daddy are going to get their marriage certificate. Aren't you happy too, little one? Ran's little hands moved around, looking very happy. Ningza picked her up and changed her diaper first. Wow, our little one is really good, she didn't cry when she woke up. She really is Daddy's little sweetheart. After changing Ran's diaper, he handed her over to Song Yu so that she could feed her. Ning Zai then went to wash up. By the time he came out, Song Yu had already finished feeding the baby. He put the baby in the crib and brought Ran's small towel, which he wet, to wash her face. The baby cooperated and obediently enjoyed the service her father provided. After washing Ran's face, Ning Zai let her play on the bed for a while. He opened the closet to choose what to wear today. Today they are getting married and taking the wedding photos, so he can't wear something too casual. He chose a white shirt and black casual trousers. After changing, he stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself, satisfied. This outfit is very suitable for today's occasion, not as formal as the suit he wore when he got married, but more casual. His little one was dancing on the bed with her hands and humming, wanting her father to hug her. Ningzhe heard the sound, turned around and walked to the bed, picking up his little treasure. Ran Ran was so happy to be in his arms. Ningzhe smiled tenderly. Is Daddy handsome in this outfit today? Does Ran Ran think Mommy will like Daddy's outfit today? The little treasure was smiling at the corner of his mouth, his little hands grasping Ningzhe's collar. Looking at Ran Ran's actions, Ningzhe felt that the little treasure must like it. After teasing Ran Ran for a while, Ningzhe began to mess with his hairstyle again, taking out hairspray to set it. At 1.8 meters tall, wearing a white shirt and casual trousers, he looked like the protagonist from a comic book. Songyu came out of the bathroom and looked at Ningzhe's back. Today was another day when she was charmed by Ningzhe's handsome appearance. She walked over to Ningzhe and looked him up and down. She liked his outfit very much, it was a big plus. My husband is very handsome today. Songyu smiled sweetly. Ningzhe was very happy to receive praise from someone she loved. He was still very confident in his appearance, but usually he preferred to wear white t-shirts. Songyu also opened her closet and started to select clothes. After looking at Ningzhe again, she wanted to choose a set of clothes that matched Ningzhe's, to match as a couple. She took out a white skirt, with lace wrapping the upper body and the skirt open. She changed into the skirt, and Ningzhe was also amazed by her outfit today, looking very noble. He smiled and said, "My wife is so beautiful." Songyu gave a small smile and took out the clothes for her baby to change into. After packing, Ningzhe put in the things that he knew he would need. The milk powder, diapers, and baby clothes were all packed in the baby bag. He put the baby in the stroller and the couple pushed the stroller out. They arrived at the underground parking lot. Songyu got into the car first, holding Ran Ran in her arms, while Ningzhe put the stroller away. He closed the trunk and took out his phone. He sent a message in the group chat. "You can come over, we're leaving now." The three people in the group chat replied okay one after the other. Ningzhe then sent a message to Li Lingxue, and he got into the car when he saw her reply okay. Ningzhe drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. On the other side, the three people who had received Ningzhe's message had set off quickly. They soon arrived at Shilichunfeng. They carried the things up, laid everything out, and started by blowing up the balloons. After blowing for a while, the three of them were in pain around the cheeks. "Lin Zhang, you're unreliable, you didn't even buy a pump with the balloons. It hurts so much around my cheeks." Zhang Shui blew the hardest, and his cheeks hurt the most. Lin Zhang had no choice but to go out and buy a pump, as he was to blame for this. He opened the door. Li Lingxue happened to appear in the doorway. Her hand was raised, knocking on the door. Lin Zhang smiled, saying, "Li Lingxue, you're here." Are you going out?" Li Lingxue asked casually. "Yes, I forgot to buy an air pump," Lin Zhang said. Li Lingxue nodded and walked in. Lin Zhang waited until she came in before going out. After entering, Li Lingxue first toured the living room, then the bedroom. The layout of the Shilichunfeng was not bad, and the decoration was also good. After the tour, she came into the living room to help. Looking at the living room full of decorations, she asked, "What do you want it to look like?" Huang Xian took out his phone and opened a picture to show Li Lingxue. Li Lingxue had an idea. It seems that Ningzhe is still a very romantic person who will prepare surprises for people. The prejudice against Ningzhe before has now decreased a little. However, there is still some way to go. Looking at the picture, Li Lingxue started gluing the already blown up balloons together. The three of them finished gluing the already blown up balloons, and Lin Zhang just happened to come back. Civil Affairs Bureau. Ningzhe's car was parked in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. He took the stroller down, put Ran Ran in it, and pushed it in. There were quite a lot of people here to collect their certificates today, so Ningzhe went to get a number first. Then he came back with the information, and the couple filled in the information on the side while waiting for their number to be called. Everyone who came to collect their certificates today was a couple, and only Ningzhe and his wife came with their baby. Ran Ran was very eye-catching. A couple filling out the paperwork nearby couldn't help but tease her when they saw how cute Ran Ran was in her stroller. The woman made faces at the baby, and the man next to her saw how much his wife liked children. He said, "If you like them so much, let's have one." The woman nodded shyly. Ningzhe and Songyu finished filling out the paperwork, took the documents, and walked over to a sofa to wait. A staff member called them over to take the photo. They pushed the stroller to the photo-taking area, and the photographer was also charmed by the little baby. He couldn't help but take a photo of the little baby. Ningzhe knew that his own baby was popular. His eyes were full of tenderness. "Please take care of her for us," Ningzhe said, and walked with Songyu into the photo studio. After they took their ID photos, they just had to wait for their number to be called to complete the formalities. The ID photos were quickly taken, and since they would be used right away, they were quickly developed and trimmed. Seduced by Ranran's cuteness, the photographer also printed out the photo he had just taken of Ranran and gave it to them for free. Wow, the photographer took a photo of Ranran. Does Ranran like it? Ranran couldn't contain her joy as she held her photo and stared at her little legs. Chapter 38: A belated marriage proposal? The family of 3 went to the sofa in the lobby to wait. Ningzhe took the hot water to heat the formula for Ranran. "I've been out for a while today, so I think the baby is hungry too." Ranran is very happy to watch her father's actions. Songyu teases her. "Is the baby so happy to drink milk? Then let's stop breastfeeding next month, okay?" The baby's movements stopped. Her little frown slightly wrinkled up. Just as she was about to burst into tears, Ningzhe quickly reassured her, "Mommy is just joking. How could we wean the baby off milk after just 2 months? Don't be upset, sweetheart." After listening to Ningzhe's words, the baby looked at her mother and then at her father. In the end, her gaze settled on her father. She then kept staring at her father and never looked at her mother again. Songyu laughed softly. "Our baby is still a little grump." Ranran ignored her and kept looking at the bottle in her father's hand. Ningzhe handed the bottle to Songyu and asked her to feed her. As soon as she was picked up, the baby started crying. Songyu couldn't help laughing. "Honey, Ranran is unhappy. She doesn't want her mother to feed her." Songyu finished speaking, her tone was aggrieved, but the corner of her mouth was smiling. Ningzhe added, "Since the baby doesn't want her mother to feed her, she doesn't want her mother to hold her to sleep tonight either." The couple glanced over. The baby seemed to be thinking. After a while, Ningzhe continued, "Does the baby want her mother to feed her?" The baby looked at Songyu. Ningzhe understood what she meant and held her in Songyu's arms. Songyu took the bottle and fed her. She sucked with a loud slurping sound. Songyu's mouth curled up slightly as she said, "She's only a month old and already knows so much. When she grows up, I don't know how cunning she'll be." Ningzhe disagreed with her and retorted, "Our baby is smart, not cunning." Ran her little legs and kicked Ningzhe. She said that her father was right. Ningzhe grabbed her little short legs. "My baby is smart," she said, and she knew what her parents were talking about. After feeding her, Ningzhe picked her up and burped her. Just as she finished burping her, the announcement called their number. Holding her baby, they went to the counter to apply for their marriage certificate. The staff member who processed the application was so charmed by the baby in Ningzhe's arms that she almost melted. The baby was wearing a white onesie today, and his little feet were wearing little shoes in the shape of a tiger, which was very cute. "Wow, whose baby is this? Why is he so cute?" The staff member laughed and teased Ranran. Ranran stared at the staff member, curious about what this auntie did. "Why are you staring at auntie all the time? Do you like her?" Ningzhe teased her. The staff member held the documents in her hand and kept smiling as she went about her business. The paperwork was also completed quickly. The two of them felt very unreal as they held the marriage certificate. They're getting their certificate now? Songyu was very happy, holding the marriage certificate in her hands and looking at it, giggling the whole time. They walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Songyu looked at Ningzhe's back and called out, "Honey." Ningzhe turned around and looked at her adoringly, "Wife." From today onwards, they would be a legal couple with a certificate. "Honey. Hey. Honey. Hey." Songyu felt like she couldn't call him enough. Although she had called him occasionally before, the feeling of calling him out today was very different. Ningzhe walked over to her, put an arm around her waist, and kissed her. The couple was very sweet, and many couples watching them were envious. Once in the car, Ningzhe messaged Lin Zhang to ask how they were getting on. Lin Zhang said they were ready, and Ningzhe immediately drove back. They returned to Shirley Chunfom. Songyu was pushing Ranran in front of her, while Ningzhe was holding his phone and not sure what to do with it. When they reached the elevator, Songyu urged him to hurry up. Ningzhe put away his phone, walked quickly over, and took over pushing Ran Ran. When they arrived at the door, Ningzhe suddenly felt nervous. He wondered how their decorations would turn out. He was looking forward to it, but also worried that the result would not be what he wanted. With a nervous heart, he opened the door. When the door opened, petals suddenly fell and greeted them. Sonyu felt pleasantly surprised and romantic. Walking in, was this still their home? The living room wall was decorated with balloons and their photos. In the middle were the words "Happy Marriage," and there was also a lot of food on the coffee table. Looking at the people in the room, apart from her best friend, the rest should be Ningzhe's best friends. Sister-in-law. Lin Zhang and the others called out to Sonyu. Sonyu suddenly blushed, as this was the first time she had been called that. She saw Li Lingxue and ran over to hug her. Lingxue, long time no see. Long time no see, I miss our Yuer. Li Lingxue missed her very much. After that time they met at the hospital, the two of them never saw each other again. Ningzhe pushed the baby carriage in, and Lin Zhang and the others finally got to see the baby. Wow, Ningzhe, your baby is so cute. It looks a lot like you and your sister-in-law. Such a cute little baby, I'm afraid someone will steal it. Ningzhe gave Zhang Shui a look, as if to say, if someone steals her baby, it will be you. Zhang Shui scratched his head and giggled, the baby is really cute. The three stared at Ran Ran, the baby looked at them curiously, today she has met so many strange uncles and aunts. The baby didn't cry, which made her even more adorable. Li Lingxue also came over and teased the baby in the stroller. Ran Ran, I'm your godmother. Do you remember your godmother? Ran Ran smiled, and Li Lingxue was very excited. She pulled Sonyu happily and said, Yuer, my goddaughter smiled at me. It seems that my goddaughter remembers me. Sonyu ignored her, because Ran Ran always smiled. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Ningzhe suddenly knelt down in front of Sonyu on one knee. His actions surprised the others. Was this a marriage proposal? But they had already exchanged their wedding rings, so there was no reason to wait. With their expectant gazes, they watched as Ningzhe took out a small box from his trouser pocket and opened it in front of them. Inside was a diamond ring. Li Lingxue and Sonyu were both wealthy women, and they had a lot of jewelry. Looking at the diamond ring in the box, they could tell at a glance that it was not cheap. Today had been full of surprises, and Sonyu was very moved. Ningzhe said tenderly, My dear, thank you for coming to be by my side. I will be good to you for the rest of my life. Do you believe in me? The others beside them were beside themselves with excitement. Li Lingxue was happy for Sonyu. Zhang Shui started a commotion, saying, Sister-in-law, say yes quickly. Seeing that Sonyu was not unhappy, the other two also started a commotion. Trust him. Trust him. Sonyu shyly held out her hand, and Ningzhe put the diamond ring on her hand. Ningzhe got up, embraced her, and kissed her in front of the others. The little baby was also very happy in the stroller. She babbled and cooed, wanting to participate as well. Ningzhe picked her up and kissed her, smirking as she giggled. P.S. Today's weather is 30, as hot as Lemon's love for you all. Keep supporting Lemon, guys. Oh. Chapter 39, The Best Friend's Worries. She trusts him. After the excitement died down, the group sat down on the sofa. Li Lingxue tugged at Sonyu's clothes, and Sonyu led her to the room. Ningzhe saw them go in, and he didn't bother them. The two best friends hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they must have a lot to talk about. Ningzhe held the baby on the sofa and chatted with a few of the guys. Lin Zhang teased Ran Ran with a small toy. The little baby was very cooperative and had a good time playing with him. Lin Zhang usually doesn't say much, but now he is also charmed by the cute Ran Ran baby. Zhang Shui is not doing well. He also likes Ran Ran, but he just doesn't know how to entertain her. He is also most afraid of children crying. Whenever they cry and cry, which is very annoying. Ningzhe can remember what he said last time, and teases him, didn't you say last time that you wanted to find someone to have a baby with? Now why are you afraid? Zhang Shui is embarrassed, scratches his head, and doesn't say anything. In the room, Sonyu pulled Li Lingxue and sat her down next to the bed, smiling and asking, what's wrong? Seeing that Sonyu was happy, Li Lingxue felt embarrassed and didn't want to say anything, for fear that she would be upset if she heard it. To prevent her best friend from being cheated on, she still asked. You didn't buy this house, did you? I don't think Ningzhe is able to buy a house in Nanchang yet. Once you get your license, you'll be a legal couple. Are you really sure you want to be with him? I heard them say that Ningzhe also has a BMW, which you bought, didn't you? You've only been together for a short time, and you've already spent so much money on him. Can you please be more careful, so that you don't get cheated on without even knowing it? Sonyu felt helpless. Why did everyone think that she had bought Ningzhe's BMW? She was very happy that her best friend cared about her, but she really hadn't bought any of those things. She couldn't let her best friend think that Ningzhe had gotten all of that because of her. Sonyu smiled and explained, Ningzhe bought the house. He brought me here the day after I gave birth. I was very surprised too. The BMW was a stroller that he bought for Ranran in a lucky draw. I have never spent a penny with him, but he has spent a lot of money on me. I know what you are worried about, but I believe Ningzhe is not that kind of person. Sonyu is good at everything, except that she is a bit stubborn. Li Lingxue knew that she could not persuade her, so she could only let her go. But she was very curious. I also know a little about Ningzhe's situation. How do you think he has the money to buy this house? Has he told you? Where did he get all that money? Sonyu shook her head. She really didn't know. Li Lingxue slapped her thigh. Excitedly, she said, You don't know anything and you're with him? You didn't even tell him about the situation at home, did you? Li Lingxue was so emotional that Sonyu didn't dare nod. Knowing her as well as Li Lingxue did, how could she not know Sonyu? From the way she looks, she has clearly told him everything about her family. Li Lingxue sighed, You're so silly, you don't even know him yet. Seeing Li Lingxue worrying about her, Sonyu smiled. Lingxue, don't worry, Ningzhe is a good person. Li Lingxue shook her head, You can't know someone's heart, how could you understand someone so quickly? Things have come to this, and she didn't know what to say. The two of them had a child together, and she couldn't let the little one grow up without a father. She could only exhort, I won't say anything else to you. If you feel wronged, you must tell me, understand? Sonyu leaned on her shoulder and said with a smile, Okay, my good Lingxue. Li Lingxue thought of something and looked at Sonyu, asking seriously, Have you told Grandpa and Grandma? Sonyu looked embarrassed. Li Lingxue knew from her expression that she definitely hadn't told them. Li Lingxue persuaded her, Last year, after you got pregnant, you lied to your grandparents and said you were going to the United States to be an exchange student. For the past year, you have also refused to video call them, using your busy academic schedule as an excuse. Your grandparents will be very sad about this. Sometimes they even ask me how you are doing in the United States, and I can only say that you are busy with your studies. Hearing Li Lingxue say this, Sonyu felt very bad. Her grandparents were the people who loved her most, and she had made them sad. But she didn't know how to tell her grandparents, and she wasn't sure if they could accept it. She was torn. Li Lingxue continued, Ranran is now a month old. Don't you want someone to love Ranran? Li Lingxue didn't say anything else, leaving Sonyu to think about it. After a while, Sonyu said, I'll go back some time. Li Lingxue was relieved to hear her say that. At that moment, Ningzhe knocked on the door of the room. Sonyu went over to open the door. Husband, what's wrong? Ningzhe smiled tenderly, I ordered lunch, it's already been delivered, come out and eat. Okay. Sonyu smiled. She walked over to Li Lingxue and pulled her along with her out of the room. They arrived in the dining room. There were many dishes on the table, all still steaming. He helped Sonyu sit down and said, It's a bit late today, so I couldn't cook. I ordered takeout. I'll cook whatever you want tonight. Sonyu nodded with a smile. Zhang Shui looked as if he had heard some shocking news. Since when could Ningzhe cook? He chuckled, Ningzhe, people who get married are different. He's even learned to cook. Hearing Zhang Shui's words, Li Lingxue glanced at Ningzhe. He couldn't cook before, but now he's learned to cook for Sonyu? In an instant, Li Lingxue's prejudice against Ningzhe diminished a little. The baby was lying in the rocking chair, playing with her balloon. She had been playing with the balloon for so long that she had already grown tired of it, but it had become her new favorite toy. At the dinner table, Ningzhe suddenly said, Ranran has already reached her first-month birthday, so I want to find a time to throw a first-month birthday party for her. We'll just invite a few friends, so you guys must be there. Don't worry, Ningzhe, we'll definitely be there, Zhang Shuixian promised. The others nodded too. How could they not attend the baby's first-month celebration when she was so cute? After dinner, they rested for a while before leaving. Li Lingxue left with them, and when she reached the door, she pulled Song Yu aside and whispered, "Remember to tell your grandparents about Ranran's first-month celebration, and don't forget your uncles and aunts either." After saying that, she didn't care about Song Yu's reaction and followed them. Mom and Dad? Even if I tell them, they won't come, right? They haven't cared about me for so many years, and they're not going to start caring just because I had a baby. Song Yu thought to herself, and decided to forget about it. I can tell Grandpa and Grandma, though. Ningzhe saw that Li Lingxue had already left, and Song Yu was still standing in the doorway, lost in thought. He walked over and asked, concerned, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Song Yu looked up at Ningzhe and said, "Lingxue asked me to talk to my grandparents about the first-month celebration for Ranran." "That's fine, let's go back to see my grandparents sometime." Ningzhe agreed, thinking that Li Lingxue was right. Song Yu was at a loss. She was still not ready. Suddenly, there was a noise from the rocking chair, and Ningzhe hurried over. Ouch, what's wrong with my little treasure? Chapter 40, A Special Day. The baby suddenly started crying, her voice shrill. Ningzhe held her and soothed her for a while, but she just kept crying. Nothing could calm her down. For some reason, the baby's body kept wriggling. She curled up into a ball, her whole body tense, and kept grunting. Ningzhe watched her cry and squirm, her little face red with anger. Her little knees were curled up, and her tiny hands were clenched into fists as she kicked her feet. Ningzhe frowned slightly. "What's wrong, baby? Is Ranran not feeling well?" This was the first time Ningzhe had seen this situation, and he searched his mind for relevant memories. Suddenly the words colic appeared in his mind. He suddenly became nervous. Looking at his nervous expression, Song Yu's small hands clenched tightly, at a loss as to what to do. She knew too little about taking care of babies. Even though she is a mother now, there are still many things she doesn't know. She looks flustered. "Ningzhe, what's wrong?" "It's colic," he said. "So, what should we do?" "Let's take Ranran to the hospital quickly." "Will it be serious if we're late?" Song Yu looks nervous and flustered. Ningzhe adjusts his emotions to appear composed. If he shows any unease, Song Yu will worry even more. "Don't worry, I know what to do," Ningzhe reassures her. Ningzhe placed Ranran on the sofa and bent the baby's legs at the knees to increase the pressure on her abdomen. Then he placed his palm on the baby's abdomen and gently massaged her tummy clockwise to encourage her to pass gas. After a long time, the baby's crying slightly subsided. Ningzhe picked her up again, held Ranran in an airplane hold, and gently patted her back to continue helping the gastrointestinal tract to peristalse. Ranran was relieved and finally fell asleep in her father's arms. Ningzhe gently laid her down and turned her over, and the little baby fell asleep quietly on the sofa. The couple let out a sigh of relief. Ding! The host helped the baby relieve pain and was rewarded with 100 square meters of office space in an Oriental office building. Office space? What does he need office space for? Besides, shouldn't office space in an office building be 500 or 600 square meters or more, or even thousands of square meters? Why only 100 square meters? Isn't the system being a bit stingy? System. If you don't like it, don't take it. No. How could I dislike it? Seeing that the baby wasn't feeling well, the system didn't want to argue with Ningzhe. Such a cute baby, Xiaotanzi really likes it too. Song Yu still feels scared. She doesn't know what colic is, but adults also feel very uncomfortable when their stomachs hurt, and the baby is still so small, how can she bear it? Thinking about it made her cry. Ningzhe heard the sobbing and quickly looked back at her. Seeing that she was crying, Ningzhe hugged her and comforted her. "Don't worry, this is a common phenomenon, it's fine. It's normal for babies to have colic. Some babies start as early as 2-4 weeks after birth, and some babies will be a little later, maybe 2-3 months. It's also normal for Ranran to have it after a month, it's fine, don't worry." Ningzhe patted her back and explained to her. Hearing Ningzhe's words, Song Yu was truly relieved. Today is an important day for the two of them to get their marriage certificate, and Ningzhe asked her not to be upset. Song Yu broke into a smile, and Ningzhe brought a tissue to wipe away the tears on her face. He put the baby in the crib in the room. The couple sat down on the sofa. Song Yu suddenly said, "Ningzhe, in the future, I want to learn from you how to take care of the baby." Ningzhe shook his head to indicate disagreement. No, my baby doesn't need to work so hard. I want my baby to be happy, and I'll take care of the baby. Then he gently rubbed her forehead and kissed her on the lips. He didn't want Songyu to be so tired. Having a baby was hard enough for her, and having to raise a child as well, Ningzai felt that it wasn't fair to her. This wasn't just about her. Songyu leaned on Ningzai's shoulder, and the two were silent for a while. Ningzai suggested, "Honey, why don't we watch a movie?" Songyu sniffed and laughed, "Sure." Ningzai turned on the TV, which had a lot of movies from the cinema and some classics. He didn't usually watch movies and didn't have much time for them. He found a classic film, Lion, the Professional. The living room lights were turned off, leaving only a faint floor lamp, which instantly filled the room with an atmosphere. The two leaned back on the sofa and watched the movie quietly. Songyu had seen this movie many times before, and every time she had a different impression. She suddenly asked Ningzai, "Honey, do you think Lion and Matilda are in love?" Ningzai was silent for a moment, and then he said, "I don't think so. I think they were more like a salvation for each other. Just like we are for each other." There was silence in the living room again, and the two continued to watch the movie quietly. When the movie came to an end, and Lion died, Songyu couldn't help crying. Ningzai hugged her to comfort her. "Why are you crying?" "My dear, the only warm light in Lion's life was given to Matilda, and in the end it ended like this, what a pity. I never thought that my lovely wife was so sentimental." Ningzai felt a little endearment. Seeing her like this, he wanted to bully her. He whispered, "Wife, can you help me like you did last time?" Songyu froze, and after a moment nodded. Their wife is really good, she agrees to everything he asks. When she is ready, he will help her properly. With previous experience, Songyu was much more skilled this time. Ningzai was very satisfied. This wife is so gullible, fortunately it was him she was deceiving. Now he can't let anyone else trick him. The two of them are getting more and more affectionate. Songyu goes to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. Then she returns to the living room, where Ningzai is still sitting on the sofa. She goes over to him and says, "Honey, let's go to our room and rest." Ningzai pulls her down on the sofa next to him. "Let's lie here for a while. Today is a special day, the day we got our marriage certificate, and I want my wife to be with me." Songyu obediently complies. It's because of her that her husband is so frustrated. She lay down next to Ningzai, who asked her to rest her head on his arm. Outside the window was a starry night scene, and the two just looked out at the view. Songyu fell asleep lying down. Ningzai got up gently and carried her into the room. Then he went to check if the baby was still feeling unwell. Seeing her sleeping peacefully, Ningzai let out a sigh of relief. He lay down on the bed, looking at the profile of Songyu, and felt very content. P.S. The review was so tiring that Lemon wanted to cry. Lemon is not happy tonight. If you brothers like Lemon's plot, you must give some support. Thank you, brothers, I love you, IL. Chapter 41, Babies Love New Things. The next day. The first thing Ningzai did when he woke up was to check on his little cotton padded jacket. The baby wasn't feeling well last night, but today she woke up lively and energetic again. Our baby isn't in pain anymore, is she? Come to daddy for a hug. Our baby is so strong. Ningzai picked Ran up and held her up to tease their little cutie. Ran smiled happily. It seemed that she had already forgotten the pain from last night. Ningzai carried his little treasure to the living room and gave her some formula. After feeding her, he put her in the rocking chair. He went to the kitchen to make breakfast for Songyu. Yesterday, Songyu said she wanted to eat sandwiches, and he happened to have the ingredients at home. He put the toast in the toaster to toast it. Then he fried some eggs, sliced some tomatoes, and washed some lettuce. He stacked the prepared ingredients, squeezed ketchup and salad dressing on top, and the sandwich was ready. Songyu washed up and came out. He watched Ran for a while, and the little one was having a good time playing by herself. He went to the kitchen and saw Ningzai bringing out the finished sandwiches. My wife is up. Here are the sandwiches I made for you. Ningzai held them up to show off. Songyu was touched. Every time she casually mentioned something, Ningzai remembered it. The couple went to the dining table. Songyu picked up the sandwich and ate it. It tasted great. Ningzai's cooking skills are so good that he could open a restaurant. How is it? Is it delicious? Ningzai smiled tenderly and looked at her expectantly. Song Yu was mesmerized by his smile. The Ningzhe during the day was so different from the Ningzhe at night. She came back to her senses and smiled. Of course, it's delicious, it's made by our husband. The two of them didn't have much to do. Song Yu had to go back to school to finish her studies when the semester started. It was already July, and the semester started in September, so there was still more than a month to go. He, on the other hand, already had plans in mind. He had already decided what he wanted to do with the office building that the system had rewarded him with. There was still some time before they had to go back to school for graduation photos, so he would ask Lin Zheng to go with him to take a look. Huang Xian and Zhang Shui had already found a job, but Lin Zheng hadn't found anything suitable yet. He plans to talk to Lin Zheng about his ideas and see if he is interested in working together. He also has a lot of money in his hands, so he should be able to make ends meet. Song Yu sees a large, rolled-up object by the door and wants to open it to see what it is, but it falls over accidentally. With a bang, the little treasure in the rocking chair is startled. She bursts into tears instantly. Ning Zhe picks her up and comforts her. Don't cry, baby, did I scare you? Mommy didn't mean to do it, don't cry, okay? Song Yu felt guilty. She came over and held Ran Ran in her arms to comfort her. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Mommy scared you, don't cry, it's Mommy's fault. Ning Zhe dragged something over. He unwrapped it and it was a big cushion. The little one in Song Yu's arms was curious and stopped crying. Watching her father's movements, she really wanted to play with it. Ning Zhe noticed that Ran Ran was attracted to anything new. She was so gullible. He pushed the coffee table to the other side of the sofa, and then Ning Zhe placed the mat in front of the sofa. This is a crawling mat, which he had seen online before. It allows Ran Ran to lie on it and practice lifting her head. It's a crawling mat. It's so heavy that Song Yu couldn't hold it just now. The baby has stopped crying, and Ning Zhe holds her while she lies on the crawling mat. The baby is soon very happy. Ning Zhe puts her on the mat and takes out the baby's early education toys. There are also the small dolls bought last time, all of which are dumped on top. The baby is so happy to see the toys. She is still too young to crawl, and she looks at the toys but cannot reach them. Ningza holds the baby's favorite cow doll 20-30 centimeters away from her eyes and plays with it. She also holds a rattle in one hand to make noise and attract the baby's attention. Ran Ran lies on the mat and raises her head as the sound comes. Today, the baby raises her head much more often than last time. Ningza holds the cow doll against the foot pedal and smugly Ran Ran lies in front of the cow doll, looking at it. As she looks, she smiles. Ningza lined up the small dolls, and the little one looked at one and then the other, her little hand resting there, as if she wanted to grab them. When she saw that she couldn't, she used her little hand to scratch on the crawling mat. This crawling mat is made of satin fabric, which is safe and odorless, and it is also very thick, so the little one, with her little strength, couldn't scratch it at all. The couple also sat on the crawling mat and watched the little one play. After playing for a while, Ran Ran has been on her stomach for a long time. Ningza turns her over so that she can lie down. Looking at the pile of toys, he takes the hand rattle over. The hand rattle has a bit of weight to it, which can exercise Ran Ran's tactile grasp. Ningza first holds it in his hand to show her. Ran Ran, look at Daddy. Daddy is going to show you how to play with the hand rattle. Hearing Daddy's voice, the baby immediately looks at him. Ningza holds the rattle in his hands and demonstrates the movement slowly. This is how you hold it, sweetheart. Come on, watch Daddy's movements, sweetheart, you need to learn. After demonstrating once, Ningza gives the rattle to his daughter. As soon as she gets it in her hands, she kicks her little legs excitedly. Since her grasping ability is not very good yet, she can only hold it for a while. After holding it for a while, the rattle falls to the side. At this point, Ningza will pick it up and give it to her, continuing to let her practice grasping it. She is happy whenever she gets it in her hands. Neither the husband nor the wife knows what their little treasure is happy about every day. But they are happy to see her happy. Wow, our Ran Ran is so great. She practiced a lot today, what a great little treasure. Although her little head doesn't understand what her father is saying, Stinky Ran Ran smiles. Ningza takes out his phone and takes a picture of his little treasure. It's not always carefree, so of course he wants to take pictures to remember. Click, click. He took a lot of pictures, and now Ningza's phone album is basically full of pictures of their big and little babies. The little baby hasn't had a photo shoot yet for her 1-month birthday, but today is a nice day, so it's just right for a photo shoot. Honey, I'll go get the stuff, let's take the baby's 1-month birthday photos. Okay. You don't have to go outside to take a full moon photo. Ningza feels that he can take a good one too. If it doesn't turn out well, you can go to a studio. But when the baby is 100 days old, you must go to a studio to take a set of photos to remember. Ningza finds a white onesie, a pair of orange socks, a beige background cloth, and 6 oranges. Sonyu is curious when she sees all these things. What can you take pictures of with these? Honey, are you sure this is okay? What's the point of the oranges? You'll see. Suddenly, an orange rolled towards Ran Ran, who tried to grab it with her small hands, but it was too big and she couldn't hold on to it. Chapter 42, A Baby Who Doesn't Want to Cooperate in the Photoshoot. Ningza picked up the orange and the baby was still unhappy. She kept staring at the orange in her father's hands, her eyes full of excitement. Ningze changed her clothes and socks, and spread the background cloth on top of the playmat. Then he asked the baby to lie on the background cloth, and took out 2 oranges and placed them on either side of her head. Just as he set the pose, Ningze was ready to click and take the picture. However, when Ran Ran saw the orange, she was so excited that she reached out her little hand to grab it. The baby was not cooperating at all with her father's photoshoot. It seems that today's photoshoot is going to be tough, and it's killing him. This pose doesn't work, so let's try another. Ningze doesn't give up, and puts the orange on the baby's head, planning to take a picture of her holding onto the orange, with 3 oranges lined up in a row. He thinks that if Ran Ran can't see it, she won't want to grab it. As it turns out, he's thought too simply. Whether she can see it or not, Ran Ran wants to grab it. If she can't see it, she wriggles and squirms in protest, making it impossible for Ningza to take a photo. Stinky Ran, you're not cooperating with Daddy. Little baby, are you doing this on purpose? Humph. Ran giggles at the sound of her father's complaints. This brat is doing it on purpose. After tossing and turning for 10 minutes, not a single good photo was taken. Her little body wriggled and squirmed, and the background cloth was a mess. Ningze puts the phone down and takes a drink of water. Then he sits on the crawling mat with his arms folded. Do you know that you have to cooperate with Daddy? I'm giving you a chance. If Ran Ran doesn't cooperate, she won't get to drink from the bottle tonight. The little one doesn't understand and doesn't care what you say. She kicks her little legs around and wants to grab the orange when she sees it. Ningze can't do anything with her. He could only think of other ways to distract her. She was quite happy playing with the rattle just now, so the rattle should be able to attract her attention. He brought the rattle and waved it in front of the baby's eyes, but Ran Ran simply ignored him. She didn't even look at the rattle, her eyes fixed on the round orange. Ningza was defeated by her. He sighed and leaned back on the sofa. Sonyu laughed and let him rest for a while before saying, I'll grab an orange to get her attention, and then you take her picture. Ningze slapped his forehead. Why hadn't he thought of that? He smiled tenderly. Our wife is still the smart one. Let's reward her with a kiss. After Ningze finished speaking, he gave Sonyu a kiss on the cheek. Instantly, he was full of fighting spirit again. He just didn't believe that he couldn't take a good picture of the full moon today. Sonyu took an orange and walked to the other side of Ran Ran. The baby was attracted to the orange in her hand, so Ningze took the opportunity to place the orange on the photo. Finally, with the couple's concerted efforts, the first photo was finally taken, and the baby was named Orange in one fell swoop. Seeing that this method worked, Ningze continued. He placed 2 oranges on either side of the baby's head, snapped a photo, and took the second photo, which was a good thing, with orange on both sides. Ningze was exhausted. It had been an hour and only 2 photos had been taken. Then he continued to pose the baby. With Sonyu holding an orange to attract her attention, the photo shoot behind her seemed much easier. Including the previous idioms and the 2 good things, a total of 9 photos were taken. The couple were exhausted. The baby had a great time and didn't feel tired at all. After all the photos were taken, Ran Ran was finally satisfied and got her orange. Ningza sat on the sofa and looked at the photos with Sonyu. He pasted the idiom he had just thought of on them and retouched the photos a bit. His skills were on par with those of a professional studio. Sonyu looked at Ningza with admiration in her eyes. Her husband really knew how to do everything. It was already past 4 p.m. The baby was tired and had fallen asleep. The sun isn't so strong now, and since she hasn't been in the sun for a long time, Ningze plans to let her get some sun. Ningze gently puts on her blindfold, then undresses, adjusts the rocking chair to fixed mode, pushes it to the balcony, and lets the baby get some sun for a while. You have to get naked to get some sun, so that you can get it all over your body. After getting some sun on the front, Ningze turns her over, and the baby doesn't wake up, so it seems like she's sleeping very soundly. The baby is comfortable sunbathing on her stomach. Even when she falls asleep, her little mouth is smiling, which is so cute. Ningze moved the small chair and sat on one side, watching his daughter, and his heart was so soft. Sonyu sent the photos she just took to Li Lingxue. Let her take a look at her goddaughter. Li Lingxue was almost moved to tears by the baby. Oh my god. My goddaughter is so cute. Taking a photo is so creative, you thought of it. Sonyu sent an expression of no. Then she said, it was Ningze's idea, and he took the photo too. Then she took her phone and took a photo of the balcony. She said, after taking a photo of Ran, Ningze is now taking her out to sunbathe. You can rest assured, Ningze is really very good. He didn't even let me get tired. Li Lingxue rolled her eyes over there, and now her elbow is turned towards Ningze. Okay, Ningze is the best. That's right. Sonyu added a smug expression. Li Lingxue saved the cute photos of her goddaughter. Thinking about the baby's first month celebration, what should she give her? It's so hard, she must give her goddaughter the best. By the way, haven't you gone back to your grandparents' house yet? Grandma asked me again today when you're coming back from the US. Li Lingxue asked. Why did you bring this up again? She was distressed. She turned her head to look at Ningze, who had just pushed Ran in. Seeing Sonyu staring at him, he walked over to her and sat down, asking, what's wrong? Sonyu took a deep breath and said, honey, let's go back to my grandparents' house tomorrow. Okay, you decide everything in our family, Ningze said with a gentle smile. However, Ningze was still a little worried. Last time, Sonyu said that her grandparents loved her very much, and he wondered if they would be able to accept this and whether they would be angry. He asked with concern, how are your grandparents' health? They are both in good health, and they often go on trips. Ningze was relieved to hear this. He was worried that his grandparents would be offended, and it would be a problem if they fainted. After all, they loved their granddaughter, and they would definitely be angry if she was bullied. Do your grandparents have any favorite things? Or any matters that they care about? Ningze wanted to understand the preferences of the two elderly people first, so that he could prescribe the right remedy. Sonyu thought for a moment and said, Grandpa likes to play chess, and Grandma likes to cook for Grandpa, but Grandma's cooking is not very good, and Grandpa always eats with his eyes closed. Sonyu couldn't help laughing when she talked about this. A word that woke up a sleeping person, and Ningze knew what to do. Chapter 43, he's almost home and still trying to run away. Ningze had a plan in mind. He looked up a few more difficult dishes online to learn, and made dinner especially for Sonyu to try. When they went to his grandparents' house tomorrow, he would show off his cooking skills to make his grandmother accept him first. Then they would work together to conquer his grandfather. Honey, just tell me if it's delicious, and don't try to comfort your husband. Sonyu smiled sweetly, honey, I really can't find anything wrong with the food you cook, no matter what you make, it's all delicious. After listening to her, Ningze picked up his chopsticks and tasted it himself. The taste was not unsatisfactory, the meat was also very tender, and the heat was just right. However, he was still not at ease. After all, this was the first time he had met Sonyu's grandparents. After dinner, he took advantage of the evening to quickly catch up on chess. He found a lot of tutorials online, and then played online games against people to practice. Sonyu watched as he played game after game without stopping, and kept shaking her head. Seeing Ningze so nervous, she forgot that she was the one who should be nervous. She tried to calm him down, saying, honey, don't be so nervous. Although I'm not sure if Grandpa will be angry, he won't do anything to you. It would be a lie to say Ningze wasn't nervous. The grandparents love their granddaughter, but she has had to put her studies on hold because she got pregnant before marriage. If anyone did that to her child, Ningze would break their legs. Suddenly, Ningze became nervous and asked, Grandpa, will you break my legs? He thought that men might think the same thing, and if Grandpa had this idea, his long, slender legs would be gone. Sonyu couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa won't do that, I promise. After saying that, he raised 3 fingers in the air as if he were swearing. In fact, she had no idea what to expect. She could only try to keep Ningze from getting nervous. Seeing him like this, she had already put aside the thought of being scolded by her grandparents. The little baby was grunting. Ningza picked her up. Ran, Daddy's good girl, do you think Grandpa will break Daddy's legs? Do you think so? Daddy's so nervous. Ran giggled. Songyu also laughed along. He handed the baby over to Songyu and planned to play a few more games. Songyu shook her head helplessly and took Ran to bed first. The mother and daughter returned to their room, and Ningze immediately began the next round of the game. It was 11 p.m. when Songyu woke up from a nap. Seeing that the seat next to her was empty, she got out of bed and went to the living room. She saw Ningze still playing chess. He was so focused that he didn't hear her footsteps. Songyu stood by the sofa, rubbing her dazed eyes, and said softly, "Honey, why haven't you come to bed yet?" "It's late." Hearing the voice, Ningze quickly put down his phone. "Okay, I'm coming." He walked over to Songyu and helped her back to her room. After playing chess all night, his eyes were tired, but it had been somewhat effective. At least now when he played against others, the opponent wouldn't think he was a novice. The next day, the family of 3 changed into matching outfits and took everything they needed with them. Then they went to the mall. Ningze couldn't go to his grandparents' house empty-handed for the first time, so he went to the mall and picked up some nutritional supplements for the elderly. They didn't lack for these things, but a token of thoughtfulness was appreciated. After buying the things, Songyu told Ningze the address, and he turned on the navigation system. It would take an hour to drive there. When they arrived at his grandparents' house, it would be lunchtime, so he could cook for them himself. The baby was quite happy to go out today. Songyu sat in the passenger seat holding her, and she looked curiously at the front of the car along the way. When the car was waiting at a traffic light, she pointed at the traffic light with her little hand. She was very smart for her young age. After walking for half an hour, the baby began to fidget in Songyu's arms and started to grunt. Ningze parked the car on the side of the road, got out, walked to the passenger seat, opened the door, and picked up Ran. "What's wrong with my baby? Did she get carsick from riding in the car for too long?" He felt her diaper, which was a little bulging. He opened the backseat door and put his baby on the chair. It was hot, and his baby was stuffy in her diaper, and her inner thighs were a little red and swollen, which broke his heart. He opened the thermos and poured out a little water, dampened a cotton towel and wiped the inside of her thighs, then applied some massage oil and massaged them a little before taking out a clean diaper and changing her. "Is Ran still uncomfortable? Is she feeling better? We can make it to Grandpa Tai's house in another 30 minutes. Ran was relieved, and Ningze picked her up and let her lean against his shoulder. In no time, she fell asleep. After carefully placing her in Songyu's arms, Ningze put away the used diaper and wipes, found a trash can to throw them away, and then returned to the car to continue driving. 30 minutes later, they arrived at a villa area. The car continued to drive further and further into the area, and the closer they got to their destination, the more nervous Ningze became. His breathing became a little rapid. Songyu looked at the familiar grandparents' house and was happy. "Honey, we're here." "Okay, get out of the car, honey." There was no one in the villa courtyard, and no one had noticed their arrival yet. Ningze took out the baby stroller and laid the baby in it. Then he took out all the nutrition products from the trunk, both hands full. There were also a few dishes, which Ningze had deliberately bought to show off his cooking skills. Songyu pushed the stroller and Ningze carried the things. The two nervously walked over. The closer they got to the door, the slower Songyu's footsteps became, and she even wanted to turn around and run. She whispered, "Honey, I'm scared. Let's go back." Ningze pretended to be calm and said, "It's okay, I'm here. If Grandpa wants to scold anyone, he can scold me." While the two were talking, the door suddenly opened. Zhang Ma was so happy to see Songyu that she beamed. She turned her head and shouted into the house, "Master, Madam, and Miss are back." Songyu froze, and now she couldn't run away even if she wanted to. After Zhang Ma finished speaking, she noticed that there was another man standing next to Songyu. When she saw the baby in the stroller, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Grandpa and Grandma Song had arrived at the door by now. They were also very happy to see Songyu, but when they saw Ningze and the baby, Grandpa Song looked a little uncomfortable. You're back. And who is this?" Grandma Song already had a guess in her mind, but she still wanted to hear Songyu say it herself. "Grandma." Songyu's hands, hanging down at her sides, were clenched into fists. Grandma Song immediately noticed her nervousness. This was a habit she had picked up since she was little. Come in first, it's hot outside. Grandma Song asked her to come in first. Perhaps the little one sensed the tension. She squirmed around in her stroller and then let out a loud cry. Ningza put down his things, wiped his hands on his clothes, and then picked up the little one. Ran Ran, don't cry, don't cry. This is at your great-grandparents' house. We're going home with mommy today, so don't cry, little one. Ran Ran's mouth turned up in a pout. The two grandparents looked at the scene and understood everything. Chapter 44. Grandma Song was so angry. Grandpa Song looked at the poor baby crying pitifully, and his heart softened. Is this their baby? She really looks like you when she was little. He looked at Song Yu and then at Ning Zhe. Grandpa Song sat on the sofa and didn't say anything. Song Yu knew that Grandpa was angry. She walked over and knelt beside Grandpa Song's knee, resting her head on his knee like she used to do when she was little. Grandpa, I've missed you. I've been bad, I lied to you. I didn't go to the US, I got married and had a child. After hearing what she said, Grandpa Song didn't stroke her head like he used to when she was little. Song Yu knew that Grandpa must be very angry. When she was little and got into trouble, all she had to do was do that and Grandpa would stroke her head and tell her not to do it again. However, this method did not work today. Ning Zhe walked over to Song Yu with Ran Ran in his arms and crouched down next to her. Grandpa, I am Ning Zhe, Yuer's husband. Please rest assured and leave Yuer with me. I will take good care of her and will not let her suffer. This is our daughter, Ning Siyu, nicknamed Ran Ran. After Ning Zhe finished speaking, he teased Ran Ran in his arms. Ran Ran, this is your great-grandpa, and that is your great-grandma. The little one looked at Grandpa Song across the room and suddenly grinned. She even pointed her little finger at him. Grandma Song looked on, delighted at the little one's affection. Ran Ran was their helper, and Song Yu took the opportunity to say, Grandpa, Ran Ran wants a hug from you. Grandpa Song felt conflicted. He was still angry. At that moment, Grandma Song took Ran Ran from Ning Zhe's hands and placed her in Grandpa Song's arms. The little baby kicked her legs around, grabbed hold of Grandpa Song's clothes with her little hands, and giggled. Grandpa Song's pent-up anger was dispersed by Ran Ran's sweet smile. Song Yu hadn't seen his grandparents in a long time. Ning Zhe got up and said, you chat with your grandparents, I'll go cook for you. Song Yu nodded. Then he looked at Zhang Ma and said, can you take me to the kitchen? Zhang Ma smiled and led him there. In the living room, there were only Song Yu, his grandparents, and the baby. Grandma Song was surprised that Ning Zhe could cook, and she was quite satisfied with him. Ran Ran was in Grandpa Song's arms, not crying at all, and kept staring at him. Grandma Song sighed and said, you didn't even consult us about such a big matter. Do you still consider us your family? She was not angry that Song Yu got married and had a child, but that she didn't tell them anything. Song Yu said with a grievance, I was worried that you would object, so I thought that once the baby was born, and the matter was set in stone, you would agree. Grandma Song was so angry. She calmed down a bit and said, you didn't tell us anything, and you just knew that we wouldn't agree? Then Song Yu's eyes lit up, and did the grandparents agree? Grandma Song snorted. Tell us what happened. Although Grandpa Song didn't say a word, Grandma Song knew that he still cared about these things. What she asked was also what he wanted to know. Song Yu first told the story of the two of them, and then she told about Ning Zhe's background. The two elderly people didn't realize that his background was so pitiful. Song Yu was worried that her grandparents would have reservations because of Ning Zhe's background, so she continued. Ning Zhe is very good. He has been taking care of Ran Ran since she was born. He doesn't tire me out. When Ran Ran cries at night, he is the first one to get up to take care of her. He doesn't have a lot of money, but he will book the best maternity care center in Nanjing for me, and it's the most luxurious package. He cooks very well, and every meal he asks me what I want to eat, and then cooks it for me. Song Yu's eyes were full of joy when she talked about Ning Zhe. The love for someone cannot be hidden. Listening to her mother's words, the little baby even kicked happily. That's her father, the best father. Grandpa Song looked at the happy baby in his arms, and all he wanted to say was stuck in his throat. Then he just asked. You haven't even graduated yet, what are your plans for the future? Ningza. Can he provide a stable life for you and your daughter? Song Yu believed in Ningza. She was just about to speak when Ningza's voice suddenly rang out. I can. Everyone in the living room looked over, and Ningza was standing there, still wearing an apron. He came over and said solemnly, "Grandparents, don't worry, I can give Ur and Ranran a happy and stable life. I already have a plan for the future. I don't have a lot of money in my bank account, but I will work hard for them." Anyone can say sweet things, but whether they can do it is still unknown. Grandpa Song didn't believe Ningze. He could sense his grandfather's distrust, so he said, "I will do what I say. You guys talk first, the chicken soup will be ready in a while, I'll go check on it." After saying that, he went back to the kitchen. Ningze's eyes were full of light, determination, and confidence. Grandpa Song had not seen such eyes for many years, and in a young person. He planned to put aside his prejudices for now and observe Ningze to see if he could do what he said. He teased the little baby in his arms. Ranran cooperated very well, smiling happily no matter what Grandpa Song did with her. Song Yu felt somewhat relieved. However, with Grandpa acting like this, he should still observe Ningze. After more than 10 minutes, Ningze took off his apron and washed his hands. "Grandpa and Grandma, the food is ready, go ahead and eat first," Ningze said gently. He had been smiling the whole time, which made people feel very comfortable. Ningze took the baby over to him and then said to Song Yu, "You go ahead and eat with Grandpa and Grandma, I'll feed Ranran." He had only fed her once before leaving the house today, and she was probably hungry now. Song Yu nodded, "Okay." The three of them went to the dining room. Shocked by the food on the table, Grandma Song looked at Zhang Ma and asked, "Did he cook all this by himself?" Zhang Ma couldn't stop smiling. "It was the young master who did the cooking, and I just helped out." Grandma Song was surprised. She liked to cook, but her food was just too terrible. There was steamed fish, poached shrimp, chicken with mushrooms, stir-fried string beans, stir-fried vegetables, and a chicken soup. There weren't many people, and Ningze had controlled the portions very well. There would be no waste. Song Yu asked the grandparents to sit down first. They sat down but didn't move their chopsticks, waiting for Ningze. Ningze finished feeding Ranran and came to the dining room. Seeing that they hadn't eaten, he knew they were obviously waiting for him. He said apologetically, "Ranran has settled into her new environment, but she's not breastfeeding as much as she used to. The grandparents can eat first, they don't need to wait for me. How can this be? You've worked hard. Sit down and eat." Grandma Song smiled kindly. Ningze sat down, still holding Ranran in one arm. Zhang Ma said, "Sir, let me take care of the baby first." Ningze smiled and refused, thanking Zhang Ma, "I can take care of her. Ranran just finished breastfeeding, so she won't cry as long as she's in my arms." "Okay, then. Call me if you need anything. P.S. Today Lemon looked at the author's background and found that some readers had left encouraging messages for Lemon. And the readers who have previously left gifts and book reviews for Lemon are also baby readers, and Lemon is really happy to receive them. Your encouragement is Lemon's motivation. To thank you for your support, Lemon will post 4 more chapters today. I hope you will like my plot. If you like it, please support it with some data if you have the time. I love you all, heart. Chapter 45, Whatever they like, their grandpa will get them. The family started to eat. Grandma Song tasted the fish first, and the steamed fish was very tender. Moreover, the topping on the steamed fish was very much to her liking. Ningze secretly observed the expressions of his grandparents. Grandma's liking was obvious, while Grandpa would hide his true emotions. However, he was not discouraged. He believed that one day Grandpa would accept him. After dinner, Ningze handed his baby to Song Yu and offered to clear the table. Grandma Song told him not to do this, but he refused to listen and wanted to finish everything before stopping. This made Grandma Song feel more at ease. It seems that when the two of them are at home, Ningze does all this work. Ningze is really a considerate person. What Ningze didn't know yet was that Grandma Song's opinion of him had already been quietly changing. After clearing the table, Ningze went to the living room to chat with the others. Grandpa Song would ask tricky questions to challenge Ningze, and he answered them all easily. Ningze sighed inwardly. It's a long way to go to gain Grandpa's approval. Seeing that he couldn't trick Ningze, Grandpa Song looked at the chess on the table. "Ningze, let's play a game." He had played chess for decades, and he didn't believe that Ningze could beat him. Ningze was so excited. Finally, it had come. Today is the day to test the results of his study last night. Song-yu is holding her baby and cheering for Ningze on the sidelines. She knows that Ningze studied hard last night, and she also wants to know if Ningze will win against her grandfather. The game begins. Grandpa Song lets Ningze move 2 steps, letting him go first. Ningze starts calmly to avoid letting his grandfather see that he is a novice. Playing chess can reveal a person's character or reflect the person's style of work from a side perspective. Grandpa Song already got to know Ningze through just one game of chess. Ningze played every move calmly, without haste or impatience, which showed that he was an introverted and stable person. Suddenly, Grandpa Song's prejudice against him diminished. The two also had a very relaxed and pleasant game of chess. The little baby was babbling happily nearby. Ningze turned to tease her. "Do you want to play too, baby?" Ran waved her little hands and tried to take the chess pieces. Ningze laughed and said, "Ouch, little baby, you can't even hold this steady. When you grow up, why don't you come and let Grandpa teach you? How about it?" His hand teased Ran's tummy. As he looked at the little baby, Ningze glanced at Grandpa Song in the corner of his eye. He saw Grandpa Song's mouth slightly raise the corner of his mouth, not obviously, but it felt different from when he first saw him. The game was over, Ningze had lost, and the two continued to the next game. Usually at this time, Grandpa Song would be taking his afternoon nap. Today, he was in high spirits playing chess and didn't even take a nap. Song-yu accompanied the little baby on one side. She was worried that if she left, Grandpa Song would target Ningze. Ningze knew that Song-yu was doing this for him and was touched. The little baby had fallen asleep and she watched the two play chess. This time, they played the whole afternoon. Grandma Song sat down next to Grandpa Song and complained. "Have you had enough? I want Ningze to teach me how to cook," Grandma Song said unhappily. They were having a great game at the moment. Grandpa Song refused to let anyone go. Grandma Song, however, posed a difficult question for Ningze. "Ningze, do you want to teach Grandma how to cook or play chess with Grandpa?" Ningze was at a loss. He didn't want to refuse either of his grandparents, but he couldn't refuse either. Ningze said, "Grandpa, after this game is over, I'll go teach Grandma how to cook, and then continue playing with you tonight, okay?" He shouldn't be unhappy with that. It's the same as spending time with him in the evening. Grandpa Song was about to say something, but Song-yu tugged his shirt. What he wanted to say came to his lips, but turned into, "Go ahead." Grandpa Song gave Song-yu a glare. Ran had already woken up, so Grandpa Song picked her up and carried her upstairs. Song-yu was delighted. Grandpa wasn't angry with her anymore. That was great. She went to the kitchen to help. Seeing how enthusiastic she was, Ningze couldn't refuse and gave her a task of picking vegetables. She was happy to be able to help, and she hadn't cooked with her husband before. Grandma Song looked at the sweet couple and her eyes were full of love. Ningze patiently taught Grandma Song, taking her through each step slowly. From putting in the oil, to the vegetables, to the seasonings, and finally the pan, the whole process is over, and Grandma Song feels like she knows how to do it. She plans to fry a dish on her own, and Ningze agrees to guide her from the side. Song-yu picks the vegetables and goes upstairs to see her grandfather and her baby daughter. Upstairs, Grandpa Song brings his little treasure to a storage room. It is full of toys from Song-yu's childhood. The villa is cleaned every day, so there is no need to worry about these things getting dusty. Song-yu was also mostly looked after by her grandparents when she was little. So all her toys are at her grandparents' house. Grandpa Song looks at all these toys and feels a little dazed. He can't believe so many years have passed. The little baby sees so many toys and happily waves her little hands. "Which one do you want, sweetheart? Grandpa will get it for you. These were all your mother's toys when she was little. Grandpa will give them to Ran, okay?" Song-yu stands in the doorway. Suddenly her eyes fill with tears. She really has been very naughty. Grandpa loves her so much, how can she not tell him anything? After a while, she wiped away her tears and went in as if nothing had happened. "Grandpa, what are you guys doing?" Grandpa Song looked up at her. How could he not know his own granddaughter? Her voice clearly showed that she had been crying. "Come, sit next to Grandpa." Song-yu walked over and sat on a chair next to Grandpa Song. Grandpa Song held Ran in his arms, and Song-yu leaned on his shoulder. Grandpa Song said with deep meaning in his voice, "Ningze, you look pretty good. If he dares to bully you in the future, you must tell me, okay? You now have your own little family, and I don't ask you to move back in with me, but you must bring my great-granddaughter back to visit us every week. Can you promise me this? Song Yu's nose became a little bit sour. Her grandfather really loves her. She said with a sob, "Okay, we will come back every week to spend time with you and Grandma." The grandfather and granddaughter snuggled together, looking very affectionate. The little baby was also quiet in his great-grandfather's arms, not making a sound. At this time, Ningzhe came looking for them. He asked Zhang Ma before learning that they were in the storage room. "Grandpa, your dinner is ready. Grandma made a dish for Grandpa tonight," Ningzhe said with a smile. Seeing that Grandpa Song did not give Ran to him, he did not take the initiative to hug him either. The elderly like children, so let them stay a little longer. When Song Grandpa heard that Song Grandma had specially cooked a dish for him, he felt very resistant. This old woman, does she want him to die early? He can't bear to part with her, and now that he has such a cute Ran, he wants to watch the little treasure grow up. Ningzhe could tell from Grandpa's expression that he was resisting, so he reassured him that Grandma's dish tonight was delicious, and Grandpa must eat a few bites. Song Grandpa reluctantly believed him, and he would know after trying it. It must be some kind of dark cuisine again. Chapter 46, My Wife Wants to Learn? No problem, I'll teach her. In the end, when Grandpa Song tasted the dish his wife had eaten, he was slapped in the face. It was completely incomparable to the dark cuisine of the past. Grandma Song said proudly, "Old man, what do you think? I never thought that I, your wife, would have this day." Grandma Song snorted in delight. Then she looked at Ningzhe and Song Yu. "Ningzhe, don't go home tonight. Stay here. I haven't seen enough of my great-granddaughter yet." The couple exchanged glances, and then Ningzhe smiled and agreed. "We weren't planning on going back anyway. Are you not happy to have us here, Grandma?" Grandma Song patted Ningzhe on the hand. "My dear, what are you saying?" Grandma is overjoyed. Grandpa Song is silent and doesn't say anything. He is determined to be cold and indifferent today, and of course, this is directed at Ningzhe. He is no longer angry when he faces Song Yu, and when he looks at his little treasure, he can't love her more. The family is eating together when Ran suddenly starts crying. Her cry is impatient, accompanied by the sound of crying out hungry, hungry. Hearing this cry, Ningzhe quickly prepares the formula milk and then picks up the little treasure to feed her. "Yeah, our little one is hungry, isn't she? She even cries hungry, hungry. How clever our little one is. She is truly worthy of being her parents' little girl." Ningzhe soothes her while feeding her. Ningzhe's tone of voice when soothing the baby is very gentle. Grandparents Song feel relieved as they watch his smooth and flowing movements. Only someone who does this often can be so efficient and fast. Their daughter, Yu, is also spoiled when she comes to Ningzhe's house. Babies are at their most fussy in February. They get hungry, sleepy, hot, cold, and so on. If they feel even slightly uncomfortable, they will cry. Babies don't cry for no reason, every cry has a reason. So when parents are taking care of their babies, they should pay close attention to any abnormalities. After eating, Ran stopped crying immediately. "Our baby is full. Who does the baby want to hold? Or should we lie down on the bed?" The baby kicks against this. Ningzhe carries her and goes to Song Yu, but Ran doesn't look at her. "No cuddle from mummy." Then he goes to Grandma Song, but the baby doesn't want her either. Grandpa Song suddenly looks at Ran expectantly. Does the little darling want to be held by her great-grandfather? While he is thinking, Ningzhe has already come to him. Ningzhe asked Ran in his arms, "Does my baby want a hug from her great-grandfather?" The little baby looked at her great-grandfather and smiled with her mouth wide open. Oh, Ran wants a hug from her great-grandfather, but her great-grandfather hasn't finished eating yet. Grandpa Song waved his hand. "No, I've already eaten enough." Then he took Ran from Ningzhe's hands. "Let's go, my baby, let's go play with your great-grandfather." The three at the table smile. The little one knows what to choose even though she is so young. They finish eating quickly and go into the living room. The whole family is gathered around the little one. She is so white and her hair is so dark, how can she not be cute? She lies on the sofa. She smiles at everyone. She sticks out her tongue and licks her lips. She does this movement that is so cute. She is pink and plump, a cute little baby. Ningzhe took out his phone to record his little baby. Ran Ran observed secretly, curious about what her father was doing. Her little hands were clenched into fists, and her eyes were fixed on her father. Suddenly she started babbling. "What's the matter, little baby? You're so happy." Ran Ran kept making sounds, as if she were chatting with her father. Her little mouth kept babbling. The four of them could only take turns talking to her and keeping her company. Although they couldn't understand her baby talk, they were very happy to see how cute she was. After playing for a while, the little one dozed off. Today, the little one was sweating a bit, so Ningzai had to take her to the bathroom first before he could coax her to sleep. The couple returned to their room. This was the first time Ningzai had seen Songyu in her grandparents' room. It's a gentle princess style, just like her. Holding the baby, he goes to the bathroom. When Songyu turns on the light, she accidentally turns on the light of the shower as well. Ningzai quickly covers Ran Ran's eyes. Then, with a gentle tone, he tells Songyu, "Honey, the light from the shower is too strong and will irritate Ran Ran's eyes. Just turn on the light." "Oh, I'm sorry, honey." Afraid that she would blame herself, Ningzai said, "It's okay, my big treasure will learn more in the future." With her husband by her side, she doesn't need to worry about anything else. Luckily, there was Ningzai. The baby was still so young, and many of her body systems had not yet developed properly. If she had irritated Ran Ran's eyes, she would never forgive herself. Ningzai let the water run, then fetched the clothes. He began to bathe the baby, and Songyu squatted down and joined him. Songyu realized that she had never bathed her baby before. Ningzai sat on a stool and placed Ran Ran on his lap, washing her face first. He held the baby's head and neck with one hand and said to Songyu, "When washing a baby's face, you must hold its head and neck to protect it." Songyu nodded and watched Ningzai's movements. This time, as she watched, Ningzai carefully taught her how to bathe the baby. He wets a small towel and wrings it out until it is half dry, then gently wipes the baby's eyes, forehead, cheeks, and mouth. Next comes the shampooing. Ningzai uses his thumb and middle finger to fold Ran Ran's ears up to prevent water from entering. He lightly wets the baby's hair, then squeezes shampoo and shower gel into his hands and works them into a lather. When rinsing, he also gently wipes the foam away with a towel. Finally comes the bathing. Before getting in the water, Ningzai first covers Ran Ran's tummy with a warm towel dampened in water. This prevents the baby from catching a cold and also allows her to get used to it. When getting in the water, let the baby's little feet touch the water first to allow her to get used to the temperature of the water, and then put the baby in the water. When bathing, pay attention to the folds in the armpits and groin area, and clean them thoroughly. If your baby sweats, and the slightly shed cotton from the clothes gets caught in the folds, it will turn into a dark line, and if it is not cleaned in time, it will smell. For the hygiene of your baby, you must wash her thoroughly when bathing her. The whole bathing process should not take more than 10 minutes to avoid your baby catching a cold. After washing, dry your baby in time, and then massage her chest and arms, as well as her thighs and calves, with a massage oil. How was that? Has my wife learned it? Ningzai asked with a smile. Songyu was mesmerized, her husband looked so charming when he was explaining. "I haven't learned it, but you look so handsome when you're explaining seriously. I was watching you the whole time, so how could I learn it?" Ningzai gave a gentle smile and said, "It's okay if you can't learn it. I've said it before, just leave the childcare to me. But I also want to participate. How could I not participate? Feeding Ran Ran is also participating." The couple laughed and joked, and then they carried their little treasure to bed. P.S. It's been cold these past 2 days, so my dear readers, please take care to keep warm. Take care of yourself and don't get sick, or Lemon will be sad. Chapter 47, Registering the Baby with the Authorities. The little one has the potential to be a chatterbox. The next day, Ningzai came down to the kitchen early. He wanted to make breakfast for Songyu because she liked it. Zhang Ma was surprised to see Ningzai, as it was only just after 6 o'clock. "Master, I can make breakfast, you go back and sleep for a while. This master is good at everything. Can you not take her work away? If this continues, she'll lose her job. He's so handsome, he can cook, and he takes care of people. How can he be so good? Zhang Ma, you do the rest. Yu'er likes purple sweet potato oatmeal rice porridge in the morning, so I'll make it for her." Ningzai said, and already started peeling the purple sweet potatoes. Zhang Ma had no choice, she also wanted to help, but she was afraid that it wouldn't be to Songyu's liking. She didn't say anything else, and the two of them busied themselves in the kitchen. It was a little after 7. Grandpa and Grandma had already come down, and Songyu also came with Ran Ran in her arms. Seeing Ningzhe in the kitchen, she said, "I woke up and couldn't find you. Your little girl is looking for you." Ningzhe smiled and went over to hug Ran Ran. "Oh, our little girl is looking for her daddy. Daddy is here to make breakfast for Mommy. Mommy's favorite purple sweet potato oatmeal rice porridge, Daddy made it. When Ran Ran grows up, she can eat it, and Daddy will make it for her too. Yesterday, he came home early to cook, and today he got up early to make breakfast. He even made it specially for Songyu." Grandma Song now truly believes that Ningzhe will take good care of the mother and daughter. Grandma Song tugged at Grandpa Song's clothes and whispered, "You see how good he is at taking care of you? He plays chess with you and teaches me how to cook. He's much better than those rich young men." Grandpa Song didn't snort this time, but instead nodded unexpectedly. After dinner, Ningzhe said, "Grandparents, today we are going to register Ran Ran. If we are late back for lunch, you can start without us." Grandma Song smiled and said okay. The couple packed their things. To register a baby, you need the parents' ID cards, marriage certificate, and household registration book. The most important thing is the medical certificate of the baby's birth, and all of these need to be originals. "Have you brought all the documents?" Songyu asked. It's a relief to have prepared all these documents and handed them over to Ningzhe. If she had to prepare it, she would definitely forget one thing or another. Ningzhe gave a gentle smile. "Your husband has a good memory, don't worry, you've got it all." He picked up the baby. Ran Ran said goodbye to her grandparents. "Wait for us when we come back." The baby nodded and smiled at Grandpa Song. It seems that Ran Ran really likes her grandparents, just like how she likes her grandpa. The family of 3 left the house. They drove to the local police station. When they entered the station, they saw many people there. They went to the birth registration counter and the police officer gave them the birth registration application form. Ningzhe asked Songyu to take care of Ran Ran while he filled out the form. After filling out the form, they went to the counter to wait for the registration. Ningzhe sat on a chair with Ran Ran in his arms, and a police officer was sitting opposite them. The little baby suddenly started crying when she looked at the serious police officer. This scared the two of them. Having spent a lot of time with babies, Ningzhe can tell what they are crying about just by listening to them. The baby is crying because she is worried and scared, so Ningzhe comforts Ran Ran. "Don't cry, baby. This is a police station, so it's very safe. The police officers are good policemen who protect the people, so Ran Ran has nothing to fear." Ningzhe coaxes her. The baby won't stop crying, and she is crying her heart out. The police officer sitting opposite notices and takes off his police cap and puts it on the desk. He crouched down in front of Ran Ran, holding a small ball in his hand and amusing the baby. The baby was scared of the policeman. The policeman had just been dealing with something, so he might have looked a little serious. The baby was so cute, so how could the policeman bear to scare it? The policeman waved the ball in his hand. Ran Ran saw the ball she liked and kept staring at it. She stopped crying for the moment and made babbling sounds with her mouth. "Here, this ball is a present for the baby, and I have to go back to work." Ningzhe reached out and took the small ball. "Thank you, police officer. With a small toy, the little one will be good. She can play with a ball for half a day." It was a busy day, with people coming in for all kinds of things, and by the time it was their turn, it was almost time to go home. The police officer looked at the cute little one and couldn't bear to make her come back in the afternoon, so she took the documents from Ningzhe's hands. Ningzhe teased Ran Ran, saying, "Thank you, police auntie, you're so nice." The police officer beamed, and the baby giggled. After registering the baby, it was already past closing time. Ningzhe felt apologetic. "Thank you for your trouble, and for delaying your off-duty time." The police officer smiled from ear to ear, serving the people. Ding! Congratulations to the host for registering the baby, and you are rewarded with a pair of gold bracelets for the baby. Yo ho! Gold bracelets are okay. He had been thinking about buying a pair for the baby before the full moon banquet. He saw online that many mothers bought their babies gold or silver bracelets. If other people's babies have them, their baby should have them too. Ningzhe already feels the pocket of his trousers getting tight. The system likes to give things away and put them in his pockets. System. It's already lunchtime. Ningzhe takes Songyu to a restaurant. It's too late to go back now, so they'll eat out. Ningza deliberately asked for a private room. The baby has only been out today and has been fed formula milk, so he wants to let her breastfeed and see if she protests. Songyu feeds Ranran. Ningza thinks that since they are out today, they might as well go and apply for the baby's health insurance card. He says, "Honey, let's go to the health insurance center this afternoon and apply for Ranran's health insurance card." Health insurance card? What's that for? Songyu doesn't know what it is, she's never used one. When she is sick, her family has a personal doctor to see her. Seeing her look, Ningze knows that she doesn't understand what a medical insurance card is. He explains that the medical insurance card only costs 200 to 300 yuan a year, and the baby can be reimbursed for more than 80% of the hospital stay. If you apply within 3 months of the baby's birth, you can enjoy medical insurance benefits, and you can also be reimbursed for the costs of birth. Basic medical insurance covers a portion of the costs of daily doctor visits and medicine. Songyu feels pretty good about it. She never knew there was such a thing as a medical insurance card. She pursed her lips and said, "Okay, let's go apply this afternoon." "That's great, our baby will have medical insurance." After the baby had eaten, he spit out his food. It seemed like he knew he was going to have medical insurance and was kicking his little legs happily. Ningze noticed that whenever she was happy, she would kick her legs. Songyu handed Ranran to Ningze while she tidied up her clothes. Ranran was full and wanted to play, so he wasn't sleepy yet. She hasn't slept at all today since she came out, and she's full of energy. She's so full of energy, and when she gets a little older, she'll love to chat, so I guess she'll have to get up in the middle of the night to find someone to talk to. But since drinking the magical potion is a system reward, even if she doesn't get enough sleep because she's taking care of the baby, she won't feel bad, and she'll be full of energy every day. Stinky Ran, when you grow up, are you going to be a chatterbox? She's so chatty even at such a young age, she's going to be something in the future. Songyu laughed softly. It seems like her daughter really has the potential to be a chatterbox. She's babbling away now, and when she can speak, she'll probably have no match. Chapter 48, Encountering the Mother-in-Law? Not what I expected. The couple finished eating. Ningze thought about the fact that the baby's milk powder was running low. He planned to go to the mall and buy some cans of milk powder for Ranran. Songyu had bought all the milk powder the baby had drunk before, and Ningze had never bought any for the baby. He asked Songyu what kind of milk powder he wanted to buy, and Songyu stammered that she didn't know. She said sheepishly, "Honey, the milk powder I bought before was recommended to me by the person at the maternity store." "I don't know." Ningze was almost scared to death by her. He thought it was some kind of shoddy product. Hearing that it was recommended to her by the salesperson at the store, Ningze let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, then we'll choose carefully later." Ningze petted the top of her head fondly. His wife is so silly, she's really cute. They arrived at a baby and mother store called Ale. As soon as they entered the store, they saw shelves full of milk powder. Someone came up to greet them. The salesperson looked in her 30s and seemed very experienced. "Hello, handsome and beautiful, feel free to look around." The salesperson greeted them warmly. Ningze didn't really know much about milk powder. But in a store this big, there shouldn't be any problems with the milk powder sold here. The main thing is to see what age group it is for, so you can choose the right milk powder. The saleswoman could tell they didn't know how to choose. She said, "Handsome man, your baby looks to be a month old, so why don't you try this one?" After saying this, the saleswoman took a bottle of milk powder and introduced it to them. This milk powder is a product developed by the largest milk powder brand in China, and it is specially developed for newborn babies. It is mainly lactose, high in fat and high in energy, and can provide newborn babies with enough energy. It also has less minerals and protein, which is very suitable for the digestion and absorption of a 1-month-old baby's intestines. They seem hesitant. Ajay guesses that they are worried that the formula milk has not passed safety inspection. She takes out her mobile phone and opens the photo album. "This is our little treasure, he drinks this formula milk, and is now 5 months old. Doesn't he look bigger than other babies? Every time he eats this formula milk, he eats more than breast milk. Songyu thinks it's pretty good. The salesperson's own baby is drinking it, if it's not good, they wouldn't recommend it to them." She asked Ningze for his opinion. "What do you think, honey?" Ningze also thought it was good. He had just checked on his phone. This formula is at the top of the sales charts in China, so it's trustworthy. "Then let's get it, 6 cans." Ningze said. "Ah, honey, Aren't 6 cans too much? The saleswoman laughed. Beauty, babies need formula every day, and it's convenient to stock up. The shelf life is up to date, and it's fine to leave it for a few months. This formula uses raw cow's milk as the first choice of ingredients, with more than 0.2% DHA, more than DHA, and also contains OPO. You can trust me, after you finish this, you'll want to buy it again. Auntie is so confident. She won't tell everyone about something bad. As long as they come to their LUO mother in baby store to buy milk powder, this is the one she sells the most. Auntie has become the top seller. She packed them up for them, 6 cans making a box, and gave them a shopping cart. A can of milk powder is quite heavy, and if you hold it in your hand, it will make your hand ache. Ningzhe smiled and thanked her, and she told them to come again next time. There was still some time before the health insurance center opened, so Ningzhe wanted to look at some more. The two of them continued to browse. When they reached the 3rd floor, Songyu suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked ahead in a daze, and Ningzhe followed her gaze. It was a middle-aged woman and a young boy about 10 years old. He asked, "Honey, what's wrong?" Songyu didn't say anything, just stared at the mother and son. Ningzhe guessed in his heart, could it be Songyu's mother? He wasn't sure. At that moment, the middle-aged woman happened to look over. When she saw Songyu, she also froze slightly. Then she walked over, smiling and greeting Songyu. You're shopping too?" After that, her gaze fell on Ningzhe and the little boy. "You're married? Why didn't you tell me?" "On second thought, that's not right. You haven't even graduated yet, how come you're married and have a child?" Songyu sneered. It's not like she cares now. Even if she said she cared, her eyes were still on the little boy. She adjusted her emotions a little. Her tone was flat as she said, "Mom, let me introduce you, this is my husband Ningzhe, and this is my child." Ningzhe smiled and called out, "Mom." At this point, Jiang Feng was certain that Songyu had really gotten married and had a child. "You child, how could you not tell us such an important thing? Does your father know? And your grandparents?" Jiang Feng wanted to say something else, but the little boy tugged at her to go. On one side was her young son, and on the other was her daughter. Jiang Feng didn't say anything else, and took out 2 stacks of money from her bag and gave it to Songyu. "Your brother is making a fuss, so we'll leave first. Take this money and consider it a gift for my granddaughter." Songyu looked at Jiang Feng's departing back with disappointment. Ningzhe helped her sit down on a nearby stool. He put his arms around her and comforted her. "Don't be sad, you have me and our lovely daughter. We are your family. You forgot, you said that yourself? Be good and give your husband a smile. Our Yuer has the prettiest smile." Songyu couldn't help but smile. She had never had a deep relationship with her parents. But when she saw them, she still felt a little sad. Now, she had a husband, a child, and grandparents. That was enough. "Honey, I'm fine. I'm very happy to have you." In the baby carriage, the baby was cooing. How could she miss her at such an important moment? Ningzhe picked her up. "Hey, Ran also wants to comfort mommy, right?" Then the baby scratches her mother's hand to comfort her. Isn't that nice? Holding Ran close to Songyu, the baby really did scratch her mother's hand. Songyu was gratified. Their baby is really good. "Honey, let's continue shopping. We still need to apply for Ran's health insurance card later." Right, with this sudden interruption, Ningzhe almost forgot. "Okay, let's continue shopping. If my wife likes anything, I'll buy it for you." "Yes." There is a shoe store near them, and Songyu plans to go look at shoes. Now that she has a baby, she needs to wear comfortable shoes so that she can walk steadily. Ningzhe looks at the shoe store and frowns slightly. She pulls Songyu back and doesn't let her go. "Honey, let's buy something else, I don't want to buy you shoes." Songyu blinked, puzzled. "Why?" Ningzhe sighed and said, "I've heard that if you give someone shoes, you'll send them away from you. I don't want you to leave me, our family has to stay together forever." Songyu smiled slightly, there's actually such a saying. "Okay, let's not shop for now, it'll take a while to drive to the medical insurance center, let's go apply for Ran's medical insurance card first, and come back to shop next time." "Okay, I'll listen to my wife. P.S. Lemon's book has reached 100,000 words today. I'm so excited. Oh, this is the first time Lemon has written a male-oriented novel. There are many things I don't understand, so I'm relying on my author friends. Lemon doesn't really understand the psychology of boys, and I'm afraid you won't like it. Oh. Finally, Lemon has completed the first stage goal, and the next goal is 200,000 words. Go for it. The most important thing is that without your support, Lemon would not have made it this far. Thank you so much for your support, dear readers. Chapter 49. What should I choose? A mother torn between two children. After getting the children's medical insurance cards, they went back to their grandparents' house. After accompanying their grandparents to dinner, Ningzhe went to his room to pack. Grandma Song looked at them as they were leaving and couldn't bear to let them go. Why can't they stay for a few more days? They've only been back for 2 days and they're leaving again. This is your home too. Sonya knew that Grandma Song couldn't bear to let them go. She hugged her grandmother and comforted her, saying, "Grandma, we're not coming back. We're both in Nanchang, and the drive back only takes an hour. We'll come back to visit you every week." Sonya wrote down their home address by hand and said, "Grandma and Grandpa, this is our home address. You and Grandpa can come visit us too." Grandma Song was unhappy. Grandpa Song was reluctant to let her go, too. The baby is so cute, and she's only seen her for 2 days. Are you sure you won't stay for a few more days? Grandpa Song suddenly said. Sonya knew that Grandpa Song was reluctant to let Ranran go. She smiled and said, "Grandpa and Grandma, Ranran has already turned 1 month old, but we haven't held a full moon banquet for her yet. We've looked at the dates and we need to go back and prepare. You must come to Ranran's full moon banquet." So that was why. Then they forgave her. The full moon banquet for their baby is very important. Okay, you go back and get ready. Send us the time and address of the baby's full moon banquet, and we'll be there on time. Okay, don't worry, grandparents. After giving his instructions, Ningzhe packed up and came down. Grandpa Song was reluctant to let go of his precious grandson. When they arrived in the courtyard, Ningzhe loaded the things into the car. Grandpa Song waited until he saw that everything was loaded before he handed the baby over to Songyu. Then he looked at Ningzhe and said, "Ningzhe, if you dare bully Yor, I'll make you pay." Ningzhe has heard quite a few warnings over the past 2 days. Ningzhe still smiles, reassuring his grandfather, "Don't worry, I won't let Yor suffer. We'll only get better and better." Grandpa Song snorts. They then get into the car and leave. Grandpa and Grandma Song keep watching. They don't turn around until the car is out of sight. Back at Shirley Chunfong. As soon as she enters the house, Sonya feels like she hasn't been back for a long time. Clearly, her grandparents' home is the place where she has lived for 10 years, but now she is attached to the home she shares with Ningzhe. Ningzhe feels the same way. This is their home, and they feel very comfortable returning to their own home. The baby is also happy to be home. Ningzhe changes her clothes and puts her in a rocking chair so she can play for a while. The couple lean back on the sofa. It feels so good. Ningzhe gives Songyu a massage. Although her back doesn't hurt anymore, massaging her body to loosen it up is still beneficial. After a while, Songyu says, "Let's confirm the place for the baby's first month celebration. We've been putting this off for a while, and our baby is already a month old." Okay. Ningzhe looked up the restaurants they had previously chosen. There were 4 in total, all of which looked very good and had their own styles, which made Songyu torn. Ningzhe felt that they were all the same, but Songyu wanted something more dreamy. Their baby was so cute, and even if there weren't many people at the full moon banquet, it still had to be done well. One of the restaurants had a champagne-colored table and chair style, which Songyu liked best at first glance. But because the other restaurant has cute plates, she wants to book there. "Honey, I'm so torn. I like both places, what should I do? How can my wife look so charming when she's worried?" Asking him to choose really stumped him. The restaurant he chose wasn't to Songyu's liking, and later she passed it by. Ningzhe suddenly thought of a way. He put the baby on the playmat. Then he opened a picture on each of the 2 phones and let the baby choose. "Honey, let Ranran choose. This is her first birthday, and it's most important that she likes it." Songyu thought that was a good idea too. So they let the baby choose for herself. This couple really had no equal. While other parents let their children choose for themselves, they let their baby choose by drawing lots. Ranran couldn't see the pictures on the 2 phones clearly, so she just grabbed one by instinct. The baby grabbed Songyu's phone, which happened to have the picture of the champagne-colored table and chairs. That was how the decision was made. The next day, Ningzhe called the hotel. He added the person in charge to WeChat and sent him a picture. "Hello, I'd like to decorate the private room like this, is that okay?" The person in charge took a look at the picture and said it was completely fine. "Sir, it's fine. Do you want the color scheme to be the same as in the picture?" Ningzhe thought about it for a moment and decided that it was better to be the same as in the picture, so that it wouldn't look strange. "Yes, the same as the picture. Don't make any mistakes with our baby's name. And a big poster of the baby's photo, please." Ningzhe felt relieved after making all the requests. There was one more thing he almost forgot: the souvenirs. He looked at the online souvenir customization again. As there weren't many people, he wanted to get it right. Songyu came out with Ran in her arms. Then he showed Songyu his phone. "Honey, take a look at the souvenirs and let me know which one you like. I think all of them are pretty good." He saved a few pictures and showed them to Songyu. Songyu wasn't very satisfied. "Honey, what do you think about choosing a bag with Ran's Chinese zodiac sign on it and putting some candies in it?" Sure enough, his wife is more meticulous than him. "Okay, let's do it your way." "Well, we'll buy the bag online and we'll buy the candies at the supermarket." "I'm not really comfortable buying online," Songyu said worriedly. "After all, it's for someone else, and if there's something wrong with the food, that won't do." "Okay, my dear wife." After deciding on this matter, Ningzhe called his brothers to inform them. "Ningzhe, Lin Zhang, next Wednesday is our Ran's full moon banquet, so you and Huang Xian and Zhang Shui should let us know. It's at 4 p.m., so remember to come." Lin Zhang, "Don't worry, we'll definitely be there." Ningzhe, "Okay then." After that, he was about to hang up. Lin Zhang hurriedly said, "The graduation ceremony is next Friday, and we'll be taking graduation photos, so remember to come back." "So soon?" He takes care of the baby every day, and he doesn't know which day is which, so he really forgot. "Okay, I got it." After Ningzhe hung up the phone, Songyu also sent a message to Li Lingxue. She was so excited to finally wait for her goddaughter's full moon banquet. She had never seen parents like them before, who didn't hold a full moon banquet for their baby until long after the baby was 1 month old. The gifts for her goddaughter's first month have been prepared, and Li Lingxue can't wait to give them to her goddaughter. Then, Songyu also sent a message to her grandparents. They replied that they would come. Holding her phone, she hesitated whether to send a message to her parents or not. Ningzhe could see what she was thinking and said, "Send it. Your little one must want her grandparents to come, too." Songyu was actually very worried. She didn't think her parents would come. After a moment of hesitation, she sent the message. After waiting a long time without a reply, she threw the phone aside, the result of which was within her expectations. Chapter 50, The Smug, Camera-Ready Baby. Time quickly came to the baby's first month celebration. Ningzhe dressed the baby in a jubilant outfit. It was a red onesie with a white collar. Paired with a matching lace hat of the same color, it was adorable. "Wow, our baby looks so good. No matter what you wear, she looks so good." Ningzhe couldn't help but praise as he looked at her. Their baby is the cutest baby he has ever seen. Of course, he hasn't seen many babies. But his own baby is just so good looking and cute, and he won't accept any rebuttal. Songyu is laughing on the side. "That's enough, if someone else hears that, they'll laugh at us." Ningzhe doesn't care, there's no one else, unless Yura wants to laugh at her husband. "Our husband is so good, I would never laugh at him." Songyu coaxes Ningzhe's arm. This tactic is very effective for Ningzhe, as he loves it when Songyu acts like a spoiled child. However, if anyone dares to say that their baby is not cute, he will beat them up. Every time they go out, the baby gets so much attention, so of course everyone likes her. "Ranan is the cutest, isn't she, baby? Oh, and if anyone dares to bully our baby in the future, Daddy will beat them up too." The baby immediately kicks her legs in agreement with her father. Ningzhe is delighted to get his little girl's response. Songyu shakes her head helplessly. The father and daughter are just so good at playing together, and she, as the mother, can't even get a word in edgewise. Ningzhe takes out the golden bracelets he received as a system reward last time and puts them on his little girl, one in each hand, the size just right. He wonders if the system prepared them specially. "System, yes." The little robot beeps quietly. Songyu asked in surprise, "Honey, when did you buy these gold bracelets?" "I didn't know about it." He said tenderly, "I bought them a long time ago as a gift for our baby's first month." "Of course, I have a gift for you too. Sonya blinked her dark grape-like eyes, expecting Ningzhe to take it out. Before she could react, Ningzhe hugged her and kissed her. "This is a gift for my wife," Ningzhe said with a smile. Sonya was unhappy. She snorted, "Ningzhe, the gift for Ran Ran is a gold bracelet, and the gift for me is a kiss." "Humph, you're just like those men on the internet. Once you have a mistress, you don't need a wife anymore." "Ouch, she's angry and she's not even calling me her husband, but calling him by his name." Ningzhe looked at her small, aggrieved expression and held her hand. Then he reached into his pocket and took out a necklace. "This is the gift for my wife." Sonya was happy when she saw the black swan necklace on his hand. Ningzhe put it around her neck, and it matched the dress she was wearing. He kissed the necklace and then her collarbone. Sonya felt happy. "Ningzhe is so good. Let's go to the hotel." He picked up Ran Ran and said, "Let's go to the hotel, let's go celebrate the baby's first month." The baby was immediately happy to hear that they were going out, waving her little hands and making sounds of approval. Jihua Hotel. Ningzhe arrived at the hotel by car and was greeted by someone as soon as he got out of the car. He took the gifts from the trunk and a hostess showed them the way in. Someone else even parked the car for him. The treatment at this hotel is really quite good. They arrived at the private room they had booked, which was very large. There was a table on one side and sofas on the other, which were very convenient for sitting and relaxing. He placed the souvenirs on the table by the door. There was also a large poster of Ran Ran baby at the entrance. Ningzhe chose 3 of his favorite photos and asked the hotel to put them on a poster. He wanted his family and friends to see their lovely baby daughter. The little baby saw her own photo and pointed her little finger at it. She babbled, and even though she couldn't see clearly yet, it seemed like she knew it was her. Ningzhe held her close. "Baby, look, who's this?" Whenever Ningzhe speaks, she kicks happily. Kicking is her most direct way of expressing emotions, and Ningzhe can immediately understand what she means. "Oh, you don't want to leave when you see your own photo, do you? There are more over there, let's go take a look." Holding Ran Ran, they came to the sofa, where there were balloons and a photo wall, with photos of her from birth to the present, covering the entire wall. These photos can be taken back after the end of the first month celebration. The couple looked at the photos, and didn't notice Lin Zhang and the others arrive. Ningzhe, sister-in-law. Hearing a voice, the couple turned around. Ningzhe smiled warmly and said, "You're here." Walking up to them, Lin Zhang took out a box and said apologetically, "This is the full moon gift we 3 have prepared for Ran Ran. We hope you and your wife won't mind." Ningzhe was holding Ran Ran, so he couldn't accept it. Sonya took it, her mouth curling into a smile. "What are you saying? Ran Ran is very happy that you could come." Then she turned her head to look at Ran Ran. Her mother was right, the little one is happy when her uncles come. The little one understands a lot at such a young age. She kicked her legs to show her joy. "See, the little one is very happy. You can sit for a while, and when everyone is here, we can start." Son Yu greeted them. The 3 of them were at ease, they were all friends. They sat on the sofa, and Huang Xian and Zhang Shui discussed their workplaces. They have already started their internships at the company, and once the internship period is over, they will become full-time employees. Lin Zhang is not involved, as he has not yet found a suitable company. He hands over the baby to Song Yu and sits next to Lin Zhang to chat with him. "How is it going? Have you found a place to work yet?" Lin Zhang shakes his head. "There are 2 that are relatively suitable, but the commute is too long and the salary is too low." He estimates that there won't be much money left after paying the rent, living expenses, and utilities. The salary is higher for a longer commute, but it's a 2-hour commute each way, and it's exhausting. So I haven't decided which one to go with yet. Lin Zhang frowned, torn between 2 options. This was the first time Ningzhe had seen him so torn. He asked, "Have you found a good place to live?" "Well, you know the Oriental office building, right? It's half an hour from the place I'm renting." "Oriental office building? Isn't that the office space he was rewarded by the system?" "That would be perfect." He patted Lin Zhang on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, take your time and think it over." He didn't rush to tell him his thoughts, and planned to take Lin Zhang to see the office space first, and then listen to what he had to say. After all, this was his first business venture, and he needed to be cautious. It was for the best, for him and for Lin Zhang. Suddenly, the baby's voice came cheerfully from the other room. Ningzhe walked over curiously and found that Ran Ran was looking at Song Yu's phone lens. Hey, the baby wants to take a picture? Daddy will take a picture of our baby. After saying that, he took out his phone to take a picture. The baby is very camera conscious, and after just a month, she already knows how to look for the camera. Wherever Ningzhe's phone moved, her eyes followed. Human cubs are really cute. Chapter 51, The Full Moon Banquet is Too Quiet? Look at your great-grandfather. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. Several people looked over and saw Li Lingxue walking in from outside, holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands. Seeing that everyone was already there, she said apologetically, "I'm late, there was a bit of traffic." Song Yu walked over and smiled, taking her hand. "It's not late, your grandparents haven't arrived yet." Right. She had forgotten about that. Then she asked, "What about the uncles and aunts?" When she mentioned this, Song Yu's face clearly did not look good. Li Lingxue did not ask any further. Song Yu suddenly spoke up, "My father is on a business trip, and my mother has to take care of her young son, so she is busy." Her tone was very flat, and Li Lingxue wanted to slap herself. Why did she ask what she shouldn't have asked? Immediately, Song Yu gave a wan smile, "But, Grandpa and Grandma have forgiven me, they will come to Ran Ran's full moon banquet, and I will be very happy with Grandpa and Grandma there. It's okay, I'm still here." After Li Lingxue finished speaking, she gave Song Yu the flowers and tried to go over and hug her goddaughter. Song Yu stopped her and said angrily, "Li Lingxue, you're giving your goddaughter a bouquet of flowers for her first month celebration? Are you still sisters? Oh dear, you don't trust your sisters, they're right behind you." Seeing that she didn't look like she was joking, Song Yu reluctantly believed her. Ningzhe gently placed the baby in her hands. "Support the head. Hold her at an angle," Ningzhe said anxiously. Li Lingxue couldn't help but get angry. Look at your husband. He's afraid I'll drop his little lover. I've learned how to hold a baby, but Ningzhe still doesn't trust me." She finished and huffed. She sat on the sofa with the baby in her arms. "Ran Ran, I'm your godmother. I've prepared a generous gift for you for the first month. Are you happy, my little treasure?" Song Yu sighed as she looked at the flowers in her hands. She sat down next to Li Lingxue and teased Ran Ran. What a load of rubbish the godmother is talking. She's not bringing anything and yet she's talking about a generous gift for the baby's first month. Our baby, don't believe a word the godmother says. Li Lingxue immediately became unhappy. How could that be? This is my goddaughter. The flowers are for you, a gift for my goddaughter, you'll find out later. The little girl giggled as she watched her mother and godmother argue. Amidst the commotion, Grandpa and Grandma arrived. Ningzhe and Song Yu walked over to them. Song Yu smiled sweetly at her grandparents. The others also came over to greet their elders when they saw them arrive. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma." Grandma Song smiled and said hello. Grandpa Song frowned slightly when he looked at the people in the room. There are only a few people here for his precious great-granddaughter's first month celebration? What is this? He asked, "Is everyone here?" Ningzhe sensed that Grandpa Song was angry. He was about to explain, but Song Yu spoke first. "Grandpa, they are all my friends and Ningzhe's friends. We didn't invite anyone else." Grandpa Song felt sorry for his granddaughter. Ningzhe had no family, and they didn't even have any in-laws. Now, at the baby's first month celebration, there were only two of their close friends. If they didn't come, too, would that be reasonable? Grandpa Song immediately took out his phone and made a call. "Jihua Hotel, my great-granddaughter's first month celebration, hurry over." Song Yu didn't want to trouble others. "Grandpa, I'll be happy if you and Grandma can come, there's no need to." Grandpa Song interrupted her. "No, how can my great-granddaughter's first month celebration be so deserted?" He didn't give Song Yu the chance to refuse. Song Yu didn't dare say much either, her grandfather had just forgiven her, and she didn't want to make him angry again. Lin Zhang and the others were stunned by Grandpa Song's loud voice. Li Lingxue had seen it many times before and didn't find it novel. The baby heard her great-grandfather's voice and started babbling. She kicked her legs in Li Lingxue's arms. The movement was so sudden that Li Lingxue almost didn't catch her, which startled her. Grandpa Song looked at the baby. "Ran Yan, do you want to come to your great-grandfather's arms?" The baby grunted and looked at Grandpa Song. Li Lingxue handed her over to Song Grandpa, and she went into Tai Tai's arms. Ran Ran was so happy, she started dancing. She had originally planned to start when the grandparents arrived. But then Song Grandpa made another phone call, and Song Yu didn't know who he was calling. She was worried that there wouldn't be enough seats when the people arrived, and if she booked now, she didn't know if there would be any empty private rooms. Thinking about this gave her a headache. Ning Zhe told her not to worry, and he would go and ask. Just as he reached the door to the private room, a sudden rush of people came in. Ning Zhe was at a loss. He reached out to stop them and asked, "Excuse me, have you come to the wrong private room?" The man in front of him glanced at the location on his phone and said, "No, this is the right one." Song Yu looked over when she heard the commotion. She couldn't believe it and was very surprised. She walked over and said to Ning Zhe, "Honey, these are my uncles, aunts, and cousins." Ning Zhe? I've never heard Song Yu mention them before. Then she introduced her uncles and aunts to her husband, Ning Zhe. Ning Zhe smiled and greeted them. "Hello, uncles and aunts." They looked him up and down. Ning Zhe smiled gently. He was tall and handsome and spoke softly. After a moment, they looked away. Then they looked at Song Yu and said, "You child, you got married and had a child, and didn't tell us." Song Lin, one of Song Yu's uncles, said unhappily. "Not at all. Yuer was just busy." She giggled. She was so happy that so many people came to her Ranran's first month celebration. "Uncle, go sit down first," Ning Zhe said. Song Yu was originally worried that there wouldn't be enough seats, but now it was just right, with not a single seat left empty. Lin Zhang and the others instantly felt nervous when they saw so many elders. They walked over to Ning Zhe and whispered, "Ning Zhe, shall we leave first?" "No, sit down and eat, it's fine." Okay. Everyone took their seats, with the baby in Grandpa Song's arms. As soon as they were seated, they started to take out their gifts one after the other, and Ranran was delighted to see them. Song Lin said, "This is so sudden, and I didn't have time to prepare properly, so I just bought a few toys for the child to play with. There are puzzles, a children's piano, a little wooden horse, and a rocking bed. They're all by the door, so you can take a look later." These toys are not useful yet, but Song Yu is very happy. Then, Song Lin took out a big red envelope. The red envelope looked very thick, and I didn't know how much was in it. "Here, this is a big red envelope for our little treasure." Uncle Song Jian was not to be outdone. He took out several bags of clothes. "These are the clothes I bought for the little treasure. I don't know what size she is, so I bought them all. If they don't fit, she can wear them when she grows up. And of course, there's no shortage of red envelopes." After saying that, he glanced at Song Lin, whose red envelope was bigger than Song Lin's. The two of them compared notes. Song Yu took over the big bags and looked through them. There were onesies, little dresses, little shirts, little pants, little socks, and so on. The little dresses were relatively big, so they couldn't be worn until Ranran grew a little. There were also little shoes at the bottom of the bag. Song Yu felt that her cousin had taken everything that was available in the store. The cousins also took out their gifts. They were gold pendants, gold bracelets, and bracelets. Li Lingxue saw that everyone else had given gifts, so she quickly took out her gift for the full moon. Chapter 52, What did the godmother give for the full moon gift? Seeing Li Lingxue acting so mysteriously, they looked at her expectantly. Song Yu in particular was curious about what she would give. She reached into her bag, fiddled around for a while, and then didn't take anything out. Song Yu wondered, could it be a red envelope? But even a red envelope wouldn't be this mysterious. At that moment, Li Lingxue took a card out of her bag. Ding 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 ding. Everyone looked over and saw it was a bank card. She slipped the card into the little one's hands, and he immediately grasped it. His little eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the small card in his hands in curiosity. "Ranran, this is from your godmother. My dear, when you grow up, you can buy whatever you want with this card. The password is your birthday." Song Yu never would have thought that Li Lingxue would just give them money. She didn't know how much was in the card, but judging from Li Lingxue's character, it definitely wasn't a small amount. But since it's for their baby, she'll save it for Ranran. Li Lingxue tilted her head to the side and winked at her. "What do you think, sister? Aren't we good sisters?" Song Yu nodded. "Of course. Ranran's godmother is great." Ning Zhe saw so many people giving gifts to the baby, and his old father's heart was very moved. He was also worried that today's full moon banquet would be too quiet and would leave a shadow on the baby. Even if she is still young and doesn't know, she will definitely be sad if she grows up and hears people talking about it. Ning Zhe poured a cup of tea and raised his cup to give thanks. Grandparents, uncles, aunts, Li Lingxue, and my good brothers, today, I thank you on behalf of Ran Ran for coming. Everyone except the uncles and aunts knew what Ning Zhe meant. He was happy for the baby. Ran Ran has not cried once since she left home today. She falls asleep when she gets tired and wakes up to keep blinking at everyone. Her little head must be very curious about why there are so many people. Grandpa Song feeds her milk, and she holds onto the bank card that Li Lingxue gave her with her little hand. Song Yu tried to take it away from her, but she refused. After finishing the bottle of milk, she continued playing with the bank card in her hand. Song Yu said to her, "What a little money lover." The little one disagreed, snorting in rebuttal. It was as if she were saying, "That was given to me by my godmother, and you're not allowed to take it." Song Yu let her be. At that moment, Song Grandpa also took out the gift he had prepared. It was a gold longevity lock. The longevity lock was very large, many times larger than ordinary ones, and it was presumably custom made. The longevity locks usually sold in stores would not be that big. The next moment confirmed their thoughts. They saw that the three characters Ning Siyu were engraved on the longevity lock. When Song Yu saw the longevity lock, she remembered hers, and her name was also engraved on hers. Her grandfather had named her, and she couldn't hold back her tears as they fell patter-patter. Grandpa's love for Ran Ran was just like his love for her. Ning Zhe put his arms around her and whispered soothingly, "Don't cry, Ran Ran is so happy to have so many people who love her." Song Yu also feels happy, she is crying with joy. Grandma Song also takes out her gift. It is a set of boxes. Inside are a gold spoon, gold bowl, and gold chopsticks, commonly known as the three treasures of good fortune. The gold spoon symbolizes peace and prosperity, and good fortune, and has a very positive symbolic meaning. The gold bowl is a symbol of good fortune and wealth. The gold bowl has a wide opening, which symbolizes tolerance and generosity. Gold chopsticks symbolize having enough food and clothing and having all the blessings in the world. Each of these items has a very good meaning, and Grandma's gift is very thoughtful. The little treasure pointed at the gold spoon. Song Yu could tell that she wanted it, so she took it out and wiped it clean with a wet wipe for babies before giving it to her. The little treasure took the gold spoon in her hand and let go of the bank card. Ning Zhe caught it quickly with his eyes. "Oh, our little one doesn't want her godmother's card anymore, now that she has Grandma's gold spoon." Then Dad told Mom to put it away for the baby. Ning Zhe was talking to himself, and Ran Ran didn't pay him any mind at all. He handed the bank card to Song Yu to put away. Everyone was crazy about the baby. The uncles and aunts had just come in and hadn't had time to take a good look at Ran Ran's photos. Now that they had finished eating, they all gathered around the photo wall. "Oh my, what a rosy little face, so pretty. Those little feet are no bigger than two of my fingers." The one talking is Song Lin. The more he looks at the photos, the more he likes them, and he can't help thinking that they are his grandchildren. Our little treasure really knows how to choose her parents. The group of people are chatting happily around the photos. If it weren't for Song Grandpa not letting them hold Ran Ran, they would all want to take turns holding her, and they wouldn't have to just look at the photos now. Seeing that it was almost time, they went home first. Ning Zhe saw them off to the door. The driver had already driven the car to the hotel entrance and was waiting. Ning Zhe stood at the hotel entrance, smiling and saying goodbye to them. Then he returned to the private room, leaving only the grandparents and their two friends. The doorway was full of toys, as were the sofas, and everyone had given quite a few gifts. Even though there were not many people, the gifts were not lacking at all. At other people's babies' first month celebrations, each person gives one thing, but at Ran Ran's first month celebration, each person gave several things. Ning Zhe collected the toys and piled them together. When he counted them carefully, there were actually more than 10 kinds of toys. Can Bratty Ran play with all of them? Song Yu came to Ning Zhe's side with Ran Ran in her arms. The little baby couldn't help but stare at the toys. She stared at them, curious. "Do you want them, baby?" "You can't play with it yet, I'll let Ran Ran play with it when we get home. Dad will clean up first, you and Mommy go wait over there." Ning Zhe finished speaking and continued to clean up the toys on the floor. "We have to take all this back with us, I don't know if we'll be able to finish cleaning up." Huang Xian and Zhang Shui had to leave for their internship, so Lin Zhang stayed behind to help. Ning Zhe called the hotel staff and worked with them to carry the things downstairs. Then he drove to the hotel entrance and helped Lin Zhang load the things into the car, but there wasn't enough room. At this time, the grandparents came down, and the grandmother said, "Put our car in, and we'll drop by and see where you're staying." "Okay, thanks, grandparents," Ning Zhe said with a gentle smile. He and Lin Zhang loaded the things into the grandparents' car, which was a commercial vehicle that could just about fit everything. Looking at all the things, and there being no one to help Ning Zhe carry them later, Lin Zhang said, "I'll go back with you and help you carry them up later." "Thanks, buddy." Everyone got into the car. Ning Zhe drove in front, and Grandpa's driver followed behind. Once they entered the Shirley Chunfeng residential community, Grandpa Song began to take in the surroundings. The community was not bad, with green spaces and recreational facilities in place. Although it wasn't as good as their villa community, Shirley Chunfeng was also one of the top 5 real estate developments in the southern city. The car arrived at the underground parking lot, and when Baby saw the familiar place, she happily cooed. "We're going home. P.S. Lemon's book has been recommended. Various data are very important. Please give it your support. Please urge for more chapters and various data. XOXO. Chapter 53, The Child Next Door Saw It and Cried with Envy? You take your grandparents upstairs first, and Lin Zhang and I will carry the things in the back," Ning Zhe said with a smile. The little one hears her father's voice and looks over. Ning Zhe teases Ran Ran while moving things around. The baby and her mother go up first. Dad will finish moving things quickly. Ran Ran grunts and grunts, her little hands and feet moving excitedly. Then she stops looking at Ning Zhe and looks at her grandfather. This means she wants her grandfather to hold her. Song Yu whispers to her, "Baby, you're not being good. Today, Grandpa has held you for a long time, and he's tired. Mommy can carry Ran Ran too." The little one kicked her legs in protest, saying she didn't want to be carried by her mother. Seeing that she was about to cry, Grandpa Song immediately picked her up. "Who says Tai Mubai is tired? Tai Mubai can still carry our Ran Ran. He can carry her all day long." Song Yu shook her head and made a face at the little one. Then she pushed the stroller along with Grandma and Li Lingxue. They pressed the elevator button and went up first. Ning Zhe and Lin Zhang carried everything down the stairs. Ning Zhe found a board and put everything on it. Thinking about the stroller that Ajia had given him when they bought milk powder last time, he brought it and placed it under the board, planning to pull the pile of toys with the stroller. The two of them couldn't fit in, so they took 1 or 2 things in each hand and tried to carry everything in one trip. Pulling the stroller to the elevator hall, they happened to see an elevator coming down. The people coming out of the elevator were stunned. Buying so many toys at once? Are you wholesaling? The toys blocked the elevator door, and Ning Zhe apologized, saying, "Sorry, we're blocking your way." The man shook his head, saying, "It's fine, we're all residents in the same building. Are you wholesaling these toys? Where are you wholesaling them? It just so happens that I want to buy a couple of these for my child." Ning Zhe smiled and said, "They were given to our baby at the 1-month celebration by friends and family, and I don't know where I bought them either." A toy for an older child at a baby's first month celebration? These friends and family are really unreliable. Okay then. The man said that and left. His child kept looking back at Ningze and his family every few steps, his eyes full of envy. If Ningze had bought it himself, he could have given it to him as a way to foster neighborly relations. But it was all bought for their baby, so he didn't want to give it away. They pushed their way into the elevator. Grandpa and Grandma Song entered the house without saying anything, and first took a look around. The house is only about 150 square meters, but it is luxuriously decorated, and the furniture doesn't look cheap. It's not bad at all, at least the quality of life for his granddaughter has not been forced to decrease. The balcony has a wide view, which makes people feel relaxed. Grandpa Song nodded with satisfaction, and Song Yu watched his little movements and smiled secretly. Grandpa should be relieved now. Grandparents, please sit down. Put Ran Ran on the playmat and let her play for a while by herself. You must have sore arms after carrying her for so long today. Grandpa Song did feel this way, but who could blame him when his granddaughter was so adorable? He put Ran Ran on the playmat and took out a toy to play with her. Ran Ran was delighted to play with her grandfather. She looked at the row of little dolls and even showed them off to her grandfather. Ningze pushed the stroller in and placed it by the door. He greeted Lin Zhang and said, "You sit and rest for a while." Lin Zhang had planned to leave first, but seeing that Li Lingxue was still there, he sat down to rest for a while. Moving things around was really tiring. Ningzhe came over and saw Grandpa Song rubbing his arm. He asked, "Grandpa, is your arm not feeling well?" "It's fine, just a bit sore." Grandpa Song continued to rub it. Ningzhe went to wash his hands and then came over and sat down next to Grandpa. "Grandpa, let me give you a massage. You've been carrying Ran all day, it must be hard." Grandpa Song said, "No need." Song Yu was unhappy. "Grandpa, Ningzhe's massage technique is very good. You had back pain after giving birth, and Ningzhe massaged it all away. You should let him massage you." It was hard to refuse his granddaughter's request, so Grandpa Song could only agree. Ningzhe's hands rested on his arm and he massaged it back and forth. Anyone who massages regularly will know that he is massaging the pressure points. Grandpa Song looked at him in amazement. Ever since he met Ningzhe, he had noticed that he knew a lot of things. Ningzhe didn't look up, focusing on massaging his grandfather. Li Lingxue saw that they got along well together and planned to leave first. She said, "Grandparents, I still have things to do, so I'll go first." "Why don't you sit a while longer?" Grandma Song smiled kindly. "No, Grandma, I'll visit you again when I have time. You guys go ahead." After saying this, she grabbed her bag and left. Lin Zheng called out to her, "Li Lingxue, can you give me a ride?" "Sure," Li Lingxue said with a smile. He got up and smiled, saying to the grandparents and Ningzhe's wife, "I'll go too, then." Ningzhe glanced back at him and said, "Okay, see you on graduation day." Then he continued to focus on what he was doing. "Grandpa, does it feel better?" "I'll say, Ningzhe's massage technique is really good. My arms were really sore, but after he gave me a massage, I don't feel any more pain." "Yes, it feels much better. Have you learned how to massage?" "Well, Yura has back pain after giving birth, so I thought if I knew how to massage, I could give her a massage every day and make her back pain go away." Song Yura's face was beaming with a smile, and Grandpa Song happened to look over and saw her looking at Ningzhe. The couple looked at each other and smiled sweetly. Grandpa and Grandma were gratified that their granddaughter was happy, which was the most important thing. Ningzhe sat on the playmat and played with his little treasure. He asked Ran to lie on the foot pedal, and her little legs kicked back and forth, making all kinds of sounds. The little treasure was very happy when the sounds came out. She also made babbling sounds with her mouth, as if she were singing. "Wow, Ran is singing, what is she singing?" "Daddy hasn't heard enough yet, baby, sing it again." After Ningzhe finished speaking, the baby really continued to babble. What a smart child. Grandpa Song sat on the sofa, watching the backs of Ningzhe and Ran playing and joking, and felt very gratified. Seeing that the three of them were doing well, he felt at ease. The two elderly people said they were going back, and Ningzhe saw them off. "Grandpa and Grandma, we'll go back next week to see you." "Okay, go back." "Okay, goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma." Watching the car leave, Ningzhe went upstairs. He went inside, looked at the pile of toys, and put them away in the storage room first. Then he went to the living room and sat down. Song Yu was sitting on the crawling mat, counting the red envelopes given by relatives and friends. Each red envelope was the largest size, and there were at least 2 stacks of money inside. As she counted, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ningzhe asked her, "Is our wife so happy?" "Honey, guess how much Ran got in her red envelopes?" Song Yu's eyes were smiling. He looked at the banknotes on the cushion. Some were scattered, and he casually said a number, 100,000? "It's 200,000. Our Ran has become a little rich girl. I don't know how much Lingxue gave her in the card, let's go to the bank and have a look someday when we go out." "Okay." Seeing that Song Yu is happy, he is happy too. Save all this money for the little treasure, and give it to her as pocket money in the future. Chapter 54, Taking Graduation Photos, Poor Unloved? Time passed in this way for 2 days. Today is Ningzhe's day to go back to school to take graduation photos. Song Yu was originally going to take responsibility for taking care of the baby at home, but the instructor told her to go to school to find him, saying that there was something to explain. She had no choice. Why did it have to be today? He wouldn't let her go yesterday, or the day after tomorrow. The instructor was just being deliberately difficult. Ningzhe smiled and said, "You go find the instructor, and I'll take care of the baby." "But, how can you take your baby to the graduation photo shoot?" "Why not? Some couples get married in college, and their children are already grown when they graduate. After he finished talking, he rubbed her forehead. Songyu's hair was messed up by Ningze, and she said unhappily, "Honey, you messed up my hair." "No matter what, our wife is cute, she's my favorite wife." Ningze was not lying. He is now enjoying this life more and more. When baby finds an opportunity, she quickly babbles. Ningze doesn't know what to say to her when she wakes up in the morning and starts playing on the playmat. Now the toys have taken up a third of the playmat, and if you're not careful, baby will get stuck in the pile and it won't be easy to find her. The toys on the playmat are all made of fur or silicone. He doesn't want to worry about her tender skin being cut by the toys, so he doesn't feel at ease. He picks up his little treasure. "Stinky Ran, are you done playing? You've only been up for a month, and you've been playing since this morning. You can't play like this from tomorrow." His little treasure suddenly extends her little leg and kicks him in the chest. She's protesting. "If you don't let me play, I'll kick you." Suddenly, Ning's heart as an old father feels frustrated. He grabbed his little treasure's leg to keep her still. "Ooh, baby kicked daddy, daddy hurts." Daddy's heart was broken. The little treasure giggled. Her little Giorgio was imprisoned by daddy, but her hands could move. She grabbed Ning's collar with her little hands to comfort him. Good. Their little treasure was giving him a slap first, then a date. Ningza was even more hurt. Sonyu watched the playful father and daughter from the side and felt happy. Seeing that Ningze wanted to tease Ran again, she reminded him, "Honey, we can go out now." "Okay." He patted his little treasure's bottom. "I'll deal with you when we get home." Then the couple pushed the stroller out the door. When they arrived at the school, Ningze first sent Songyu to her instructor's office. When they arrived downstairs in the teacher's office, Songyu got out of the car. She walked over to the driver's door. Ningze rolled down the window and asked, "What's wrong, honey?" Songyu stuck her hand out and Ningze leaned over to kiss it. She gave him a kiss on the cheek and said, "I'll meet you guys later." Then she ran off, accidentally stepping on a stone and almost falling. Ningze watched her back as she ran away and shouted after her, "Be careful, don't fall." Songyu looked back at him, waved and said goodbye to him. He didn't drive up to their department until he couldn't see Songyu's figure anymore. The car stopped in front of the teaching building, and there were already a lot of people standing on the photo-taking stand in front of the teaching building. They were all students from their department. Lin Zhang saw his car and immediately came over. Ningze got out of the car, opened the trunk and took out the stroller first, before taking Ran down from the back seat. Lin Zhang walked up to him and said, "Ningze, are you taking the baby today?" "Yes, yours instructor needed to see her, and it happened to be the same day, so I came to take Ran." Lin Zhang patted him on the shoulder and said, "If you need any help, just let me know, and I'll be happy to hold your baby." "Okay," he said with a gentle smile. While they were talking, he had already placed the baby in the stroller. Then he took out the mother and baby bag, so that if the baby needed anything later, he wouldn't have to run back to the car to get it. The students in front of the teaching building all looked at Ningze. "Wow, is that campus heartthrob Ningze? It feels like he's gotten even more handsome since I last saw him. He's here with his baby, too. The baby is so cute. Look at the little pink outfit she's wearing, it's so pretty. Yeah, she's the cutest baby I've ever seen. Hey, where's the campus beauty queen? I don't need to see her to know she's beautiful, I just need to look at campus heartthrob Ningze. I'll have something to dream about tonight." The group of people were all talking, mostly praising Ningze for his good looks and the baby for her cuteness. When it was Ningze's class turn, Ningze simply held Ran in his arms. His classmates even asked him to stand in the bottom row, for fear that the little one might be scared if he stood higher up. Ningze smiled and thanked them. The teacher sitting on the top of the bench in the front row was also attracted by Ran in Ningze's arms. She was really cute. With her curly hair and tender little face, who wouldn't say they liked her? Snap. The photo of their class was taken. Ningze carried the little treasure to the stroller and pushed it away. Their dormitory still needed to be photographed separately. When they arrived at the school Milestone, Zhang Shui did strange actions for the camera. The little treasure in Ningze's arms was smiling happily. Seeing that this trick could amuse the little treasure, Zhang Shui tried hard to do other actions, and Ran giggled. The few of them also took turns holding the little treasure for photos. Ran was very considerate of the three of them, and neither cried nor kicked them with her little legs. They were very satisfied today, having graduated and taken photos with such a cute little baby. Ning's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up, and it was Song Yu calling. Have you finished there? I'm done. I'll come find you and the baby now. Where are you? We're here by the school milestone, waiting for you. Okay, honey, mua. After hanging up the phone, Ningze smiled. His wife is really cute. Seeing him smile so happily, Zhang Shui looked over and said, Your wife called? Oh, you're smiling so sweetly. Go away. Ningze ignored him, and Zhang Shui liked it that way. But this personality is quite nice. He teased Ran and said, Our baby can't learn from Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang is a funny guy, but our baby should be quiet and pretty. Zhang Shui was not happy to hear this. He quickly explained to the baby that Uncle Zhang is cute. Poor, unloved? Ningze added. Zhang Shui felt a knife stab in his chest, and his heart ached. Seeing that Ran's face was on the line, I won't argue with you. While the two were joking, Song Yu arrived. What are you talking about, so happy? Nothing much. Sister-in-law, I'm going to take a photo, you guys chat. Zhang Shui quickly slipped away. When the little baby saw her mother, she wanted a hug. Ningze told her to go to her mother's arms. Ran was happy and cooed. Judging from the situation, I really have to keep her company in the future. Honey, let's take a photo together. This year you accompany me, next year I'll accompany you, and our Ran baby too. Yes. Let's take a photo together. Chapter 55, huh? She's really blind. Song Yu is holding her baby. Ningze borrowed Lin Zhang's clothes and then let Song Yu wear his own clothes, while he wore Lin Zhang's. The couple wore their academic gowns and hats. They took a photo holding their baby in front of the school milestone. The school milestone is a must-visit place for graduation photos. At this moment, quite a few people have already arrived and they are all waiting nearby. They are envious when they see the family of 3 taking a photo in front of the school milestone. A female classmate whispered. The school beauty's skin is in such great condition. Yes, she's already had a baby, but her skin is still so good. I wonder how she takes care of it. The whole family is really good looking. Look at Ningze, he can compete with any male celebrity. The school beauty is the same. Isn't she a proper movie star? Imo Shuawei is really blind. Do you know that she's been dumped by that Gu Xiao and still goes to see him every day? She didn't even come to the graduation photo shoot today. She deserves it, she rejected Ningze. Seeing that Ningze and Song Yu had finished taking the photo, the people talking quickly shut up. It would not be good if someone heard them. They thought they were whispering, but Ningze and Song Yu heard them. The couple didn't say anything. It went in one ear and out the other. They sat in the pavilion next to them, and Ningze poured hot water from the thermos into the cup to warm the milk powder for Ran. The people who were paying attention to the couple looked over again. Ningze looked so handsome as he carefully prepared the formula. Aha! The way they looked, it felt like they were the ones sitting across from them holding their child. Unfortunately, it was just a fantasy. They wanted a husband like that too. Handsome in the sun, gentle and kind, and able to take care of people. Ignoring the scrutinizing stares around them, the couple sat in the pavilion with confidence. Some people wanted to go in for a cool breeze, but they didn't want to disturb them, so they simply stood under the trees. Ningze asked about Song Yu. What did the instructor want with you? It's about next semester. He picked a few classes for me to choose from, but I think it's the same in any class, so I'll let him decide. That's right, my wife is so smart, she'll be top of the class no matter which one she goes to. Song Yu shyly lowered her head, I'm not that amazing. My wife is amazing. Song Yu is a rich girl, but she's not like other people, just eating, drinking and having fun. She has good grades and comes from a good family, so many people envy her. When she was living in the dormitory, she was isolated by others because they envied her. So she moved out. While they were talking, Li Lingxue came over. Oh, my goddaughter is also here for the graduation photo shoot today. My baby also wants to take a photo with her godmother. The baby was still breastfeeding, and when she saw her godmother, she grabbed her with her little hands. This made Li Lingxue very happy. After she finished breastfeeding, Li Lingxue held her in her arms and took photos with her in the gazebo. Ningzai's photography skills are very good, and every photo looks like a masterpiece. The people around them are very envious. They also want to be best friends with the school beauty queen so that they can take photos with the cute baby. After the photo shoot, Li Lingxue left. She has been very busy recently, and Song Yu doesn't know what she's been busy with. Huang Xian and Zhang Shui came over to say goodbye to Ningzai. We only have half a day off today, and we have to go back to work. We'll get together again when we have time. Well, go ahead and work hard. After saying this, the two of them left, and Ningzai looked at Lin Zhang and said, "You're coming with me to a place later." Lin Zhang nodded in agreement. It was getting hotter and hotter, and there were a lot of mosquitoes in the shade. After taking the photo, there was nothing else to do, so Ningzai planned to send the mother and daughter back first. Song Yu had already been bitten by mosquitoes, and her long, white, straight legs were red with mosquito bites. Ningzai squatted down and used her finger to dip it in her saliva and smear it on her. This is an old-fashioned method. When I was a child, I would use saliva to stop the itch when I was bitten by mosquitoes. Don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. After she finished speaking, she quickly hugged her baby and left. Ningzai put the mother and baby bag in the stroller and pushed it behind them. Lin Zhang followed them into the car. I'll take you back first, and Lin Zhang and I will go somewhere. Where are you going? Can't I follow you? We're going to check out the office space in the Oriental office building. I'm worried that the dust will make Ran cough. Okay, we'll wait for you at home. Well, my big and little treasures are both behaving themselves. Lin Zhang was mercilessly showered with dog treats in the back seat. But he quickly recovered. Oriental office building? Office space? What did Ningzai want to talk to him about? After dropping the mother and daughter off at their doorstep, he kissed Song Yu on the lips. Honey, I'm off. Okay, drive slowly and be careful. You know? Yes, go inside. The two brothers drove away from Shirley Chunfeng. Along the way, Lin Zhang couldn't help but be curious and wanted to ask, but the words were swallowed at the back of his throat. You'll find out later. They arrived at the Oriental office building and found the property management office. Ningzai took out his ID, and the staff member Li looked at it and then smiled. Mr. Ning, it's you. We've been waiting for you for a long time. I was busy a while ago and didn't have time to come over. Now, please show us around. No problem, this way please. Lin Zhang was very shocked. Why was this person so respectful to Ningzai? It felt like Ningzai was his boss. Li took them to an office area on the 12th floor. This office area had floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides, looking down onto the street and Oriental Plaza. It's very nice, not too high or too low. Mr. Ning, if you want to renovate, you can let the property management office know, and we will open the elevator for you, which is convenient for transporting materials. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Ningzai said with a smile. You're welcome, this is what we should do. Then Li took out a business card and said, if you have any questions, give me a call. Take your time, I'll go first. Well, you go ahead. After Li left, Lin Zhang asked the question that had been puzzling him. Ningzai, this office space, is it yours? Ningzai nodded emphatically. This made Lin Zhang unable to read him either. The brothers all knew his situation, and had never heard him mention it. It seemed that since he had had Ran, Ningzai had become very different. Could it be that, getting married and having a child could still change a person's destiny? Ningzai didn't explain much, just saying that Ran had brought him good luck. He told him his plan. Lin Zhang, I want to start a tutoring center here. Would you like to start a business with me? Your grades have always been top-notch, and you've won many awards. Think about it. A tutoring center? He hadn't thought about it. But Ningzai's eyes were full of confidence, and it made him very excited. But Ningzai, I don't have any money to invest. No, you contribute your efforts. Yor has to go back to school when the semester starts, and I have to take care of Ran, so I can't come every day. You'll have to put in more effort to take care of this place. Lin Zhang was moved. Ningzai was being too good to him. This is better than going to work for a company and having to look over someone's shoulder. Thank you, Ningzai. I'll work hard. Chapter 56, Thank you can't just be words. The two also didn't talk about money. Lin Zhang thought that he would just take as much as Ningzai gave him. After all, the venue belonged to Ning Zhe and he was also paying for it. He had blindly picked such a good job, as long as he could pay the rent and not starve to death. Ning Zhe thought differently. He planned to see how much revenue there was and then give Lin Zheng an appropriate amount. We're just starting out, so we don't need too many classes. There are only 100 square meters here, so we'll start with 3 or 4 training rooms and aim to recruit around 30 students initially. There are many residential areas near Oriental Plaza, and the farthest it is from here to the residential area is half an hour, which is very convenient for the surrounding residents. Parents nowadays like to sign their children up for training courses, and some of them want to do so themselves. We'll seize this opportunity and get the training courses off the ground. What do you think? Are you confident? When Ning Zhe talks about this, he seems to be radiating light. With such a boss, how could I not be confident? He laughed and said, "Of course I'm confident." Ning Zhe continued, "Find a design company and come up with a design plan." Lin Zheng really admired Ning Zhe for not only investigating the surrounding environment, but also understanding the minds of parents and students. He even knew the names of the surrounding communities, so it was no wonder he was so confident. Ning Zhe, I have secretly studied design. Why don't I show you what I can do? If you're not satisfied, we can find a design company and save some money. When did you secretly study design? Ning Zhe asked with a smile. I just want to have one more skill and one more way out. No problem, you can design first. Once we've decided on a plan, I'll transfer the money to you to buy materials and find workers. Okay. The two brothers shook hands and reached a consensus. Ning Zhe drove home. As he passed a cake shop, he saw a small cake in the window. It was taro cake, and Song Yu liked it. He parked and walked into the shop. The young lady in the shop saw Ning Zhe's eyes shining, and she thought, he's so handsome. But she still kept her composure. She took a plate and tongs, smiled, and walked up to him, saying, "What would you like, handsome?" Ning Zhe pointed to the taro lava cake in the window. "Get it, my wife likes taro," he said. "What? You have a wife? You're getting married young." The young lady heard her heart break. She packed the small cake for him and watched him leave with a broken heart. Looking at the cake in his hands, Ning Zhe couldn't stop smiling. He hurried home, it was too hot, and the cake center would melt. When he got home, he took out the key and opened the door. He placed the cake behind him, deliberately not letting Song Yu see it. The mother and daughter were playing on the playmat. He walked over to Song Yu and took the cake out from behind him. "Wife, this is for you." "Wow. Taro lava cake. Thank you, honey." She was overjoyed as she held the cake, as she hadn't had any for a long time. "Thank you, honey, you can't just say that with your mouth. Ran Ran is still here, it's not suitable for children." After Song Yu finished speaking, Ning Zhe quickly reached out to cover the baby's eyes. "Now it's okay." Song Yu was really defeated by their husbands. She took a bite and quickly left. Playing hard to get? Ning Zhe kissed her again, and it didn't end until after a while. If it weren't for Ran Ran babbling, he would have wanted to kiss her again. He picked up the toy and played with the baby. "Ran Ran, you're so happy to go out and play today, aren't you?" The baby kicked its legs, expressing its joy. Song Yu took the cake to the kitchen, cut it into small pieces and served it on a plate. She took a fork and dug in. "Oh my God. This is the taste, it's so delicious. Eating sweets really makes you feel better." She took the small cake back to the father and daughter and sat down, digging in and feeding it to Ningza. "Try it, it's delicious." Song Yu's expression shows that she is so happy that it makes her want to cry. He didn't make a mistake buying it, and fortunately his wife likes it. He opens his mouth and takes a bite. There is cake, taro paste, and runny filling, which combine to create a new flavor. It really is delicious. "Husband, isn't it delicious?" "Of course it is delicious if your wife likes it, and I'll buy it for you again in the future." Song Yu eats the cake contentedly. Little baby has sharp eyes and sees what her mother is holding. She smacked her lips and actually drooled. She babbled and tried to eat the cake in her mother's hands. Ning Zhe held her and turned her around so she couldn't see it. "You can't eat it until you grow up. Daddy will buy it for Ran Ran in the future." After that, he used a toy to attract her attention. Soon she was absorbed in the world of toys and forgot what had happened. Song Yu finished a small piece of cake and touched her stomach. "I'm full." Ning Zhe was helpless. It was only a small piece, so how could she be full? Song-yu looked at him and suddenly remembered what Li Lingxue had said last time. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Ningzhe, can I ask you a question? Of course you can, you're my wife, what's there not to ask? He smiled tenderly. So I'm really going to ask? Go ahead, it's fine. Song-yu took a deep breath. Where did you get the money to buy this house? And today you said you were going to look at office space, what did that mean? After she had finished asking, she looked at Ningzhe expectantly. She thought Ningzhe would be angry, but saw him smiling. He said, I bought the house, and as for the money, I won the lottery. Song-yu was stunned. Winning the lottery? That's too much luck. Ningzhe asked Ran to play with her toys. He faced Song-yu and continued, the day of the BMW in the hospital, I felt very lucky, so I bought a lottery ticket. And I won the third prize. Thinking about giving you and your daughter a home, I secretly bought a house without telling you, I hope you won't be angry. Song-yu is touched. He wanted to give them a home. She is really lucky to have such a good husband. I'm not angry at all, I can even laugh in my sleep with such a good husband. I'm just curious, don't mind me asking. Ningzhe told her about the office building and his plans. Song-yu expressed her support, saying that her husband would definitely do a good job. She even wanted to give Ningzhe some money to help, but he refused. I have enough money. You can keep your money and let your husband earn money for you to spend in the future. The two of them had a heart-to-heart talk, and Song-yu smiled sweetly. The little baby looked at his mother, then at his father, and went off to play with his toys, not wanting to listen to the adults. It was 3 p.m., and the weather wasn't that hot. Ningzhe suggested that we take Ran to the swimming pool to go swimming. Song-yu thought it was a good idea, saying, yes, swimming can promote the development of brain function. The nervous system of the brain controls the mobilization of all parts of the body. When a baby swims, it can stimulate the brain to a certain extent, promote the development of brain function, and enhance the baby's intelligence. Ningzhe smiled tenderly, our wife is really smart, she knows all this. P.S. Lemon's book has entered its 4th day of recommendations, but when Lemon looked at the data today, it was not ideal in every way. The various data during the recommendation period is very important, and Lemon really wants to keep writing. I beg the babies who have seen the latest chapter to give some data support, urge for more, book reviews, chapter reviews, whatever you like, I beg for everything I can. Please, please. Chapter 57, You Think She's a Nanny? Ran's first swim. Usually, I think his wife is pretty dumb. But it turns out she's pretty smart. Anyway, I like her no matter what. Honey, let's go out. Okay, honey. Just give me a second. I need to change my clothes, I sweated a bit. Okay, honey, go ahead. While Song-yu changed her clothes, Ningzhe packed Ran's things for the outing. When he finished, Song-yu came out, all dressed up. Seeing his wife, he brightened up. Song-yu had changed into a lemon yellow dress, and her hair was tied up in a band and braided, then draped over her right shoulder. My wife looks so pretty, I'm so proud. No, I have to go change too, so that when we go out later, no one thinks I'm the nanny. Song-yu couldn't help but laugh at Ningzhe's words. There's no such thing as a handsome male nanny. Ningzhe quickly changed and came out. Song-yu felt that he looked handsome in anything, and even if he didn't wear anything, he was still very attractive. Thinking about this, she suddenly blushed. What was she thinking in broad daylight? She took Ningzhe's arm and said, let's go, honey. Okay. They took everything with them and pushed the stroller out the door. The swimming pool was at the entrance of the residential area, so today they chose to walk there. Every time Ningzhe drove past, he could see a lot of people in the swimming pool. When they entered the swimming pool, they found that it was a large building with many swimming pools. Some were individual pools for just one baby, while others were large pools where many babies could play together. However, only older babies were allowed to go to the large pools. The swimming pools were transparent, so parents could observe their babies' movements underwater. At this time, a shop assistant came up to greet them. Seeing that they looked unfamiliar, the shop assistant said, Sir and Madam, this is your first time here, right? You can go over here to learn about our packages. The clerk led them to the counter, and on the wall behind the counter was a price list. There were monthly cards for $298, quarterly cards for $798, semi-annual cards for $15.98, and annual cards for $28.98. The couple hesitated, not sure if it was a good deal. But Ningze thought, there are always so many people here whenever he passes by, so it must be pretty good. Seeing that the couple was undecided, the clerk smiled and said, "Handsome, you can try it once first, and if you like it, you can then open a card." Sonya thought it sounded good, so she asked, "How much is it for a single session?" "It's 30 yuan for a single session," the shop assistant said with a smile. Sonya then looked at Ningze and said, "Honey, why don't we let Ran experience it first? If she likes it, we'll get a membership card. It's also close to home." Ningze of course agreed with her and said it was fine. The shop assistant then led them to a swimming pool, where two professional carers came up to them. The carer first put a disposable bathtub cover on top, and then let the water in. Seeing the water being let into the pool made the baby very happy. Today was another fun day. The caregiver took the baby to the treatment table, where she was first given some relaxation exercises to prevent cramps after entering the water. After these exercises, the baby was undressed and then put into the neck ring. For the baby's safety, after the neck ring was put on, it was checked to make sure there were no air leaks. Only after all the preparations were complete could the baby be safely let into the water. The pool is full, and the caregiver gently lowers the baby into the water. The baby's swimming time is limited to 10-15 minutes. If the baby looks sleepy, the caregiver should quickly pick her up to prevent her from falling asleep in the water. Most importantly, the parents must always stay by the pool to watch their baby. As soon as Ran enters the water, her little legs start kicking. There are small balls and yellow ducks in the pool. Seeing the little yellow duckling by the edge of the pool, she paddles her legs as hard as she can to get closer. But before she can grab it, Ningze takes it away again and puts it on the other side. The little one quickly turns around and continues to chase the duck. Ningze keeps exercising her like this. Sonya can't stand it anymore. "Honey, just let her have it once." "Okay, here you go, little one." Ningze brings the little yellow duckling to her, and Ran stares at it, making eye contact, and then giggles. It seems like she's having a lot of fun. Little yellow ducks can usually make quacking sounds. He picked one up and pressed it, and it quacked. This action made the baby's little legs paddle even more enthusiastically. 15 minutes passed quickly. But looking at Ran's expression, she hadn't had enough fun yet. "Good baby, let's come again next week. Dad will sign up for Ran, and we'll come again then." The baby was very unhappy. She still wanted to play. When the time was up, the caregiver came over and picked her up. She dried her off, then applied soothing oil and did some breathing exercises with the baby. Ran wasn't having any fun. She wasn't cooperating at all. She kept kicking her legs when the caregiver was doing the breathing exercises. Ningze coaxed her gently. Dad promised the baby that he would come back next week. Didn't the baby trust Dad? Dad would never lie to us, Ran. After he finished speaking, he saw that Ran had obediently placed her little legs and cooperated with the therapist in doing the exhalation exercise. After that, Ningze tidied up. Then he said, "Honey, let's get Ran a swimming card. She really likes it, and we bring her here every week. What do you think?" Sonya thought it was great, because the three of them were together, happy and warm. She said with a smile, "Yes, let's get an annual card." "No problem, you're the boss." Sonya is happy that no matter what, Ningze always lets her make the decisions. She pushes the smug Ran to the counter. The clerk asks enthusiastically, "How was the experience, handsome? Our baby really likes it, so let's get a yearly pass." "Okay, just a moment." The clerk is delighted. She has been working here for 6 months, and this is the first time she has seen someone get a yearly pass after trying it out. Some parents get quarterly passes, and some get 6-month passes, but yearly passes are rare. She took out a form and gave it to Ningze, who filled it out and entered it into the system. In less than 10 minutes, a card was ready, and the baby's name was printed on it. She handed the card to Ningze, who took out a pack of diapers and 2 pairs of socks. "Handsome, this is for the baby. Since you gave it to me, you have to take it. You've already spent the money anyway." He took it and hung the diapers on the stroller hook. As he walked out of the swimming pool, the system's voice rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accompanying the baby on its first swim, and you are rewarded with 300,000 yuan in cash. 300,000 yuan? Ningze cried. It so happened that his training class was about to be renovated, and he had to invest a lot of money up front. Then he could use this money to renovate without touching his original money. He had to save enough money to give his wife an unforgettable wedding. His phone rang, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. He felt secure. Sonyu glanced over and saw him smiling, and she smiled back. Ningzai's smile is so beautiful, even in profile, and she loves it. Chapter 58. The clever little Ranran is very smart. The couple pushed Ranran slowly as they walked home. Since moving to Shirley Chunfeng, they had never explored the community. Entering from the front gate, Ningzai chose a small path lined with greenery on both sides. He lowered the mosquito net on the stroller, otherwise their little treasure would be bitten by mosquitoes later. Lowering it would not block Ranran's view, and she kept looking around curiously. There were green trees and red flowers. Now she is at the right age to see colors, so it's good to look at the big red flowers. The further they walked, the more flowers there were. The little treasure grunted in the stroller and her little hands grabbed for everything. Ningzai picks her up. She sees the flowers and wants to reach for them. Ningzai doesn't let her, not knowing whether the flowers are poisonous or not. He had seen a news report earlier about someone who had been taken to hospital after getting the sap of a flower growing in their community on their hands. It's scary just thinking about it, so for the safety of the baby, they have to stay away. Baby, these flowers can only be looked at, you can't touch them. Ranran, if you like them, I'll go buy you some flowers to keep on the balcony tomorrow, okay? Well, that's not a bad idea. Ranran is a clever girl. She didn't reach for the flowers again, but just looked at them from Daddy's arms. At that moment, a couple came walking across the street, holding their baby. The two little ones saw each other and cooed. The adults didn't know what they were saying either, as only they knew the meaning of their baby talk. When they saw their little friends, they stopped looking at the flowers. The two rosy, glutinous rice balls babbled to each other, wanting to play. The couple greeted them. Are you also out for a walk? Your baby is so cute. Ningzai smiled and replied, after being outside, we're just taking a stroll. Your baby is also very cute. What's your baby's name? A boy or a girl? They look about the same age, so they can play together in the future, the woman said. The baby's name is Ranran. She's a girl and is a little over a month old. Ningzai then teased the baby, and Ranran waved hello to her auntie. Ranran kicked her legs and giggled, which was her way of saying hello. Wow, baby Ranran is so smart, just a month old and already so good. Sister Yuan is a little over 2 months old and still just sleeps. Parents are always happy when they hear others praise their children. They chatted for a while, sharing some experiences of raising children. Ningzai talked a lot, and the woman was captivated. Sonyu stood nearby, watching him. He was so charming. The woman had been complaining about her husband since she saw the couple. He seemed to be oblivious, and even asked his wife in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? The woman was so angry. From the time they left the house until now, she had been holding the baby. Her husband had just been following along, playing with his phone. She didn't think anything of it at first, after all, giving birth and taking care of the baby was something that women should do. But after seeing Ningzai and Sonyu, she felt unhappy. They were both women, but why was there such a big difference? The other man's husband was so gentle. She walked away angrily, and her husband muttered unhappily, what a bad temper. I'm so unlucky to have married you. Then he cursed and followed her, saying that women had given him a hard time. Sonyu looked at the woman and felt a little sympathy for her. Husband, fortunately you are not like that. Husband is the best husband in the world. After they got together, Ningzai never said a harsh word to her. Cursing her was even less likely, and she was much luckier than that woman. Silly baby, just live our own lives. He looked at her fondly, his eyes full of warmth. Come home, my dear, I'll cook you dinner. Okay, my dear. What would you like to eat? I love everything you cook, you're the best cook in the world, you work so hard. No, it's fine, as long as you like it, I don't mind working hard. The couple talked as they walked away. The sun slowly set, and the shadows of the family of three were lengthened. The warmth of this moment was unique to their family. After dinner, Sonyu sat on the sofa and rubbed her stomach. Honey, I ate too much again without realizing it, and my stomach is bloated and uncomfortable. Ningzai was tidying up the dishes and heard her voice, so he quickly put down what he was doing. He walked over to the cabinet under the TV and took out some stomach medicine. Here, take your medicine. Then he added, next time, don't eat so much, even if it's delicious. If your stomach doesn't feel good, it hurts me to know. Sonyu giggled, I know, honey, thank you, honey. After saying that, she made a heart shape with her hands. Ningze reached out and took the heart she made, received it in his hands, and then placed it on his chest. Stinky was forced to eat dog food, and he whined. Ningze continued to clear the table. Sonyu hugged her little treasure and whispered, Ran, are you jealous? In the future, you have to find someone like Daddy, do you understand? Ran has to be as happy as her mother. The baby kicked her legs in protest. She doesn't want that. She wants her father. Sonyu gave birth to Ran, and she knows her little mind like the back of her hand. No, Dad is Mom's, Ran will find herself a husband. Don't fight with Mom for Dad. Sonyu's face beamed with a smile. Ran suddenly started crying. Ningze heard the sound and poked his head out of the kitchen. Honey, what's wrong with Ran? Sonyu winces, smiles at her husband and says, Honey, Ran is fine. I was just playing with her. Naughty. I'll continue washing the dishes. It won't take long. I'll be with you and your daughter in a little while. Okay, honey, go ahead. Seeing Ningze stick his head back in, she turns her baby towards her. Baby, you can't cry. Okay, Daddy is Ran's. She coaxes her baby with a smile. However, she was thinking to herself. When you grow up, I'll let you move out and your father and I will live together. The baby stopped crying when she heard her mother's promise. Little did she know that her dear mother already had other plans. Sonyu felt happy just thinking about it. My dear baby, shall I sing you a song? Ran cooed in anticipation. Two tigers. Run fast. One has no mouth, the other has no nose. So cute. Ran? She kicked and made a fuss. This was not the song her father had sung to her. She was unhappy and let out a loud cry. Ningze had just finished washing the dishes and drying his hands when he heard her cry. He hurried over. What's wrong with my baby? The little one stopped crying as soon as she was in her father's arms, and then looked at her dear mother with strange eyes. Sonyu explained, I just sang to her, I don't know why she cried. Chapter 59, The Funny Memory Point of the Mother of the Child. Ningze asked her, what song did his wife sing to Ran? Sonyu giggled and said, it was Two Tigers. After saying that, she continued to sing it again. After listening to it, Ningze couldn't help but laugh. His wife's singing voice was wonderful, completely at a good listening level. It's just that the lyrics are different from the original song. He corrected it. My dear, here's how you sing the song. Two tigers. Run fast. One has no ears, the other has no tail. That's strange. After Ningze finished singing, the little treasure in his arms laughed happily. Yes, that's the right way to sing it. What the hell was Mommy singing? Sonyu herself couldn't help but laugh. Honey, I remembered the lyrics wrong. No wonder the baby was crying. It turned out that she didn't accept it because it was different from what Daddy sang. Oops, I'll make sure I remember the lyrics properly in the future. Ningze thinks she's cute like this. He smiles tenderly, our wife is studying hard, and it's no big deal if she gets the lyrics wrong. Ran agrees, waving her little hand. When her hand touches Sonyu's white arm, a red mark appears immediately. Oops, Ran has hurt her mother accidentally. Let Daddy have a look, is it because her nails are too long? After saying this, Ningze took her little hand and looked at it. It was true that some fingernails had grown. He stepped on the crawling mat and walked over to the coffee table. He pulled open the drawer of the coffee table and found the nail clipper. Here, Daddy will cut Ran's fingernails. Ran looked curiously at the tool in Daddy's hand. She reached out to grab it. You can't hold this, Ningze immediately took it away. The little treasure refused, her little frown rising. This is dangerous. Dangerous things, little babies are not allowed to hold. Do you understand? Ningze explained to her seriously. Her little mouth was pursed. Ningze thought she had listened and began to cut her nails. As soon as the manicure knife touched her little hand, she immediately jumped away. Fortunately, Ningze did not do it so quickly, otherwise she would have cut her flesh. Seeing that she was so disobedient at the moment, she put away the manicure knife. Then he put her on the crawling mat, so that she was lying on her stomach and could look at her toys. She was having a great time playing by herself. Ningze got some alcohol and iodine and disinfected Songyu's wound. "It's okay, honey, it's just a scratch, it's not serious. Even if it's a small wound, you can't be careless." He continued, "Some people have died from tetanus because they didn't pay attention to small wounds. You have to pay attention no matter how big or small the wound is." Songyu nodded as she listened to her husband's earnest advice. "Honey, let's cut her nails after she falls asleep." "Yes, you're so smart, just like me." The couple looked at their baby. She was already feeling a little sleepy. She had taken a bath at the swimming pool today, so she didn't need to bathe again tonight. Ningze let her fall asleep on her own, and then carried her to bed when she fell asleep. A 2-month-old baby shouldn't be carried all the time, as this can affect her skeletal development. Try to minimize the habit of sleeping with milk and carrying her to sleep. After a while, Ran fell asleep. Ningze took out her manicure set and continued to cut her nails. Although there was some noise when she cut her nails, she didn't wake up. Ningze took a deep breath. Cutting a fingernail is like being a thief. "Honey, why don't you hold Ran while I cut her nails?" "It's fine, just let her lie down while I cut her nails. You go and take a shower first, and be careful not to touch any wounds." As usual, Ningze took good care of her. "Okay, then she'll go take a shower first." "Okay, I'll go then." Go." He kissed her after saying that. Songyu left the living room, and Ningze continued to cut Ran's nails. Her nails were as soft as her person. When an adult cuts their nails, there is a clicking sound as the clipper is pressed down. But a baby's nails don't even make a sound when you cut them. He finished cutting the nails on all 10 fingers in no time. Ningze looked at her little feet again. They had grown a little, so he decided to cut them off as well. Once he was done, he put Ran in her crib in the room. Then he gently left the room. At that moment, Lin Zhang sent him a message. The design plan was ready, and he wanted him to take a look at the results. He brought the computer and sat on the sofa. Ningze looked at his design and nodded repeatedly. Lin Zhang is not a professional designer, but the finished product is so good that even an outsider like him can't tell. Songyu comes out of the shower and sits down next to him. Looking at his computer, she asks, "Honey, is this the design you made for the training class?" "Yes, take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be changed." Songyu turns the computer around and takes a good look. Then she points out the problems and makes her suggestions. "Honey, the color scheme is too formal. The black, white and gray combination is more businesslike and not suitable. You are running a training course, and you are dealing with children, not adult training. They don't like this." "Oh, what children like is macaron colors. I think the 4 training classrooms can be arranged around the floor-to-ceiling windows, so that one side can look out onto Oriental Plaza. There is another floor-to-ceiling window, which will be used as a waiting area. Some parents will drop off their children here and wait until they are picked up. This will also provide a place for them to rest." After Songyu finished speaking, Ningze had a mental picture of the place. He thought it was great, and his wife was amazing. "I can also help my husband, that's great. You think about it some more, I'll go check on Ran." "Okay." Ningze organized what Songyu had just said and sent it to Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang immediately replied to him. "Your sister-in-law's suggestion is great, I'll make the changes right away. There's no need to rush, take your time." He put down his phone and walked into the room. Seeing Songyu sitting at the dressing table, he walked over to her. "Wow, my wife is taking care of her skin." "Yes, what if my husband doesn't love me anymore if I don't take care of my skin?" "Naughty, don't you trust your husband?" He leaned over and hugged her, telling her to trust her husband, because my baby is the best girl. Songyu loved hearing him say sweet things. Every time she hears it, her heart is filled with sweetness. She picks up the lip balm and prepares to apply it to her lips. Ningze tells her to turn around. "Wait until later to apply it, first let your husband kiss you." "I want to kiss my wife's fragrant lips." Songyu suddenly blushed. This person is becoming more and more straightforward. Without waiting for her reaction, Ningze kissed her. After the kiss, he smiled and said, Your lips are fragrant and sweet." Songyu pushed him away and got into bed. He smiled and shook his head, wondering why his lovely wife was shy again. He walked to the living room to get his phone, and Lin Zhang had already sent him the latest revised design plan. Sure enough, at first glance, he liked the revised effect very much, and his mood was different from the first time he saw it. He replied, "Just go with this design, and tomorrow you and I will go find the workers." Lin Zheng quickly replied back to him, "No, I'll go instead. You just rest at home with Ran Ran." Chapter 60, A family that praises each other's rainbow farts. Does the child's mother not want to go to school? A beautiful day begins. In the early morning, Ning Zhe wakes up. Song Yu, who is next to him, is still sleeping soundly. He gently moves his body and looks at the little treasure in the crib. Ran Ran has already woken up and is playing on the bed by herself. The weather outside is nice, so he picks up Ran Ran and quietly walks out of the room with his daughter. When they arrive in the living room, they change the baby's diaper and then give her formula. Wow, Ran Ran has grown up so much and is so well behaved. How about we put on some soft music? The baby babbles. Ningza takes out his mobile phone and plays a random song. The house is well insulated, so it won't disturb Song Yu in her room. Besides, soft music is not loud and is very suitable for babies. Ran Ran drinks milk while listening to the music. Her little feet are dangling. She looks very contented. He carries her to the kitchen, where Ningza puts the pizza in the air fryer to heat it up. This kind is pre-packaged, so it's ready to eat after heating. 15 minutes later, the pizza is ready. By then, the baby has finished drinking. Ningza burps her first, then takes a bite of the classic ham pizza. He coaxes Ran Ran while eating. Watching him smack his lips, the baby's mouth opens slightly, and drool runs down her chin. Ningza eats bite after bite, and Ran Ran just watches him. The baby looks so pitiful, Ningza quickly finishes eating. Daddy's done eating, let's go play in the living room. Father and daughter go to the living room. Ningza finds a book from the pile of toys. He plans to read it to Ran Ran. This was a gift from his uncle at the baby's 1-month celebration. He flips through the pages at random, then asks his little one to lie down on the playmat and starts reading with great enthusiasm. The puppy, Wang Wang, has a high fever. His mother is not at home, so Wang Wang finds the fever-reducing medicine and follows the way his mother gave him medicine before to give it to his father. Half an hour passes, but his father's fever has not subsided. Wang Wang quickly brings some cold water, soaks a towel, and gently applies it to his father's forehead. Ran Ran listens attentively to her father's story. Her little head is tilting from side to side. Who is the puppy Wang Wang? Dad? Mom? Her little face is full of curiosity. When reading, Ningza even imitates the voices of children. Ran Ran is having a great time listening. After finishing a story, Song Yu comes out of the room. Good morning, honey. Good morning, dear. Song Yu picks up her little one and gives her a kiss. Seeing the book in Ningza's hands, she smiles and says, "Honey is reading a story to Ran Ran?" Yes, she is listening very carefully. She will definitely be an academician like her mother. Dad is also an academician, so our whole family will be academicians. The couple complimented each other on their rainbow farts. There's even music playing. Our Ran Ran knows how to enjoy life. Song Yu teased Ran Ran in her arms. Ning Zhe said to her, "Honey, go have breakfast first." Okay, honey. She went to the dining table and saw that it was pizza. Honey, you know me so well. I even dreamed about pizza last night. I snuck into your dream, Ning Zhe laughed. Rainy looked at them. Every day, Mom and Dad interact so sweetly. Are they really not going to consider their little one's feelings? After seeing his wife eat breakfast, Ning Zhe picked up his phone and changed to some happier music. Just a minute after the change, the little one listened to the music and danced her little hands to the rhythm, kicking her legs. Ningza was surprised. Does the baby have such a good sense of music? When the song finished, he switched to a faster song. Ran Ran's little legs were moving like a bicycle. Wife, come and see. Song Yu heard the sound and immediately dropped the pizza in her hands and ran over. She thought something had happened, but it turned out that the baby's legs were kicking really fast. Wow, honey, the baby has a great sense of music. When she grows up, she might even become a singer. Whatever she wants to do, as long as she is happy, I will support her in whatever she wants to learn. The baby felt happy. When the music finished playing and she heard the next song, she immediately became unhappy. She was happy again when Ningza switched to the previous song. When it finished playing, another song was played at random, but she refused to listen to it. Ningze had no choice but to play the song in a loop. After a while, he turned off the phone. You can't listen to it all the time, even if you like it. Okay, today's song listening time is over, we'll continue tomorrow. Knowing that she would protest immediately, Ningze quickly said, if you don't listen to me, you won't be able to listen to it tomorrow. What should the baby choose? Should she listen to it all today and never listen to it again, or should she listen to it every day? Only a child would have to make a choice. Okay, she is still a child. Humph. Daddy hates it. If you won't let me listen to it, I'll play with something else. I'll listen to it tomorrow if I want to. Immediately, the little baby Ran was stuck in a pile of toys. Song Yu admired him. Her husband really had a plan for raising the child. When he sensed her gaze, Ningze looked at her. Enamored again by her husband? Self-absorbed, I'm ignoring you, I haven't finished my pizza yet. After saying that, he continued to eat his half of the pizza. Even if that's really the case, don't say it out loud, it's embarrassing. It was already past 9 a.m. Time really flies when you're spending it with Ran. Ningze leaned back on the sofa to rest. Song Yu sighed and said, honey, school is about to start, and I'm so stressed. What's your wife stressed about? She doesn't want to go to school, she wants to stay home with you and our daughter. That won't do, you have to finish your studies. She knows that too. The day Ningze had his graduation photo taken, she asked the instructor if she could study at home and come back to school only for exams. The instructor said flatly that she couldn't. She had to give up. Ningze persuaded her, saying, you're not going to school and not coming back. You'll go home after class, and you'll be home on weekends when there are no classes. Why is my wife so distressed? It's fine. Your husband can take you to and from school. No, I'll just drive myself. It's not far. Ningze had worked so hard raising the children, and she refused to agree. Okay, but I'll have to pick up my wife occasionally, just in case some unscrupulous person tries to take my wife for themselves. Song Yu is happy, and he worries that someone will covet her. Her weight in Ningze's heart is getting heavier and heavier. She is smiling with her lips apart, and Ningze doesn't need to think to know what she is thinking. Suddenly, Lin Zhang calls him. Ningze, I found the workers, and they can start this afternoon. So fast? You can count on them, buddy. Ningze is surprised, Lin Zhang is really reliable. This buddy is easy to get along with, and he really steps up when there is something to do. I want to get it done as soon as possible, so we can start recruiting students early. I've selected 2 types of boards and sent them to you, take a look. Okay. Ningze opened WeChat and quickly made a choice. The laminated board is better, you can just wipe it clean when it gets dirty. The training courses are for children, so they will inevitably draw and paint. Lin Zhang hesitated and said, but this board will be a bit more expensive. It's okay, let's think long term. After saying this, he immediately transferred 200,000 yuan to Lin Zhang.